The machine beside my bed made a sound like a bored man tapping a glass, and I remember thinking that was a stupid last thing to hear. 23 years old, a room the color of wet paper, a doctor who kept his voice at the exact volume people use when they've already filed you under done. He said a word with a lot of syllables in it, and then he said a number of months, and I did the math while he was still talking, because doing math is what you do when you can't do anything. I turned down the treatment, not out of courage. The treatment was going to take everything I had left and hand me back 4 extra months of being too sick to enjoy them, and I decided I would rather spend the time awake. So I went home. I lay on my own couch in my own apartment with my own ceiling above me, and I played a cultivation game, the dumb kind, the kind where a peasant boy finds a jade slip in a cave and 800 hours later he's punching holes in the sky. I played it all night. Around dawn, my hands stopped working properly, and the room went sideways, and the last thing I saw was a loading screen. That was my whole life. 23 years, and the most interesting thing in it was a video game. I woke up 11 years old, lying in dirt, in a body that was not mine, in a world where the sky was the wrong color, and a woman I had never seen was yelling at me to get up and pull weeds, and floating in front of my eyes where nobody else could see it was a panel. Name, Wen Yan. Lifespan, 11 out of 65. Race, mortal. Cultivation, none. Spiritual root, aptitude, extremely poor. And under all of that, a little line that changed my entire existence. Reroll available, once per day. Refreshes at 7 in the morning. Now here's the part that would make a normal person weep. I had been rolling since the day I was born. 11 years. 4,000 mornings. I woke up before the roosters every single day of my childhood to spin a wheel that decided what I got to be, and in 11 years that wheel had never once given me anything. That morning it went. Spiritual root, none. Great. Cool. Very cool. Then it went. Innate luck. Destined for a lonely life. Brings misfortune to family, partner, and friends. Solitary existence. Lifespan plus 100 years. I lay flat on my back in the grass and kicked my legs in the air for a solid half hour. Even the lone star of destiny has shown up. Who wants to be alone forever? Who is that for? Although, 100 years. I did note the 100 years. Say what you like about a curse. 100 extra years is 100 extra years. And I had spent my last life watching a number go down. That's the thing you need to understand about me before anything else in this story makes sense. Everybody else in this world wanted to be strong. I wanted to not die again. I had already done it once, in a quiet room, on a couch, at 23, with nothing to show for it. Whatever came at me in this life, whatever the price was, I was going to pay it, as long as the receipt said I got to keep breathing. So where was I exactly? The Jade Purity sect, Great Yan Dynasty, a proper righteous path immortal sect, the kind with mist and gates and old men who float. I was not in the part with the mist. I was in the herb garden, which is a fancy way of saying the back field, where about 40 mortal servants pulled weeds for an alchemist named Elder Fang. Elder Fang grew herbs that made cultivators stronger and killed ordinary people dead. He grew a lot of them. He also had a standing rule that no servant of his was permitted to cultivate, ever, even if they woke up one morning with the talent of a young god, because a servant who can cultivate is a servant who can steal your garden. My parents had worked that garden. When I was 6, they ran, just left. There's a line in this world about how some destinies you have to carry yourself, and I've heard it used prettily 100 times, and every time I hear it, I think about a 6-year-old sitting in a field of poison plants watching the road. Old Man Lay looked after me after that. He was past 70, which for a mortal in the herb garden is a miracle, and he'd been picked as a boy the way you'd pick a nice rock. He taught me how to sleep with my back to a wall. That was the sum total of my education. I did push-ups at night. Nobody knew why. I couldn't cultivate. I had no root. I had a body like a bundle of sticks, and I did push-ups in the dark for 11 years because it was the only thing on the whole planet that was going up. And I told myself the deal out loud, the way you do when you're small and nobody is listening. If I can't roll a heaven-defying luck before I'm 30, fine. Fine. I'll be a farmer. I'll marry somebody with a nice laugh. I'll die at 65 in this stupid field. I was 12 when the wheel finally noticed I existed. Spiritual root, none. So, business as usual, and I'd already started standing up. Then the second slot rolled, and it didn't stop. Unparalleled, ethereal beauty, unmatched charm. Heavenly sword maniac, top-tier aptitude in the Tao of the sword, top-tier comprehension, exceptional movement skill, top-tier. Immortal Emperor descendant, peerless cultivation technique, plus 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 4 innate lucks in one morning, when the entire preceding decade had produced exactly one, and that one was a curse. I stood in a vegetable patch holding a hoe, reading the words, Immortal Emperor Descendant, over and over like a man checking a lottery ticket for the 4th time. A peerless cultivation technique, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, which in this world is the kind of money that buys a small mountain. Sword talent that the system itself put in capital letters, and a face, This made me laugh out loud, alone, in a field, a face so good the universe had bothered to list it as a superpower. Then I hit start. Nothing happened. I hit it again. Still nothing. And then, gently, like a bank teller explaining an overdraft, the panel informed me that all of it, the technique, the stones, the sword talent, the beauty, the entire jackpot, required one thing to activate. A spiritual root, which I did not have, which the same wheel had refused to give me for 11 years running. I looked at the sky for a while. Then I picked the hoe back up, because the weeds were not going to care. Fine. We've already tried 11 years. What's another 11? That afternoon, 2 cultivators walked into the herb garden and sat down on either side of the gate, and the whole yard stopped working to stare at them. A man and a woman, both young, both in robes so clean they looked painted on. Next to 40 people in sackcloth, they looked like characters someone had accidentally pasted in from a better game. You could see the spirit chi turning in little whirlwinds around them where they sat. The cover story they gave Old Man Lay was that demonic cultivators had infiltrated the sect and the herb garden required protection. Old Man Lay bowed until his forehead nearly touched his knees. I stood at the back with my hoe and thought, nobody sends 2 intersect cultivators to guard cabbages. For the next 4 years, I got up before dawn, spun the wheel, got told none, 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 5 elements miscellaneous root, none, and went to work. Miscellaneous 5-element root, by the way, is the standard issue setup for a mortal who wants to spend 80 years reaching a level a real genius hits by lunch. I scoffed at it and rolled again the next day. I wasn't in a hurry. I had no enemies, I had a bed, and I had 100 bonus years from being cursed to die alone. Life was, in a narrow technical sense, fine. Then Elder Fang came home. He'd been abroad 2 or 3 years. He came up the path in a black robe with 2 gourds swinging at his waist, hair half black and half white, a face like a knife that had been left out in the rain, and there was blood dripping off the end of his right sleeve, unhurried, 1 drop at a time, onto the flagstones of his own garden. Nobody asked about the blood, everybody bowed. He looked us over the way you look at a shelf, and then he pointed at 4 boys, and I was one of them, and he said, "Follow me." Up the stairs, into the attic, door closed. Extend your hands. I want to be honest about what went through my head, because at that moment I did not think about power or destiny, or my 4 glorious innate lucks. I thought puppets. I thought pill ingredients. I thought about every story where the sinister alchemist with the blood on his sleeve collects 4 healthy boys from his own backfield, and I thought very clearly that in this world it is better to die a fellow Taoist than a poor Taoist, and that I was the poor Taoist. He took my wrist. His fingers were cold. He held on for about 3 seconds, and that morning, that exact morning, 7 a.m., the roll of a lifetime, the wheel had given me none. No root. Nothing. A blank. He let go and moved to the next boy without a word. The miss saved my life. I have thought about that a lot over the following 1,000 years, and I still don't know what to do with it. He Xuan had a root. He Xuan was the tall one, the strong one, the kid who kept pigeons on the roof and fed half his rice to them, the one everybody liked without having to decide to. Elder Fang's face did something that was probably a smile, and he took He Xuan as his apprentice on the spot, and the other 3 of us were sent back down the stairs. Everybody was jealous. Everybody spent a week saying He Xuan's name in that tone. I went back to my hut, lay down and thought, raise them until they're tame, then harvest them. He Xuan started cultivating. Within a couple of years, he was chi refining, and he'd stand at the gate chatting easily with the 2 guard cultivators like they were co-workers, and he never once got arrogant about it. Every servant in the garden leaned on him a little. He was genuinely a good kid. Meanwhile, I turned 15, and my best 2 rolls in 4 years were a 3-attribute root, Sealing of Golden Core. I laughed at it, and a water and wood dual root, Sealing of Nascent Soul. Is there really only hope? I said out loud, to nobody, holding a bucket. I was 15. I could still put in another 15. I got 1 more year. 16 years old, morning roll, 6 paths spiritual body, top tier roots in wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder. All 6, plus a permanent increase to luck. That's it? I stood there staring. That's it? That's all it took? 16 years and it just hands it over on a Tuesday? And then the panel, having ruined my life for 16 years, casually offered me the single most useful thing it would ever give me. It said, select a small area, and I will place a barrier there. Cultivators outside will not be able to detect what happens inside. I shut the door of my hut. I dropped the latch, and I pressed start. The world explained itself to me in a stream of text. Born mortal. Unparalleled in appearance. Parents gone. Some destiny you carry alone. Extraordinary talent for the sword. And 6 invisible powers sensed all around me, waiting. Then the legacy woke up in my chest like someone turning a key in a lock I hadn't known was there, and I received the 6 paths of reincarnation art, an Immortal Emperor's technique, sitting in the head of a boy who pulled weeds for a living. The system gave me 7 paths to walk. I picked Sword Cultivator. Obviously I picked Sword Cultivator. I had a luck slot that literally said Maniac. And then, last of all, it opened a list of my relationships, which had exactly one entry, Elder Fang, Chi Refining, 7th level, filled with hatred towards you. If you ever obtain a cultivation spiritual root, he will definitely plot against you. Hatred, 1 star. I read that 3 times. Hey, I've worked in your garden for 11 years. I've never stolen so much as a leaf. I've never even talked to you, and you already hate me. That was my first lesson in how this world actually works, and I have never once needed a second. You do not earn the enemies. You just get them, standing there, holding a bucket. The only variable is whether they know what you are. So I decided at 16, sitting on a dirt floor with an Immortal Emperor's technique in my head and 1 star of hatred pointed at my back, nobody is ever going to know what I am. That was it. That was the whole plan. That is the entire strategy that carried me from a vegetable patch to the roof of the world, and I have never improved on it. The very next choice the system offered me proved it right. It said, Option 1, cultivate openly, become a peerless prodigy, take a chi refining artifact as your prize. Option 2, keep it quiet, hide your cultivation and your spiritual root. I didn't even finish reading option 1. Because here's the thing about the 6 paths of reincarnation art, and this is the reason I could hide it all. It grows all 6 roots evenly, and it will not let you break through to foundation establishment until every single one of them is ready. 6 roots is 6 times the work. Everybody else in this sect was sprinting 1 lane. I was crawling 6. Anyone who watched me for a year would conclude I was slow. Slow was perfect. Slow was invisible. Slow was a boy in a backfield that nobody would ever bother to kill. There was one problem, and she opened her eyes at me across the garden about a week later. The female cultivator at the gate, Su-jin, though I didn't have the name yet, looked up while I was carrying water, and I watched a line of text scroll across my vision. Su-jin has developed feelings for you. Favorability, 1 star. My immediate, sincere, blood-draining thought was, cauldron. You have to understand the genre I'd woken up in. In these stories, when a beautiful female cultivator takes a sudden interest in a pretty mortal boy with no cultivation, it is not usually because she wants to hear his opinions. 2 years went by. I got my roots to Chi Refining 7, all 6 of them, in total silence, behind a barrier, in a hut, while the entire garden believed I was a slightly odd young man who was very good looking and very bad at conversation. Su-jin also reached Chi Refining 7. Her favorability went to 2 stars, and I made myself a rule, which I said out loud once and then never again. The moment I love something, I can be hit. I intend to live forever, so I cannot afford to die on the way. She is not a woman. She is a demon in the shape of a woman, and I will look at her exactly the way I look at weather. 18 years old. Afternoon. She stood up, walked across the whole garden with 40 people watching, and said, "Come with me." The male cultivator called after her, "Sister May, what's going on?" And then he looked at me, properly, for the first time, and I watched him decide he disliked me on a purely architectural level. Every servant in that yard stared at my back with the pure, honest envy of men who have never once in their lives been chosen for anything. She took me into a grove where nobody could see us and asked in a light and friendly voice whether I intended to be a servant in this herb garden for the rest of my life. Then she stopped talking out loud, and her voice arrived directly inside my skull. "Help me get Elder Fang's alchemy manual. I will take you away from here, into the demonic cult. If your cultivation goes well, we might even become Tao companions." I did a very good frightened peasant. I said I didn't know where any manual was. I said I'd never been allowed in the attic. I said He Xuan lived up there now, and He Xuan was a cultivator, and I was nothing. I stammered a bit. I let my hands shake. And I noticed her noticing something, and being pleased by it. In that entire panicked speech, I never once said the words alchemy manual out loud. Not once, because the trees have ears in a place like this, and she had said it into my head for exactly that reason, and I had matched her without being told. "Clever boy," her face said. Then she gave me a pill, round, dark, faintly sweet smelling. "Take this," she said. "It will unseal your spiritual root." It looked like a chocolate. It was, I would bet my remaining 50 years, some kind of leash, poison, or a blood mark, or a nice slow thing that makes a young man very loyal. So I wrapped it in a skin of spiritual power so it couldn't melt, put it in my mouth, swallowed around it, and opened wide to show her the empty pink inside of my mouth like a good, stupid, obedient boy. She reached out and stroked my cheek and said, "From now on, I'll raise you as my husband." I thought, with my face doing something adoring, "You wretched woman. Do you even deserve me?" The system, which had been watching all of this like a man at a play, offered me my choice. Option 1. Steal the manual, gain her favor, and receive 5 stars of hatred from the Jade Purity sect. Option 2. Do not obey, under any circumstances, and after she is gone, receive a sword technique, 5 stars of hatred from an entire immortal sect, or a free technique for doing nothing. Some choices you don't agonize over. Half a year later, my roots hit Chi Refining 8, and I noticed something on my panel that made me sit up. Lifespan, 18 out of 85. 85. It had been 65. 20 years, just handed to me, for the crime of getting slightly stronger. That was the first time I understood the actual product this world was selling. Not power, not flying, time. That's the whole thing. That is the only thing. Meanwhile, Elder Fang and Su Jin were both stuck at Chi Refining 7 and had been for years and would be for years more. The night it happened, I heard her footsteps outside my hut before the knock. "I'll lure Hishuan away," she said. "You go in and find it." Her partner was lying under a tree by the gate on the way past, not moving. I didn't check on him. A weak passerby, I decided, and kept walking. I have never claimed to be a good person. I have only ever claimed to be a live one. I went up to the attic and I rummaged for a solid hour, loudly, thoroughly, and entirely for show. Drawers, shelves, a chest. I opened everything and found nothing, which is what I intended to find. Then she came back. She came up the stairs covered in blood, and none of it was hers, and she was smiling. I stepped backwards away from her, a genuine reflex, that one, and my elbow caught a vase on the table, and it went off the edge and broke on the floor, and the alchemy manual slid out of it into the moonlight. We both stood there and looked at it. There was a silence you could have hung a coat on. Is this how alchemists hide things? I thought. Is this the security standard in the immortal cultivation world? I have quietly leaked one book, and the whole industry has bought shares. She grabbed my hand with both of hers, blood and all, and laughed like a girl. You really are my lucky charm. Favorability, 3 stars. Dao companion status, available. I smiled back at her with my whole beautiful face. The cold wind hit us in the doorway. I went into the wall hard enough to see white, and I hit the floor and immediately committed to being unconscious, which was made slightly awkward by my right leg, which would not stop trembling. Put down my alchemy manual. Elder Fang had been home for days. He said so himself, standing in his own doorway with his hands behind his back, absolutely delighted with himself. He'd noticed that in all the years he'd been posting jobs at that garden, no disciple had ever taken a single one, except those 2. So he'd come back quietly and waited for them to make their move. He didn't fight her. He just crushed a talisman in his palm, and a net of white lightning came off it and wrapped her, and she went down convulsing, and he walked over and kicked her once and took the book out of her hands. She got up and ran. Her partner was already gone, and I stayed on that floor, face down, for 1 entire hour, not moving. At around the 40-minute mark, I did have to scratch myself, which I consider the single greatest act of discipline in the story so far, because I scratched with my nose against the floorboards rather than move my arm. Then Elder Fang came back and sat down in a chair and stared at me. What followed was the finest performance of my 2 lives. I coughed, I stirred, I dragged myself up on one elbow with my eyes unfocused, and then I looked at the old man and my whole face lit up like a lamp. "Elder Fang, you're back!" I let the confusion arrive slowly. Then, on cue, alarm. "Where did the witch go?" And then I told him the truth. All of it. She approached me. She asked me to steal your manual. She promised to take me to the demonic cult. She said she'd make me her husband. Elder Fang laughed so hard he had to put a hand on the table. "She wants to groom you as a husband? What a joke." Then he took my wrist and held it, the way he had in the attic 4 years earlier. No root, no cultivation. A perfectly ordinary 16-year-old with a nice face, kneeling on his floor at midnight. He let go, and his mouth soured, and I could see him thinking about my parents, the 2 servants who had run away from him and left their boy behind. "Go back to sleep," he said. I went back to sleep. "Because you did not help Su Jin steal the alchemy manual," the system said, "you have obtained a sword technique, Divine Sword Finger. It let me point one finger and send out sword chi. No weapon, no sheath, nothing to confiscate, nothing to find in a search, nothing anybody could ever take off my body. I learned it in a single night. Top-tier comprehension is exactly as unfair as it sounds." In the morning, they found Hishuan dead in the attic, bleeding from every opening in his head, and the male cultivator had left before dawn, and nobody in that garden ever found out why. I stood at the back of the little crowd with my hands folded. Yishuan was 21. He fed pigeons. Then a line came up in front of my eyes, gently, like an old friend tapping my shoulder. "Su Jin's favorability towards you has increased. 3.5 stars. Why? Why has it gone up? She got beaten half to death. She lost the book. She had to flee for her life. And somewhere out there in the dark, she is thinking warmly of me. Explain that. Nobody explain that. I don't want to know. I stayed 2 more years and got all 6 routes to Chi Refining 9, and then I hit the wall, and the wall was geography. There was no thunder chi anywhere near that garden, no fire chi worth the name either. 6 roots means 6 diets, and 2 of mine were starving. Elder Fang left again, hunting herbs to extend his life, dying slowly at chi refining 7, an alchemist who could keep other people alive and had run out of tricks for himself. Talent is not fair, and it does not apologize. I hoped sincerely that he would die on the road. He still had 1 star of hatred against my name, and 1 star is a whole lot more than 0. Then, at 20 years old, on a night with no moon, I walked out of the herb garden with nothing in my hands, and nobody in the world noticed I was gone. The gate of the Jade Purity sect sits at the end of a valley full of mist, with 2 stone kiln the size of houses on either side, and 4 guards in matching robes who are all chi refining 5th level and all extremely aware of it. I walked up out of the fog in a servant's tunic and said, Wen Yan, loose cultivator, chi refining, 9th level. The change in the 4 of them was instant and total. 9th level is 1 step from foundation establishment. 9th level walking in off the road with no master and no sect is a very interesting object. The deacon they fetched was named Zhu Li, and Zhu Li was the most useful kind of man alive, a mediocre one who knows it. Chi refining 9 himself, stuck there for 20 years, no chance of ever advancing, surviving entirely on being liked by everybody. He looked me over and asked where my storage pouch was. Robbed, I said. Foundation establishment demonic cultivators, on the road, 3 days back, took everything. He wanted proof I wasn't a demonic cultivator myself. So I raised 1 finger and put a hole through the stone of the mountainside behind him, and Julie's eyebrows climbed a considerable distance up his forehead. Then he explained the situation, and the situation was a wall. 2,000 outer disciples. The only door into the inner sect is foundation establishment. There's a sect-wide competition every 3 years, and the top 3 get a foundation establishment pill, and that's the ladder, and roughly nobody climbs it. But, he said, and here he lowered his voice, because a favor given early is a favor owed forever, there is one exception, rare spiritual roots. If your root is rare enough, the Elder Hall can be petitioned to make an exception. So I reported 3 of my 6. Thunder, fire, wind. The old man at the registration counter, who had been writing without looking up for what appeared to be several decades, stopped writing and looked up. Zhu Li's favorability ticked to 1 star. I got an outer robe, a storage pouch, 100 low-grade spirit stones, a bottle of chi-gathering elixir, and a cabin on the mountainside, and then I closed the cabin door and did not open it again for 6 months. That was not a strategy, it was just the fastest way to get my fire root from nothing to chi-refining 4th level, and I badly needed my fire root. But 2,000 outer disciples had absolutely nothing to do all day except notice things, and what they noticed was that the new one with the face had gone into a hut in spring and hadn't been seen since the leaves turned. The Grand Elder who came to collect me was enormously fat and looked exactly like a statue of Maitreya Buddha that had learned to walk, with his eyes squeezed into 2 happy little lines. He looked at me the way a farmer looks at a cow at auction. Good quality, he said apparently to himself. No worse than an inner disciple. Close to an elite disciple even. The inner sect, he explained, is 18 peaks and 18 teaching elders. You get in one of 2 ways. You grind the competition, or one of the 18 takes you as an apprentice. Then he asked me what sort of cultivation life I was looking for. I practice asceticism in a low-key manner, I said. I don't like crowds. I don't like being high profile. And the fat old man smiled at me. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of a man who has just realized where the last unwanted item in his warehouse is going to go. Then let me take you to UU Peak first. The teleportation array looked like an altar with little hollows scooped out for spirit stones, and then the world folded, and I came out somewhere that made me stop breathing for a second. 18 mountains standing in a sea of cloud, so tall the tops of them were doing something private up in the light. A whole city built on what the locals apparently considered a small hill. And people, dozens of them, hundreds, riding swords through the air between the peaks like it was traffic. The Grand Elder put me on a giant flying gourd and said, "Stand firm. If you fall from here, 9 layers of chi refining won't save you. Every peak we passed had disciples swarming over it like ants on sugar. UU Peak had nobody on it at all. The teaching elder of UU Peak is Fairy Xuanzui. Her cultivation is unfathomable. She likes seclusion, and she forbids her disciples to fall in love or take a Tao companion, flatly, permanently, no exceptions, which in a sect full of ambitious young people with excellent bone structure is roughly the same as posting a sign that says nobody live here. The handful who stay are all bitter cultivation types, heads down, doors shut, no fun whatsoever. Really? I said. That's wonderful. The Grand Elder gave me a sideways look because that is not the reaction. He didn't know that I had a luck slot that made me look like this. I had spent 2 years being stared at by servants and cultivators alike. and I had recently been offered marriage by a demonic cult assassin covered in a dead man's blood. A mountain where romance is banned by law sounded to me like a fortified position. The Jade Serenity Hall lit its own lamps as we came in, oil lamps flaring up one after another down the length of the hall, which is a nice touch if you can afford it. Fairy Xuanzui was standing at the far end in a blue robe. I'm not going to spend a paragraph on it. She was the sort of beautiful that makes a room hold still. Behind her stood one disciple, a young woman, and the moment she saw me, a line came up in my vision. Li Meihua. Favorability. 2 stars. 2 stars on sight. This peak is a misnomer, I thought. The romance ban isn't protecting the mountain from the world, it's protecting the world from this mountain. Fairy Xuanzui laid out her terms without any ceremony. I will not help you obtain anything. Rely on yourself. If you slack off, I will expel you. Master, I said, unless you instruct otherwise, this disciple can remain in seclusion for 100 years without ever once leaving his cave. Xuanzui's favorability, 1 star. Li Meihua's favorability dropped to 1 star. Are you serious? Are you actually love-struck on a mountain that bans it? This is a place for cultivating immortality. Then Xuanzui said, attack me. I raised my hand and put out a blade of sword chi as wide as my palm, and it crossed the hall and stopped about an inch from her and simply ceased to exist. One strand of her hair moved. Your swordsmanship is quite good, she said. You can stay. Then, to Li Meihua, mildly, why isn't he kneeling and acknowledging his master? I dropped to both knees. Disciple Wen Yan greets his master. Lay live master. Xuanzui actually laughed. Do you think your teacher is an empress? Li Meihua flew me to my new cave mansion on her sword and made me hold on to her waist for the trip, informing me over her shoulder that no other junior brother in the sect gets to put an arm around a senior sister's waist. My cave was 100 meters from hers. I filed that under threats. The inner sect storage pouch holds 100 cubic meters, 10 times the outer one. I got a UU robe, a flying sword, a manual on sword control, a token, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of pills. And then, I withdrew the 1,000 high-grade spirit stones the system had owed me since I was 12, and became, in the space of one breath, a rich man. 1 high grade is 100 mid-grade is 10,000 low-grade. I had arrived at that sect 3 days earlier, owning a shirt. I learned sword control in half an hour. Xuanzui, sitting in her hall 100 meters away, noticed that, and I know she noticed because she spent a while afterwards trying to work out how it was possible. The relationship list gave me my first proper look at the woman I just knelt to. Li Meihua, Foundation Establishment 2nd level, treats you like a younger brother, 2 stars. Fairy Xuanzui, Nascent Soul Realm, 3rd level, greatly admires your heart nature, 1 star. Nascent Soul. On a mountain nobody wanted, with 6 disciples and a romance ban, sat a nascent soul cultivator running a monastery for the socially defeated. My 6 roots needed 6 kinds of chi, and UU Peak had no thunder at all. 3 years in, with my fire root finally at Chi Refining 9, I went and knelt in the hall and asked. Xuanzui told me 2 things. First, the sect has 8 spirit pools, 1 for each of the 6 elements, plus gold and ice, and the thunder spirit pool would cost me 10 mid-grade spirit stones a day. Second, she looked at me for a long moment and said that a cultivator carrying 6 attributes will face a heavenly tribulation stronger than other people's. Not a little stronger, meaningfully stronger. I thanked her, went to the counter, and bought 3 years of pool access up front with 100 high-grade spirit stones. The part-time disciple manning the desk had to sit down. The Thunder Spirit Pool is a lake that boils without heat under a ceiling of thunderclouds low enough to touch. There's a tree beside it with a face in the trunk, a sarcastic, deeply annoyed old man's face, and it started in on me before I'd finished walking in. Don't wander about. You cultivate at the edge of the pool. Go any further and the lightning will kill you, and you'll deserve it. There was one other person there, a lone cultivator named Qin Lei, who nodded at me and went back to his own business. 1 year, and my thunder root came up to Chi Refining 9, which meant all 6 of them were sitting at perfection at the same time, which meant the thing I had been building toward for 8 years was finally, physically possible. I broke through to Foundation Establishment without a Foundation Establishment pill. Here's why. The first level of the 6 paths of reincarnation art absorbs heavenly lightning and turns it into lightning power. My tribulation was supposed to be worse than everyone else's because of the 6 roots. Instead, it arrived, saw what I was cultivating, and got eaten. A 6-colored vortex opened in my dantian. The lightning came down in a coil like a cloud dragon and touched me, and simply stopped existing. And the tree spirit and Qin Lei both sat there with their mouths open, because interfering in another man's tribulation is one of the great taboos, so neither of them could do anything except watch a Chi Refining nobody drink the sky. What technique, the tree said slowly, averts a calamity? 3 days later, it was done. The system offered the usual fork. Option 1. Make a name for myself in the sect, and receive the 9 Nether Thunder technique, and Fairy Xuanzui's hatred. Option 2. Keep quiet all the way to Golden Core, and receive a Peerless Grade Magic Sword. I didn't go out to celebrate. I didn't tell anyone. I checked my panel. Lifespan. 27 out of 187. 100 more years. In one breakthrough. I sat in that boiling cave and laughed at nothing for a while. Qinlei came over afterwards to poach me. He was from Heavenly Thunder Peak, and he wanted to know why someone with my talent had buried himself on Yu. A teacher for a day is a father for life, I said, which is the kind of sentence that ends a conversation. Then my mailbox lit up for the first time in my life, with a little red dot on it, exactly like a phone. Su Jin was hunted by the Jade Purity sect and seriously injured. Su Jin escaped. Su Jin was hunted by her own fellow disciples. Su Jin fought back and killed them. Su Jin has betrayed the Azure Nether demonic cult and is being hunted by them. Su Jin's favorability towards you has increased. 4 stars. 4 stars. She had been beaten, exiled, betrayed, and made prey by both sides of the entire cultivation world, and her opinion of the boy who let her walk into that attic had gone up. A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. I did not go looking for it. 8 years after that, I was still in the pools, moving my 6 roots up one attribute at a time like a man carrying 6 full buckets across a yard, and I had burned nearly 400 high-grade spirit stones doing it, all 6 roots at Foundation Establishment 5th level, and then I did the arithmetic and realized I could not buy my way to Golden Core. The money ran out before the road did. It always does. I went back to the Thunder Pool. You brat, said the tree. Here again, I thought you were a genius. How are you still at Foundation Establishment 3rd level? It's precisely because my aptitude is dull, I said, that I have to work so hard. Qinlei came back at Foundation Establishment 9 with his cousin in tow. Qin Fan, well-dressed, well-raised, the kind of girl who has never once been hungry, and Qin Fan looked at my displayed cultivation and immediately said the most dangerous sentence anyone had said to me in years. Why are you still at Foundation Establishment 3rd? My cousin thought you'd be at 6th by now. The two of them sat in that cave for 3 years and watched me pull spiritual qi out of the air faster than either of them could, while my displayed level didn't move. On their way out, I heard Qinlei say quietly to her, he has some way of suppressing his cultivation. I'd guess he's already caught up to me. 9th layer. They both left me at 2 stars of favorability, which is the ideal outcome, liked and wrong. 6 months after that, my lightning power hit perfection, and the tree with the face in it changed its tune completely. Boy, it said. There's an opportunity going. Spirit stones. Sect contribution. Maybe a magical artifact. Maybe even a heaven and earth treasure. Is it dangerous? To get a good opportunity, the tree said, in the voice of every mentor in every story ever told, you have to take a risk. Never mind then. I'm afraid of dying. I have never seen a tree so angry. The branches went off like a slap fight. I asked to be let out because I had a seclusion to get back to. On my way, I stopped at the salary building, which I had not visited once in several decades, because it had recently occurred to me that the sect had been paying me a stipend that entire time and I had never collected any of it. The system can hide my cultivation. It cannot hide my face. The queue turned around as one animal. Somebody behind me said out loud that I looked like a man who had stepped out of a painting, and I collected my money and left at speed. Qin Fan caught my arm outside. I want to describe the sound the surrounding female cultivators made, and I can't, because there wasn't one. It was the silence of 30 people screaming internally. I removed my arm, stepped back a full meter, and continued the conversation from there. My master forbids romantic feelings among her disciples. Pa, we've met twice. Do you think I've already fallen in love with you? Her ears went red anyway, which rather undercut it. Then she pitched me the job. There was a genius in the Jade Purity sect a century back named Liu Lei who nearly reached soul transformation, and his private cave mansion had just been discovered outside the sect, and there was a beast guarding it, and the beast was afraid of lightning, and we were both lightning cultivators, and wasn't that a coincidence? I asked 2 questions. If it's real, why hasn't the sect collected it? Well, how did you find out about it? A friend told me. It wasn't on the mission board. It was a trap. It was so obviously a trap that I stood there for a second admiring the confidence of it. Somebody had gone to the trouble of picking 2 lightning cultivators specifically, which meant somebody had checked, which meant this was not opportunistic. Don't get involved, I said. You'll die horribly. She didn't lose any favorability over it. She just went pale, which was the correct response, and, as it turned out, not enough of one. The next time I was summoned to the hall, Elder Fang was standing in it. He had finally, at the very end of his rope, clawed his way to Foundation Establishment 1st level and joined Yu Peak, and Fairy Xuanzui was introducing him to me as Junior Brother Wei. Junior. He had come in behind me. Brother Wei, I said warmly, if you ever run into any trouble, do feel free to come to me. Elder Fang's jaw made a noise. Wen Yan, you little brat, you actually made inner sect. And he stared at me, and stared, and could not see through my cultivation at all because he was foundation establishment first level and my display said third, and even that lie was 10 times what he could read, which was a problem actually. A man who cannot measure you is a man who might try something. So I did something I had not done in 20 years. I told a fraction of the truth. Master, this disciple has already reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Li Meihua nearly went over backwards. She had personally watched me arrive at Qi Refining 9 and had been quietly pitying me for 2 decades, and the system paid me for it, because my humility had earned Fairy Xuanzui's approval apparently, which is a sentence I want on my tombstone, with the 7-fold illusory steps. 7 levels, 1 afterimage per level, 7 of me on the field at once, and a running speed that made the wind complain. I learned it in an hour. Then Xuanzui gave me a job, and the job was to go and guard the Myriad Demon Realm. The Myriad Demon Realm is where the Jade Purity sect farms its demonic beasts. Every peak sends 1 disciple to sit in it. The spiritual qi in there is extremely dense and comes in every flavor mixed together, which for a man with 6 roots is the finest buffet in the world. The pay was 10 high-grade spirit stones a year and no upper limit on how long you stayed. There are frequent incidents, Xuanzui added, of the beasts going berserk and the disciple being torn apart. So I'm a zoo security guard, I thought. Oh my god, Li Meihua begged to come along. Xuanzui looked at her and she stopped talking mid-sentence. And after I'd gone, my master told Elder Fang, in a voice I only heard about years later, that she did not care what had passed between us, that from this day we were senior and junior brother, and that from this day Wen Yan was Yu Yu Peak's personal disciple. The Myriad Demon Realm has a permanently overcast sky and 1 habitable building, an attic with a restriction on the door. I sat in it for a year and a half and got very comfortable. Then my mailbox lit up. Qin Fan was attacked by demonic cultivators and narrowly escaped. Qin Fan was attacked by disciples of the Jade Purity sect. Her life hangs by a thread. She has fallen from a cliff. Disciples of the Jade Purity sect. Working with the other side. In the middle of a sect that had been telling itself for 20 years that it merely had a demonic cultivator problem. I was still reading that when something roared outside. There was a white cat sitting on a branch about 30 meters from my door. Slim, white, striped like a small tiger, with purple eyes, and it was looking at me the way you look at a sandwich. It came off that branch so fast the branch didn't move, and it went through my restriction like the restriction was a rumor. 7-fold illusory steps, 7 of me around it in a ring, 7 divine sword fingers, 1 real. The real one landed, and blood went up, and the thing screamed in a register I did not enjoy, and vanished into the trees. I stood in the middle of my 7 fading afterimages, wiping cold sweat off my face. Without the footwork, it would have had my throat before I finished turning around. 2 years later, a red-nosed old man in coarse cloth with a wine gourd on his hip walked up to my door, and I did not sense him coming from any distance at all. "Young friend," he said, "have you mistaken the Myriad Demon Realm for a retreat?" Then he looked at me and said conversationally, "Foundation Establishment 3rd layer? Your breathing says 9th. Xiaoqing, nascent soul, 8th level, leader of the Jade Purity sect." The relationship panel also mentioned, entirely unprompted, that he admired Fairy Xuanzui. My first coherent thought, standing in front of the most powerful man in my world, was, Xiaoqing is not worthy. He took me to the cliff edge and showed me what was in the valley below, and I stopped having thoughts about anything else. There were 1,000 Yao beasts down there. Some of them were the size of a wash basin. Some of them were the size of a small mountain, and they were all lying in the same wilderness, arranged like an army waiting for a word. Asleep on a rock in the middle of it was the white cat. Its name was Tigerheart White Dragon. It was the son of a demon king, and it carried the demon king's bloodline, and it had spent 2 years gathering every beast in that realm for one specific purpose, which was to kill the man who had cut it. "Why don't you just kill it?" I said, in a voice that came out slightly higher than I intended. "Enormous potential," said Xiaoqing. "If I kill it, won't its family come after me?" Then he made me his offer. He would lay a formation and pin the whole army in that valley for 5 years maximum. If in those 5 years I could subdue Tigerheart White Dragon, he would give me the Jade Purity art, the sect's ultimate technique, the thing every disciple on 18 peaks would sell an organ for. The system laid it out. Option 1. Accept. Receive the sect leader's supreme technique. Receive the demon king's hatred. And attract the attention of the Azure Nether demonic cult. Option 2. Refuse. Go back to cultivating. Receive a sword manual. And the sect leader will stop coming around. I looked the nascent soul leader of my entire sect in the eye and said, "Senior, forget it. Find someone else. I'm genuinely scared. I just want to cultivate in peace." His favorability dropped to half a star. "Then get lost," he said. And as I got lost, I heard him mutter something to himself that I filed away and did not understand for a very long time. Could it be that the person Junior Sister arranged isn't him? The manual was called the 3 Pure Shadow Severing Sword, and it was peerless grade, and inheriting it caused a windstorm around my attic for half an hour that I could only pray nobody was awake to see. It produces 3 sword shadows, 1 per spiritual power. Mine came out lightning white, fire red, and wind blue, and when I tested it on the tree line, every tree within 100 meters came apart into 3 pieces at once, and they all fell in the same direction, and the silence afterward had a quality to it. You can keep casting it until your spiritual power runs out. I sat down on the steps and looked at the ruined forest and thought, with some surprise, I'm not a weakling anymore. Yu Peak sent me reinforcements, which is a generous word. Li Meihua and 7th senior brother Zhou Lei, Foundation Establishment 9, competent, well-regarded. Zhou Lei went scouting on his first week, came back with his robe in strips, and coughed black blood onto the floorboards. There's something out there equivalent to golden core. I nearly didn't make it. A year later, he came out of the attic very suddenly and said, they're moving, all of them. Their target is us. Then why aren't you running? I asked. Li Meihua said, but this is Yu Peak's jurisdiction. Wouldn't we be derelict in our duty? Then you can stay here and wait to die, I said. I'll be sure to tell Master about your heroic conduct. Then the sky changed because every flying thing in the realm arrived at once. 7 demonic birds came in first, and the lead one was a black eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters and feathers that looked like they'd been forged rather than grown. Zhou Lei threw a fire talisman. It missed by a distance that was almost funny. Split up, he shouted. Everyone escapes separately. And then he turned into a gust of wind and was gone. Splitting up, in my extensive experience of reading about people like Zhou Lei, means one man wants to run and doesn't want witnesses. I raised my hand and used the 3 Pure Shadow Severing Sword, 1 flash, 7 birds. They came apart in the air and rained down around us in pieces, and the whole thing took less time than it takes to say it. Li Meihua's favorability jumped straight to 4 stars. Oops. I turned around and looked at her, and she was looking at me the way a small child looks at fireworks, and I did the only thing I could think of. Senior sister, if my strength is exposed, they'll make me a core disciple, and then it'll be very hard for you to see me. She nodded so fast her hair moved. Sealed forever. There is no security system in this world stronger than a girl with a secret about a boy she likes. Then I flew down to the corpses, because 7 demonic beasts of that grade are worth an obscene amount of money, and I was not about to leave them lying in a field. Li Meihua landed beside me and rolled up her sleeves and announced that she had studied anatomy. We stripped all 7 in 5 minutes. At the teleportation array, a dozen cultivators from other peaks were waiting, Zhou Lei among them, and Zhou Lei's face lit up with joy. Junior brother, junior sister, you're alive! I put a hand on Li Meihua's arm before she got the first syllable out. The materials sold for 397 high-grade spirit stones. Killing Yao beasts, is that profitable? I nearly went back for more, and Li Meihua had to explain to me that killing the sect's breeding stock is ordinarily a serious offense, and we had only got away with it because they'd attacked first. Back at Yu Peak, I reported the situation to my master with great feeling. Extremely dangerous. A demon king's bloodline. A cult involved. I finished with, Master, punish me. I am willing to face the wall in repentance for 100 years. Xuanzui didn't even blink. And what if you fail to make any progress in 100 years? My face did something I could not control. Li Meihua, meanwhile, wanted Zhou Lei's head on a stick, and my master refused to give it to her. Your 7th senior brother could not have saved you, she said. The reason you were in danger is that you were too weak. Should he have stayed and died beside you to make you feel better? Then she sent everyone out and asked me a question. Wen Yan, what are you cultivating for? Immortality. You will not reach immortality by hiding in a cave forever. The whole idea that man can defy heaven is about seizing opportunities, and she told me plainly that if I'd stayed in the myriad demon realm and done the work, I would have been made a core disciple. I made a polite noise. Then she said the words, innate cave mansion, and I sat up like a hound hearing a bag open. 3 of them had been found in the mountains around the sect, not built, natural, each one as good as a spirit pool, and crucially, each one carrying multiple attributes of spiritual chi at once. They were the prizes for the top 3 of the inner sect assessment, held once a decade, open to everyone below core disciple. Are you frightened of even a duel? My master said. It won't kill you. I asked exactly one question. Can Golden Core cultivators enter the assessment? They cannot. Any disciple who reaches Golden Core is immediately made a core disciple, an elder or a deacon, and is therefore out of the pool. Then it's settled, I said. This disciple will do his utmost to bring honor to Yu Peak. Xuanzui laughed at me. You little brat. I knew there'd be something you wanted. 2.5 stars. I had 8 years until the assessment. I spent them in the pools, one attribute at a time, and by the end all 6 routes were at Foundation Establishment 8 and climbing toward 9. It was in the wind pool that I ran into the man I would spend the next 1,000 years watching from a distance. A group of disciples had a young man cornered against the wall. "Weren't you saying you'd surpass us all? How come you're still Foundation Establishment first? And kneel and kowtow and we'll let it go." He didn't kneel. He told them, flatly, that he would report them to the enforcement hall as demonic cult sympathizers, and they backed off because that is the kind of accusation that ruins a man in that sect. Then my panel spoke up. "Bearer of Kanade Providence detected. Do you wish to view their origin? Ling Tian, reincarnation of a Mahayana cultivator. Deep within his soul lies a spirit treasure, severely damaged in the act of protecting him. To repair itself, the spirit treasure has been unconsciously eating his spiritual chi every time he cultivates, which is why his cultivation is unbelievably slow. The spirit treasure is nearing full repair. I read that twice. That is a protagonist. That is, in fact, the protagonist. A reincarnated Mahayana expert with a legendary artifact sleeping in his chest, currently being bullied at a swimming pool by mediocrities, whose entire tragic backstory is about to reverse itself in one dramatic instant. The system, sensing my interest, asked if I would like to help him. I closed my eyes and went back to cultivating. A while later, Ling Tian got publicly dumped by the girl he'd been living off. She took a sword-peak disciple as her Dao companion in front of everybody, and afterwards he came and found me with his shoulders still shaking. "You're Wen Yan? I've heard you're popular with women." He got it out with difficulty. "How should I pursue someone I like?" I put a hand on his shoulder and gave him the speech. "How can we, as cultivators, be swayed by feelings? What are women? Attain the great Tao, and the world serves you. Have you ever once seen me go near a woman?" He went away looking moved. "Fool," I thought, walking off. "How could your face compare to mine? 1 star of favorability." He followed me around for 2 months after that, ran out of spirit stones, and left in a mood. Wealth, companions, techniques, and land, the 4 pillars of cultivation, and that man had neither wealth nor companions. Poor guy. Then, at the next peak assembly, big senior brother Wang Hong dropped a sound transmission into my ear. "Do you happen to know a woman named Su Jin? Here is what had actually been going on for the previous 40 years while I was in a cave. The Azure Nether demonic cult had fed Su Jin a poison as a child and sent her into the Jade Purity sect as a spy. She hated them the entire time. The alchemy manual she'd asked a 16-year-old servant to steal was not for the cult. She had been looking for an antidote to the thing in her own blood. When she tried to get out, they hunted her. And the man who found her half dead in the wilderness and brought her in was the sect leader, who at the time was quietly tracing cult infiltrators. What she gave him bought the entire war. Xiaocheng faked his own departure from the sect, let the cult believe the Jade Purity sect was undefended, and was waiting in the Myriad Demon realm with the elders when they came to plunder Tiger Heart White Dragon. It was a slaughter. Not one Jade Purity disciple was hurt. Her reward was an exception written into the sect's rules, admitted straight to the inner sect, taken as a disciple by Venerable Lingxi, the sect leader's own junior sister, who runs the main peak and personally teaches the core disciples. "Now," said Wang Hong pleasantly, "the alchemist she mentioned has joined our Yu Peak, and that alchemist had a servant named Wen Yan, and Yu Peak has a disciple named Wen Yan. Don't you find that a coincidence?" I said, "Yes, it's me." "Ha ha," said Wang Hong, "senior brother understands." He did not in fact understand anything, but I let him have it. Her file now read, "Qi refining 9th level, can develop into a Dao companion. Favorability, 4.5 stars, 4.5. The highest number attached to any name in my entire life, and it belonged to a woman I had known for 2 years, 4 decades ago, whom I had helped rob a man and then handed to an ambush without lifting a finger. At that same assembly, every peak was ordered to send 10 disciples to the inner sect assessment. My master pointedly did not mention the innate cave mansions. To anybody, which I took as the back door it was, and I raised my hand. The entire peak turned around. 56 people, all of whom had assumed I would still be in seclusion when they died of old age. And then, because in this world a beautiful face is a kind of weather, about a dozen other hands went up after mine. Xuanzui kept me back afterwards. "There is no one in the Jade Purity sect who compares to you," she said, which is not a sentence a nascent soul cultivator says lightly. "And what you cultivate is not a Jade Purity technique. Everyone has their own opportunities, and as your master I will not pry into the bottom of yours." I stood very still. "During this assessment," she said, "you may display your strength boldly and without fear. Within this sect, your master still has some face. Then, from today, you are my personal disciple." The system gave me the 9 Dragons Demon Extermination Seal for that, which is a palm technique that puts down demons and evil and changes its effect depending on which of my 6 powers I pour into it. She also gave me a small jade plaque with her own name carved on it. I want to be accurate about something here because it matters later. I had been alive in that world for 60-odd years by then. I had a demonic cult assassin who wanted to marry me, a senior sister who kept flying me places, a rich girl who grabbed my arm outside a bank, and a sect leader who thought I was a coward. Fairy Xuanzui was the only person who had never once asked me for anything. She came to my door 3 days before the assessment. "Husband." "Young lady, you can't just shout that." "In the outer sect," said Su Jin, in jade purity robes now, glowing with the confidence of a woman with a powerful master. "Didn't we already agree?" I was acting. "If I'd refused you, I thought you'd kill me." "That's all right," she said. I took it seriously. And then she explained without any heat that she owed me her life, because in that attic I had never once betrayed her, not to Elder Fang, not to anyone, and she had spent 40 years being hunted by people who did. She put a bottle on my table and left before I could hand it back. 7 jade purity pills. 1 pill is half a month of my cultivation, which is several years of anybody else's. 3 of them took my water route to Foundation Establishment 9. The other 4 took my earth route there too. All 6. All 9. Ready. And up on the main peak, Venerable Lingxi was saying to her new disciple, "You gave the jade purity pills to that boy from UU Peak. Don't you regret it? This disciple has already fallen deep into the net of love. Because he has a good face? Is that not enough?" Lingxi, by her own later admission, could not think of a counter-argument, having never in her considerable life seen a better-looking man. Then she heard about the aptitude and about the refusals, the assessment slot he gave away, the sect leader's offer he turned down, and said thoughtfully that perhaps she ought to pay this one more attention. Everybody in that sect kept saying that. Nobody ever managed it. The assessment worked like this: 18 peaks, 18 dueling platforms, one-on-one across peaks until a top 10 emerges, and then the top 10 fight in public in the intersect city with the whole sect watching, which meant I only had to be visible for 3 or 4 fights. I could work with 3 or 4. The system naturally made me choose. Option 1. Win with a high profile, become famous, receive 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Option 2. Take a top 3 place as quietly as possible and receive a spirit treasure. Hide until you're invincible. That's the whole religion. I want to be the sweeping monk of the Jade Purity sect, the nobody with a broom in the back of the library who turns out, in chapter 400, to be the strongest thing in the building. My first duel was against Tianzhu Peak, a top 3 peak in front of a decent crowd, so I lost on points for an hour. I dodged everything he threw with the 7-fold illusory steps while making the footwork look clumsy, which is much harder than it sounds. You have to be slow in exactly the right places. He decided he'd drawn a weakling and began performing for the audience, striking poses between exchanges. The audience got bored, people started drifting off. The 3 overseeing elders stopped watching properly. And the instant the last spectator turned their back, I put a divine sword finger through his shoulder and kicked him off the platform. "Thanks for going easy on me." Only 2 people stayed to the end of that match. Qin Fan, frowning. "Surely he isn't that weak." Qin Lei, flatly. "He is doing it on purpose. I ran the same play every round. Wait for the crowd to leave. Win in 1 move. And the beauty of it is that nobody I beat ever talked about it. Because how do you tell your friends you spent an hour dominating a man and then lost to him in a second while nobody was looking? I went all the way to the top 10 with a reputation of exactly nothing. Qin Fan found me between rounds and told me what had happened to her. She'd gone to Liu Lei's cave mansion anyway. She'd been ambushed there by demonic cultivators and Jade Purity disciples working side by side, and she'd thrown herself off a cliff rather than be taken, and a senior she never saw had caught her and healed her and left without giving a name. Meanwhile, Ling Tian was tearing through his half of the bracket, winning fight after fight, and the whole inner sect was suddenly saying his name, the trash who fought back, the man who had been at the bottom for 20 years. And the head disciple of Sword Peak, who had taken Ling Tian's ex-lover as his Dao companion, announced publicly that if Ling Tian made the top 3, he would duel him with the woman as the prize. That is the story everyone in the sect was following. I want that on the record. That was the story. I was a rounding error in it. 3 nights before the finals, something came into my cave. The wind made a noise, but the trees didn't move. Black Qi came seeping under the stone door in a slow, flat sheet. I would like to state for the record that my exact response was to go cold all the way up my spine and start reciting, out loud, "Demons and ghosts, depart. Demons and ghosts, depart. There are demons in this world. There are cultivators." Statistically, there had to be ghosts eventually, and I had been dreading it for 60 years. Then I got hold of myself and hit it with the 9 Dragons Demon Extermination Seal. A golden seal the size of a millstone with 9 dragons carved around it came down on the Black Key and blew it apart. The key reassembled, so I hit it again, and again, and again, until there was a crater in my floor and a crack running up my wall. "Wait, stop, halt!" Halt! The QI pulled itself together into a scrawny old man in a white robe 6 sizes too big for him, and the old man was about half a meter tall, and he was absolutely furious. It was the Grand Elder of the Jade Purity sect, the fat one who delivered me to UU Peak decades ago. He had been out practicing a divine ability that let his primordial spirit leave his body, and he'd heard a noise, and he'd been curious. He was also, underneath the fury, badly rattled. That seal had come very close to actually killing him, and my spiritual power had read to him as no weaker than Golden Core 5th layer, which is not a thing a Foundation establishment disciple should be radiating. He tried to impress me. Your master is my disciple. So is the current sect leader. I said something polite and dismissive and watched his little face fall. Then, at the door, he turned around. Boy, this old man sees that your bones are astonishing. Every single one of you knows exactly what sentence comes next. Would you like to inherit my legacy? The peerless, heavenly astral golden body. In the entire Jade Purity sect, only the sect leader and I know it. I very nearly said yes. I actually opened my mouth. Then I thought, there is a catch. There is absolutely a catch. And I refused. At midnight, I went and knocked on my master's door and told her everything, on the grounds that I did not intend to spend the rest of my life afraid of the dark. She promised to have a word with the old man. And then, because I am cursed with curiosity, I asked, Master, is the heavenly astral golden body actually strong? Extremely, she said. It is the strongest technique in the Jade Purity sect, stronger than the Jade Purity art itself. A pause. However, before practicing it, one must first sever one's human root. What is the human root? A man's foundation. I stood in that hall for a while, so the Grand Elder had, and the sect leader had. The two most powerful men in my sect had both looked at that manual and gone, well, all right then. I discovered a piece of gossip that shook the earth and I have never recovered from it. And it also finally explained why Xiaocheng had spent his entire life admiring Fairy Xuanzui from a polite distance and never once said a word. Seniors are ruthless. My method of keeping women away and theirs achieved the same result, but theirs is considerably more permanent. The finals were held on a platform 100 jang across in the middle of the intersect city with 2,000 people around it and more hovering overhead on swords. UU Peak turned out in force to cheer for me, which was a disaster because with that many eyes on me, how was I supposed to fake anything? Ling Tian was staring at me across the square with open battle intent. Qin Lei had apparently spent the whole tournament telling him that I was his real rival, and the lower I kept my profile, the angrier it made him. I could read the thought on his face. It doesn't matter. I have a powerful magic treasure now. He can't possibly match me. Then Qin Fan walked up and said, Brother Han, I'm sure you'll take first place. And Li Meihua said, Who are you? And from across the square, at volume, over 2,000 people, husband, Mars colliding with the earth. I left. I want to be clear that I did not walk, I left, and the three of them did not come after me, because they had found something more interesting to do, which was to close in on each other. Behind me, the UU disciples were making a noise like wounded animals. So many beautiful junior sisters throwing themselves at him, and he doesn't even care. Heaven should strike him down. Old Immortal Yuan Zhao of Heavenly Thunder Peak hosted. He announced the first match, Wen Yan of UU Peak against Ling Tian of Heavenly Thunder Peak. The square went up like a stadium. Of course it did. Ling Tian was the story. Ling Tian had a natal magic treasure, a small black bell born with him, an ancestral inheritance that carries luck to a man with no talent at all. The elders in the viewing pavilion had been saying he might take the whole thing. Brother Han, he said, walking out with a smile that was mostly teeth. Give it everything this time. Really? Really? And inside his own head, which I could see reflected in his face, today I defeat him, and I ascend. Watch carefully. I'll make you regret it. He raised the bell. Here was my problem. If I let that bell ring even once, this becomes a real fight in front of 2,000 witnesses and 18 elders, and I stop being invisible forever, so I did not let him ring it. One flash of sword light, he shut his eyes on pure reflex, and then Ling Tian went off the platform like a kite with the string cut, spraying blood, and hit the ground outside the ring. The sword shadows had existed for under 2 seconds. Nobody made a sound. 2,000 people. Even Yuan Zhao's eyes had gone round. You could feel the identical thought moving through the crowd. Has it started? Has it finished? Which of those two things just happened? They carried Ling Tian away pale and staring at nothing. He never saw how he lost. But in the instant the sword shadows touched him, he told me many years later he smelled death because I could have killed him, and both of us knew the difference. What he actually understood, lying there, was that he was about to become a joke. Top 5. Lots drawn for a bye into the final 3. I prayed for that bye with a sincerity I have rarely brought to anything, and I got it. The other 4 looked at me with a mixture of envy and unease, because I had removed the tournament favorite in under 2 seconds and spent almost no spiritual power doing it. The three women cornered me again. Junior brother, you've got a real chance at first place. I couldn't possibly. Getting this far was already difficult. Ling Tian, who had squeezed through the crowd specifically to ask me what that technique had been, arrived in time to hear me say that, made a noise like a kettle, sprayed blood over the back of the disciple in front of him, and fled. Then came the final round, 3 men on the platform, and I raised my hand. Elder, I forfeit. The square made a sound. In order to end my earlier match quickly, I said with tremendous regret, I exhausted my spiritual power. Let the 2 of them decide it. I'm willing to take third. Somewhere out in that crowd, Ling Tian said, to nobody, in a voice full of wonder, so I wasn't that weak after all. His favorability toward me went up. What a lunatic. Yuan Zhao looked at me for a long, level moment before he allowed it. Ling Tian was his personal disciple. I had flattened his personal disciple and then publicly declined to compete for the prize, which in the language of that place is a slap delivered with a smile, and there is nothing at all a senior can say about it. My reward for a low profile and a top 3 finish came in as I stepped down. Golden Cicada Mystic Robe, Grade 7 Spirit Treasure, fends off attacks automatically, can withstand at most 1 strike from a soul transformation cultivator. Pour spiritual power into it, and the defense rises. A sect like the Jade Purity sect produces 1 soul transformation cultivator every few centuries, if it is lucky. I had just been handed a garment that could eat 1 hit from something that did not exist within 1,000 miles. Yuan Zhao was still probing on the way out. So pleased with third place. Did Fairy Xuanzui instruct you to aim for exactly third? Venerable Lingxi handed out the prizes. All 3 of us were promoted to elite disciple, and we picked our innate cave mansions in order of rank. The first 2 men went fast. Number 1 had dense fire and wind. Number 2 had water, fire, and wood. Number 3 had spirit pool density, but the attributes were mixed, all jumbled together, useless, because every genius in that hall cultivated 1 element and mixed qi just gets in the way. Nobody wanted it. I got it last, with no choice at all, and it was the only cave mansion in the world built for a man with 6 roots. The talisman they gave me tore open into a golden dove, and I followed that dove for half an hour into a forest of unnamed mountains, and it stopped at a crack in a cliff face. 50 steps of tunnel. Then a chamber the size of a hall, damp, with a hole in the ceiling breathing cold air, and a steaming pool with water plants growing at its edge. The spiritual qi in there was denser than the sect's spirit pools. I put the Golden Cicada Mystic Robe on under my Jade Purity robe, and I have essentially never taken it off since. Such a strong sense of security. Then I went back outside, raised 1 finger, and carved a nameplate into the rock above my own door. Yield for a moment, and the oceans and skies are boundless. The calligraphy was excellent, vigorous, powerful, really reflected the strength of my sword qi. Then I chopped down some trees and made myself a table and a bed. Because I had been sleeping on stone for 60 years like an idiot. Back on Yu Peak, when the report of the forfeit reached her, my master's face is said to have twitched. This brat, said Fairy Xuanzui. He has no ambition whatsoever. He is cowardly to an absurd degree. And Li Meihua said, Master, do you think junior brother Han was persecuted when he was young? Xuanzui didn't answer that. She just looked out the window with a very cold expression, thinking about a certain alchemist. Qin Lei and Ling Tian came to visit me within the month, and both of them stopped dead in front of my doorplate and read it twice. It really does suit his personality, Ling Tian said at last. Their offer was a raid, an azure nether demonic cult outpost, poorly defended, stuffed with spirit pills and medicines. Qin Lei had learned by then to bait the hook with cultivation resources instead of glory, which I respected. Ling Tian added, Our standing will rise. We'll make a name in the cultivation world. The system. Option 1. Agree. Go make your contribution. Receive 1 low-grade spirit stone. 1. Option 2. Refuse. Keep cultivating quietly. Receive a magical artifact. Is there any need to deliberate? I told them, with feeling, that if the Jade Purity sect were ever in danger, I would give everything I had, even if I were smashed to pieces, but that right now, I did not wish to leave. Outside, walking away, Ling Tian said, He's strong, but isn't he a bit of a coward? And Qin Lei, who had defended me every time until then, said nothing for a while, and then said, You can't stay in seclusion your whole life. Sooner or later he'll wake up. My reward was the Lesser Universe Belt, a mustard seed space of 1,000 cubic meters, expands and contracts at will, extremely hard to destroy, 10 times my storage pouch, worn as a belt, invisible. 2 years later, my 6 powers reached perfection at the same time, and I sealed the cave and called down the Golden Core Tribulation. The Golden Core Tribulation is where cultivators die, not from the lightning, mostly. From the heart demon. 2 or 3 out of every 10 foundation establishment cultivators make it through. The rest are killed by the sky or by their own minds coming apart. Mine showed up right on schedule, a voice in the middle of my own skull, using my own voice. What do you want? Fame? Wealth? Women? You are already strong enough. Stop enduring. Show the world what you are. I almost laughed out loud in the middle of my own tribulation. That's it? That's the heart demon? That doesn't even scratch the paint. You cannot tempt a man with the thing he has spent 70 years specifically running away from. It would be like trying to seduce a monk with a bill. The lightning came down and the 6 paths ate it, and about halfway through I realized something slightly humbling, which was that it was not entirely my technique holding. The golden cicada mystic robe was standing there taking the tribulation on the chin without being asked. 7 days, golden core, and the reward for keeping it quiet all the way there was a peerless grade sword. The Keelan sword, forged from the tendons and bones of a Keelan with a Kylan soul still in it, exorcism properties built in, pitch black, 3 fingers wide, 1 meter and a bit long. Keelan scales up the flat of the blade and cool against the palm on the hottest day. I also unlocked the 3rd layer of the 6 paths of reincarnation art, and with it, my first divine ability, 6 paths soul absorption. It absorbs souls, lonely ghosts and wandering spirits especially, and, as a side effect that turned out to matter enormously, it lets me see soul bodies that nobody else can see. 10 days to learn. Then I check the panel, which is the only part of a breakthrough I actually care about. Lifespan, 64 out of 499. 499 years. 400 years of margin. That's enough runway to reach nascent soul twice over. If it takes me more than 100 years, I'll consider myself a failure. Then my mailbox pinged, and kept pinging. Your friend Xiao Cheng was attacked by demonic cultivators. Your friend Xiao Cheng was attacked by demonic cultivators. Your friend Xiao Cheng was attacked by demonic cultivators. It went on down the screen for longer than I wanted it to, and it ended with, your friend Xiao Cheng has suffered heavy injuries and narrowly escaped. The sect leader of the Jade Purity sect had been running for his life out there for 20 years, and I had told him to find someone else, which reminded me that I had never actually gone back to say goodbye to my master after the assessment. That had been some years ago. Li Mihua greeted me at the hall with the exact temperature of a woman who has been counting. Junior brother Han, you finally deigned to return. You still remember the way? Said Fairy Xuanzue. Your master assumed you'd defected. Then she stopped being funny. The Jade Purity sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. I will give you a chance, and only one. You may leave the Jade Purity sect today. The system laid out my options, and my body had already picked one before I read them. Leave. Obviously leave. Walk out of the sect, go somewhere with no name and good spiritual qi, and let this happen to somebody else. Then I remembered what I was wearing under my robe. And you, Master? I will live and die with the Jade Purity sect. Then this disciple will live and die with Master. Her favorability went to 3 stars, and I immediately caught myself calculating how many more stars there might be in it and had to have a stern word with myself. Here is the honest version, because I promised myself I would tell this properly. In 60-odd years of this life, Fairy Xuanzui was the only person who had treated me well without wanting anything. She never made a single thing difficult for me. She never once punished me for saying no to her, and I had said no to her a great deal. She took a boy out of a vegetable patch and gave him a mountain to hide on. I did not want her to die. I also want to be clear. If the enemy had turned out to be something I genuinely could not handle, I would have run, and I would have kept running. The main quest cannot be compromised. Longevity, longevity, longevity. But I could carry one person out of a burning building, and it was going to be her. Then she told me the actual situation, which was that the sect leader had gone missing while investigating the cult, and that she had offered to let me go for one reason only. Because your master has noticed, she said, that you are usually terrified of dying. She sent Li Meihua after me with a storage pouch, a formation kit, and a bag of spiritual plant seeds for my cave. Li Meihua stopped in front of my doorplate and read it out loud, slowly. Yield for a moment, and the oceans and skies are boundless. What kind of name is that? Then she set up the formation, which hid my entrance completely, and dropped anyone who came looking into an illusion, and informed me, with some pride, that she could do alchemy, talismans, formations, and exorcism, all of them. If I ascend one day, I said, I'll let you be my medicine boy. In your dreams, I'm your senior sister. If I were to be anything, I'd be, you want a freeload in my cave mansion? She left in a temper, and I stood in my doorway and thought, Wen Yan, preserving your pure body in this place is genuinely difficult. 5 years went by. My lightning root reached Golden Core 3rd level. Xiao Cheng was ambushed roughly once a season and never once came home healthy. Qin Lei and Ling Tian got attacked so often that reading my own mailbox felt like watching a war. I have never once regretted not going with them. Then something walked out of the forest that I could not sense at all. Bearer of Khanate Providence detected, Ming Wei. Born with a demonic fetus. His parents were killed by bandits on the road when he was small. The bandits who did it never left that road. He was picked up afterwards by the Azure Nether demonic cult, and he was now their head core disciple. He came up the path, read the 7 characters over my door, and sneered. Yield for a moment, and the oceans and skies are boundless, pathetic. The people of the Jade Purity sect really are all cowardly turtles. And I was standing 10 steps away, inside my own formation, invisible, listening. You're courting death, I thought. He poked at the cliff with his sword. 3 sword shadows went through him, and he landed 40 meters away in a tree like a dropped sandbag. The shadows drifted over and hung above his head. Senior, stop! I stood there genuinely puzzled. Is he this weak? Or is my 3 pure shadow severing sword that strong? Then I checked, and I understood something that changed how I fought forever. His realm was higher than mine. His spiritual power was much weaker than mine. That is what 6 roots buys you, not a rank but a reservoir, and rank is what people look at. I was only passing by, he said. The shadows came down and pinned his leg to the ground and held him face down in the dirt and kept quietly eating his spiritual power while he lay there. So I recited his life to him. Born demonic fetus, headcore disciple, parents on the road. He went to pieces. He kowtowed into the soil. Senior, I was wrong. I have never killed a single Jade Purity disciple. Now, I could have finished him there, but I had read enough of these stories to know how the arithmetic works. Kill the small one, and a big one comes. Kill the big one, and an old one comes. Kill the old one, and something older and bigger arrives from the heavens with a face like a thunderstorm. So I kept him. A head disciple is a hostage, and the sect leader was missing, and hostages trade. I took him into my cave, and about an hour later, he suddenly seized me from behind and put his sword against my throat. Senior, let me go, or I'll kill your disciple. There was a pause. I don't have any disciples, I said. The sword hit the floor. He was already kneeling by the time it stopped bouncing. Pick it up, I said. Now stab me with everything you have. Senior, I know I was wrong. Go on. If we don't test it, you'll be lying awake for years thinking about ambushing me. Senior, I'll kowtow. I gave him a job. From today you live here, you tend my spiritual plants, you sweep, and you may cultivate in your spare time. All right, and when can I leave? I misspoke. I'll slap myself. He gardened for a year. He never once saw me use spiritual power because my bed was inside a barrier, so with every passing week I became more mysterious and more terrifying to him. And every week, his hatred toward me climbed, until it hit 4 stars, and the system labeled it an irreconcilable feud. I have never mistreated you. You have a job, a roof, and free spiritual key. I nearly coughed blood. He was, of course, waiting for me to leave the cave for long enough to run, and bring the cult back, and flatten the Jade Purity sect, and take his revenge. He was in the middle of that exact daydream, holding a watering can, when 3 sword shadows went through his chest, and a flick of my hand finished it. I never did find out how strong he actually was. A ball of light came up out of him, and an aged face formed in it with eyes full of evil ki. Sighing over regret, are you? You killed my disciple. You're a dead man. State your name. And there it was, the first time anyone in that world ever asked me who I was while in a position to do something about the answer. This one, I said, is Liu Yan. And you are? Azure Nether demonic cult, Zhang Lei. Oh. Wait for your death. 5 stars of hatred. I checked his cultivation with mild panic, saw nascent soul 8th level, and thought, that's it? That's nothing special. Then I looted the ring, found spirit stones and pills and talismans, and not one single secret manual, going out and only bringing money. What kind of preparation is that? And burned the body. Meanwhile, in a gloomy hall a long way north, 8 figures were arguing about me without knowing my name. Zhang Lei wanted to attack the Jade Purity sect immediately, on the grounds that his disciple had died in there. The others explained the politics. At the last demonic assembly, the other sects had made it clear they would not submit to the Azure Nether demonic cult until it swallowed its righteous neighbor, because a lord of the demonic path who cannot beat the sect next door is not a lord of anything. Also, somebody noted, aside from Xiaocheng, the Jade Purity sect has an old monster in it. And at the head of the hall, a man in a blood-red robe with black and white hair and a horsehair whisk in his hand, entirely without interest, gave the ruling. This seat is preparing to enter soul transformation, 90% confidence. A pause. Waiting another 30 years is not too late. Neither side dared spend everything, because whoever won would be eaten by the neighbors that evening. So the Shadow Fiend cult leader gave my sect 30 years, and I spent them well. 10 of those years took my wind root to Golden Core 9th level, and the moment one root hits 9, the others start moving twice as fast. I was 88 years old at Golden Core 9, which is a number that does not exist anywhere else in the cultivation world. Su Jin turned up in the middle of it, sat down next to me, and leaned on my shoulder. Miss May, please respect yourself. I have not yet agreed to be your husband. You seemed very enthusiastic back in the outer sect. Then she tipped 10 bottles of jade purity pills onto my floor. 10. Accumulated over decades, she said, with visible pride. Take them back. I don't need them anymore. Her smile stopped. Her voice, when it came, had a shake in it. Could it be that you have already... She lunged for my wrist, and my spiritual power stopped her hand an inch short, and she stood there with her fingers against nothing, understanding. So I gave her the only true thing I had. If you want to be my Tao companion, cultivate. Properly. Otherwise, in a few hundred years, I will achieve immortality, and you will be white bones, and your affection will have been nothing but a punishment to me. She agreed on the spot, cheerfully, and left to go earn me pills of a grade suitable for golden core, informing me over her shoulder that she would be back and that I should watch out for other vixens. I sat down after she left and had to admit that I had nearly fallen for it. Also, and I only noticed this later that night, Su Jin, Fairy Xuanzui, both of them carry the character Tian. Li Meihua came a few weeks after with heaven and earth treasures from our master to plant around my pond, and stayed to tell me the news. Junior brother Wei, the one ranked right behind you, he reached his lifespan limit 2 years ago. He passed away peacefully, of old age. I opened my relationship list and Elder Fang's face was simply not there anymore. Before he died, she said, he asked to see you. His pillboy told me. Why would he want to see me? She had no idea. She had never even known we'd met. Here is what I had. 70 years of quietly disliking a man who, when I added up honestly, never actually did anything to me. He forbade his servants to cultivate, and I cultivated anyway. He hated me on a system panel and never once acted on it. He fed me for 11 years after my parents ran off, in the sense that his kitchen fed everyone, which is the only sense a child in that garden was going to get. The dislike went away and left nothing behind but a flat, gray feeling. That is the road. There are always people dying along it. I am absolutely not going to die halfway down. After she left, I raised my finger, used it as a sword, and wrote Elder Tai on my cave wall in letters a hand tall. Then I bowed to it twice. 100 years old. Congratulations on reaching 100 years of age, said the system, and unlocked the single most useful function it has ever given me. Simulation trial. Set an opponent, any cultivation, any tier. Detect every living being within 100 miles and replicate their strength exactly. Fight them. The results do not affect your body or your mind. Unlimited attempts. I had just been given a training dummy that could be anyone. The first person I loaded was Xiao Cheng, his golden ruler against my Keelan sword. My 9-dragon seal sent the sect leader of the Jade Purity sect flying and did not scratch him because his heavenly gang golden body simply refuses spells. Then I found the answer. Channel the 3 pure shadow severing sword through the Keelan sword and it goes through the golden body and he bleeds. I lost. It took him 10 minutes. So I turned the dial down. Nascent Soul 7th layer, lost. 6th layer, draw. 5th layer, I tore the simulation apart. I was at Golden Core 9 and I could kill a Nascent Soul 5th layer cultivator. If that's true now, I thought, then when I break through to Nascent Soul, could I fight a soul transformation expert? Then I said, out loud, in an empty cave, no, I definitely cannot defeat a soul transformation cultivator. Definitely not. That way I'll stay careful. I performed that entire piece of theater for an audience of 1, and it worked, and I recommend it. 10 more years took all 6 routes to Golden Core 9, and then I discovered that Golden Core 9 is a threshold, because I could suddenly pull all 6 kinds of spiritual chi out of the air at the same time instead of 1 at a time. Half a year later, all 6 at perfection. Up on the main peak at roughly the same hour, the leadership of my sect was learning that they were going to die. The Shadow Fiend cult leader, said Xiao Cheng, underwent his tribulation last month. He is now a soul transformation cultivator. Nobody in that hall could breathe properly. Venerable Lingxi's last hope had been the Grand Elder's primordial spirit divine ability, and the Grand Elder had abandoned that decades earlier after some setback he refused to discuss, and between Nascent Soul 9 and Soul Transformation, there is a chasm you cannot argue with. They sent distress signals to every righteous sect in Great Yan. Nobody wrote back. Even if all of us old bones joined hands, someone said, we might not beat him. Then how do we flee? Flee where? Do we abandon 1,000 years of foundation? Fairy Xuanzui told Yu Peak the truth that evening, standing in front of 50-odd disciples, with one seat conspicuously empty because I was in a cave 100 miles away and had missed every single meeting for 30 years. From today, none of you may leave this peak. Cultivate. Prepare to meet the Azure Nether demonic cult. And she let her nascent soul aura out into the hall just once, and not one of those 56 people argued because they had all dealt with the cult at some point and they all knew that surrender was the worst of the 2 deaths. I called my nascent soul tribulation 11 days later. The lightning came down as dragons. The golden cicada, mystic robe ate them. What did give me trouble was what happened behind my eyes. During a tribulation, the mind opens. I watched my friends die badly. I watched my master die badly. And then I watched the best one. I woke up back on Earth, on my own couch, with the game still running, and understood that the entire 100 years had been the last 4 minutes of a dying man's imagination. I have thought about that one many times since. It did not break me, but it took its shot. At some point during it, I heard a voice outside calling "Junior Brother" and dismissed it as part of the show. It was Li Meihua. She had come to visit and worked out what was happening, and rather than interrupt, she had camped under a tree outside my door, reasoning that she could not protect me, but she could shout a warning and drag my body somewhere safe. She sat out there for 10 days. Then the sky closed, and I opened my eyes at nascent soul, and my 6 spiritual powers fused into a single thing, the technique called 6 Paths Spiritual Power. Lifespan: 111 out of 988. And because I had walked the Sword Cultivator's path, the system handed me a sword divine ability, and its name was the Heavenly Punishment Demon God Sword, and I want it recorded that my first reaction to receiving the most powerful technique of my life was, how deeply embarrassing. I looked out at the woman asleep against a tree in front of my door, and I decided to leave her there, because she had planted every growing thing in that cave with her own hands. A year later, at dawn, she was on her way back to visit again when she saw the thundercloud come down over the 18 peaks and the western forest turn black with people. She did not come and wake me. She stood on her sword in the air above my cliff and worked out that my cave was outside the line of the attack, and decided that the best thing she could do with her last morning was not spend it arguing with a coward. Then she turned around and flew back to Yu Peak to die with her master. I found out about that part much later, and I have never entirely known what to do with it either. What woke me was a line of text. Your sect, the Jade Purity sect, is under attack by the Azure Nether demonic cult. I ran the simulation trial across the whole area and asked it for the strongest thing standing on my sect, Zi Tian, first layer of soul transformation, leader of the Azure Nether demonic cult. My first reaction was to run. I want that on the record too, because everyone always assumes the moment of courage is the beginning of the story. It isn't. The first thing that went through my head was, get up, take the belt, go west. Don't stop. My second thought was that I had killed a nascent soul cultivator in simulation while I was still golden core. So I ran one fight. I opened my eyes about a minute later and said out loud to a crow and an empty room, "Is that it?" Here's the thing I had not properly absorbed until that morning. I had spent 100 years measuring myself with a mortal's ruler, 3rd layer of this, 9th layer of that, 1 rank below him, 2 ranks above her. But I was carrying a peerless sword, an Immortal Emperor's technique, a body with 6 top-tier roots, a divine ability, and a robe that could eat a hit from a soul transformation cultivator. You cannot use ordinary arithmetic on a thing like that. The Jade Purity sect was on fire when I arrived. There were bodies on the steps. There were fights on all 18 peaks at once, and hovering above the whole thing, screaming himself hoarse, was a nascent soul cultivator with an iron whip. "Cao, cow, 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 come out and die!" Zhang Lei had waited 30 years for this morning, and he was standing in the middle of my sect, bellowing a name I had invented on the spot as a joke, and not one person in that valley had the faintest idea who he meant. On the main peak, every elder my sect had was down. Most of them were badly hurt. They were watching Xiaocheng and the Grand Elder fight the cult leader, and the cult leader was standing on a floating black mountain wreathed in lightning, and the mountain was drinking their spiritual power out of the air as fast as they could produce it. The innate black magnet. He did not have to cast a single spell. He could simply stand there and let them exhaust themselves into him. "Give up," he was saying. "Kneel and beg, and perhaps this seat will let your disciples suffer a little less." And Xiaocheng, on his knees, spat blood onto his own mountain and said that even if every disciple of the Jade Purity sect died, they would never submit to the demonic path. Fairy Xuanzui got up on legs that would not hold her and said to the disciples behind her, "As your master, I cannot protect you. I can only go one step ahead of you." On the western cliff, Qin Fan had run out of spiritual power and run out of cliff at the same time, with 2 demonic cultivators walking toward her and her cousin pinned by 3 more 40 meters away. She looked at the drop, and she looked at them, and she chose the drop. She fell through the cloud layer with her eyes shut, and afterwards she told me what she thought about on the way down, which was 1 face and 1 sentence. "Wenyan, will we meet in the next life?" "No. I hope that by my next life you have already attained the Tao." Then somebody caught her. "Miss Qin," I said, "why did you come down here?" She opened her eyes. "Are we dead?" I slapped her. "Ow. There we are." I carried her back up through the clouds, killed the 3 golden core cultivators standing over her cousin with 1 cast on the way past, dropped her into Qin Lei's arms, told him to take care of her, and kept flying. Her favorability hit 5.5 stars somewhere behind me. I did not have time. I went across that sect killing people with a finger. Not a sword. I did not draw the sword, because drawing the sword is a thing witnesses remember. I walked through my own burning sect pointing at demonic cultivators, and every time I pointed, one of them stopped. Disciples were staring at me from the rooftops. Could that be one of the elders? No, look at the robe. That's a Yu Peak disciple. Wait, isn't that the one who took third in the assessment about 40 years ago? At Yu Peak, Li Meihua and Wang Hong were fighting double their number and losing slowly. I did not stop. I waved one hand as I went over the ridge and let the 3 pure shadow severing sword go hunting, and I was over the next mountain before the first bodies hit the ground. By the time it ran out of spiritual power, it had killed close to 100 of them. Kill a man every 10 steps, said the old poem, and brush off your sleeves and walk away. Wang Hong stood in the middle of a courtyard full of dead cult cultivators looking at the sky where I had been, and refused to believe it for approximately the rest of his life. I found Sujin in the forest below, bleeding against a tree, with a man in black standing over her holding a ring pommel saber. Second-ranked core disciple of the Azure Nether demonic cult. Come back and marry me, he was saying, and I'll spare your life. And she looked up at him with her face covered in her own blood and said the thing I had never known about her in 80 years. I can never go back. When the Shadow Fiend cult leader forced my parents to their deaths, I decided to take revenge. A breath. As for marrying you, do you even deserve it? Husband, she added, seeing me. Miss May, do you require assistance? You hound, I thought. How dare you damage my reserve Dao companion? She started to shout at me to run. The man in black turned, saw a Foundation Establishment 9th layer boy, and attacked without breaking stride, which was efficient of him. The 9-dragon seal shattered his saber chi. One sword shadow finished him before he came down. Find somewhere to hide, I said, and left. 6 stars. That woman is never going to look at another man in this life. My damnable charm. My damnable strength. Then I went up to the summit, where every elder my sect had was lying in a pool of their own blood, where Xiao Cheng had lost both arms and was kneeling in the ruins of his own hall, where the Grand Elder's entire face was red, and where a man was standing on a floating black mountain enjoying himself. Do you still want to resist? Zetian was saying. Guess how many people in the Jade Purity sect are still alive? Villains die because they talk too much, I said, drifting in on my flying sword. You've clearly never heard that one. Every head on that mountain turned to look at a Foundation Establishment 9th layer disciple who had just arrived at the worst party in the history of Great Yan. My master got there first. What are you doing here? Leave, now! And then, with her voice cracking, from this moment you are no longer a disciple of the Jade Purity sect. She was trying to expel me fast enough to save my life. And behind her, in the wreckage, every elder in that sect had the same thought at the same time, and several of them told me about it later. They had spent 40 years filing me under coward, and at the hour the Jade Purity sect died, the only disciple who came up that mountain was the coward. The system offered me its choice. Option 1, obey your master, flee, receive a magical artifact. Option 2, kill the soul. Transformation cultivator. Conflict is unavoidable on the path of cultivation, and cultivating discreetly is not cowardice. Receive a bottle of peerless grade pills. I did not read it properly. I'd made the decision in my cave. Kneel and kowtow 3 times to this seat, said Zetian generously, and this seat will spare your life. I drew the Keelan sword. Is the Azure Nether demonic cult truly unwilling to let the Jade Purity sect go? Hundreds of years of grudges, how could they be settled so easily? I nodded. Honestly, that seemed fair. Grudges are grudges. Then I took a step forward. Are you willing to compromise? He asked. Not necessarily, I said. I'm preparing to kill you. There was a noise from the Jade Purity side that was not quite a gasp. Old Immortal Yuan Zhao laughed so hard he tore his own wounds back open and said, wheezing, if my Jade Purity sect has a disciple like this, so what if we're annihilated? And then Zheng Lei finally found Liu Yan. He came in swinging that iron whip with 30 years of grief behind it, and I hit him with the 9 Dragons Demon Extermination Seal, and he went back through the cloud sea spitting blood. Every elder on that mountain turned and stared at me, because the spiritual power in that seal was not a Foundation Establishment amount of spiritual power. Not the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment, said Zetian slowly. Nascent soul. Do you know what my cultivation is? He asked. 9th layer of nascent soul, I said with big eyes. I am soul transformation. I laughed at him and gave him the middle finger. He did not know what it meant. Nobody in that world knows what it means. I have been doing it for 100 years, and it never gets old. Xiao Cheng's voice arrived inside my head, urgent and quiet. He's stalling for time. That boy is arrogant, but he has never talked this much in his life. Escape. Alone, you can still make it out. He thought I was buying seconds. I was buying seconds, but not for the reason he thought. I was watching the Black Mountain and working out how the drain functioned. Then Zhang Lei came back up through the clouds in full key deviation, holding an oil lamp with something pouring out of it that looked like a piece of hell with a shadow. Liu Yan, you still want to fight our cult leader? I'll kill you first. 3 sword shadows. He died where he floated, still holding the lamp up over his head. His nascent soul came out of his forehead and ran, and the shadows caught it in the air and took it apart. The whole thing took under 3 breaths, and the mountain went silent in a way that I could feel on my skin. Because these were not strangers. Old Immortal Yuan Zhao had presided over the tournament where I forfeited 3rd place. The Grand Elder had crawled under my door as a ghost and been beaten with a seal. Every one of those elders had watched me be weak for 4 decades, on purpose, in front of them. Could the child have suffered a possession? One of them was thinking. But even a possession, how could anyone break through this fast? Zhitian was not afraid. Black lightning came off the mountain under his feet and simply nullified my sword shadows in the air. The thing beneath my feet is the innate black magnet. It absorbs spiritual power. Unless your spiritual power is greater than mine, you cannot harm me. I pointed the killing sword at him. You talk a great deal of nonsense. I can kill you in 1 strike, believe it or not. So he let his pressure out over the entire sect, and every fight in that valley stopped moving on all 18 peaks at once, like someone had put a hand on the world. I have achieved soul transformation. I possess abundant luck. I am protected by the heavenly Tao. I am destined to be the #1 man in the great Yan cultivation world, and the Jade Purity sect will be my first stepping stone. Those who obey me prosper, and those who defy me perish, I said, along with him. I formed my golden core at 100 years old. I formed my nascent soul at 200. My talent is, I could not take it anymore. I swung. Everyone in the Jade Purity sect saw it. Not the fight. There wasn't a fight. Every single person on those 18 mountains, disciple and elder and cult cultivator alike, looked up at the same instant and saw 1 line of black sword chi hanging across the whole sky like a stroke of ink on paper, and heard, from somewhere inside it, the roar of a Kilin. Heavenly punishment, demon god's sword, the most cringe-inducing name in the world. When the light went out, the soul transformation body of the Shadow Fiend cult leader was gone, and there was nothing left standing on the Black Mountain but a primordial spirit the size of a man, shaking. You, he said. Who on earth are you? I walked up the air toward him, taking my time, because there were 400 people watching, and I could not afford a single one of them to leave that mountain with my real name in their mouth. Zhao Zilong of Changshan, 7-fold illusory steps. I was in front of him before the syllables finished. 6 paths, soul absorption. Zhao Zilong, even as a ghost I will not let you, and then he was fuel. The leader of the Azure Nether demonic cult, a soul transformation expert who had never once needed to show what he could actually do, was killed by a single sword strike in front of everybody by a boy who had forfeited 3rd place. I want to describe 3 faces. Fairy Xuanzui believed she was hallucinating from blood loss and had to be told twice. Old Immortal Yuan Zhao jabbed himself in the chest hard enough to make his own acupoint scream, purely to establish that he was awake. And the Grand Elder, the half-meter ghost with the enormous robe, was the only person on that mountain who was actively delighted, because decades earlier, a Foundation establishment brat had nearly destroyed his primordial spirit in a cave, and he had concluded from that experience that the divine ability was worthless and abandoned it forever. No wonder, he was saying, to nobody, with tears in his eyes. No wonder. It wasn't that my divine ability was weak, it was that this person was too strong. Then a second primordial spirit came up out of the Black Mountain, and it was not a man, Hongjin, 2nd layer of the Void Fusion realm. Let me lay out the ladder, because this is the moment I learned there was one. Chi refining, Foundation establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Soul transformation, and then Void Fusion, Body integration, Undergoing tribulation, and Mahayana. I had just killed a soul transformation cultivator, and I was standing 4 whole realms from the top of a staircase I had not known existed. As expected, there is always an older one. The thing that rose out of that mountain was taller than a man, with a face that had been burned and then left to ferment, green and black in patches, the eyes of an evil ghost set in it. Fellow Taoist truly possesses great divine abilities, it said. A nascent soul slaying a soul transformation. You have opened my eyes. I raised the sword. Wait, it said instantly. Let's talk this out. Excellent, I thought. He's afraid of me. Which means either I can kill him or he doesn't know if I can, and both of those are the same thing from where I'm standing. I am Hongjin, elder of the demon taming sect of the northern province. You have ruined my plans. But I am willing to overlook it, provided you now Tao and admit your error. And from the ground, in a voice like gravel, Xiaocheng finally understood something he'd been chewing on for 60 years. No wonder the Azure Nether demonic cult went after the myriad demon realm. It was the demon-taming sect's arrangement all along. That whole invasion had been a farming operation. The cult leader was stalling us so that Hong Jin could drain the spiritual and life key of an entire 1,000-year sect into a rock. I'm considering, I said, whether or not to kill you. He began a threat. He got about 4 words into it, and then he was a streak of light going north, and he was gone before I finished turning my head. I could not catch him. His reaction was faster than mine. I made a note of that. Not a resentful one, a professional one. Seniors are seniors for a reason, and the lesson cost me nothing. Then I turned around and went to heal my master first. Kid Han, Xiao Cheng shouted from the ground with no arms. Don't bother with your master. Chase them, wipe them out, kill them all. No, I said, kneeling down next to Fairy Xuanzui. Master is the most important, Xiao Cheng said. The corner of my master's mouth moved. Every other elder on that mountain looked at her with an envy so pure you could have bottled it. The real reason, since we're being honest, single-handedly annihilating a demonic cult in one afternoon produces exactly one thing, and that thing is challengers. Somebody eventually asked the question all of them were sitting on. Who are you? Where did you come from? What's your background? Why must we have known each other before, to know each other now? I said. You only need to know that I am a disciple of the Jade Purity sect, and that I will not harm the Jade Purity sect. And every single one of those old men nodded slowly, because who among them didn't have a past? The cult's own elders arrived a while later, looking for their leader, and found a black rock and a lot of dead people, and one Foundation Establishment 9th layer boy standing in the middle of it all. Xiao Cheng dragged himself to the cliff edge on his stumps and spent the last of what he had on one shout that carried across all 18 peaks. The demonic cult leader, Duan Tongtian, is dead. Disciples of the Jade Purity sect, kill every demonic cultivator on this mountain. The route took about an hour. Afterwards, in a hall with half its roof missing, the sect leader of the Jade Purity sect announced that from this day forward, Wen Yan was vice sect master. I object, I said. Who objects? Said Xiao Cheng looking around. Me. I object. I only want to cultivate. The Grand Elder saved everyone's face with a compromise, and it remains the finest contract I have ever signed. A nominal elder's title, a vice sect master's salary and benefits, and written into it, unless the sect faces a great disaster, no one is permitted to disturb him. I nodded very seriously and accepted this terrible burden. As for Hong Jin, a primordial spirit with no body, whose body the cult leader had been in the middle of rebuilding for him. The northern province, everyone assured me, is the ends of the earth. I was not reassured even slightly. Better safe than sorry. I want to go into seclusion. I want to be past void fusion as fast as inhumanly possible. The elders told the disciples about the battle. They told them everything except my name. They gave them a title instead, the God. Slaying Elder. By the following morning, it was the most revered phrase in the Jade Purity sect, and it belonged to nobody. There were disciples on Yu Peak who had personally watched me kill 100 cultivators with a wave, and even they did not connect the two things. Li Meihua did not connect them. That is how completely a man can vanish behind a good title. Fairy Xuanzui kept me back. Do you have nothing to say? What should I say? Who exactly are you, and why did you come to the Jade Purity sect? Underneath the question was something else, and she said it out loud, which is one of the reasons I loved her. Her disciple was stronger than she was. How was she supposed to be anyone's master now? No wonder he never needed guidance. Should I be calling you fellow Taoist Han from today? So I gave her the story I had been holding in reserve for 100 years, delivered with enormous sincerity. When I was young, an immortal came to me in a dream. He said my talent was peerless, and that I would certainly achieve immortality, but that my road would be rough, with many calamities on it. That is why I never dared cause trouble. That is why I stay in seclusion. She accepted it. It is a very good lie because it is almost the truth. Then she asked the real one. In that case, why did you step forward? The Jade Purity sect has not been generous to you, and I don't believe you think of it as home. That's true, I said. But I have lived 100 years, and there are not many people I care about. They all happen to be in the Jade Purity sect, and the most important one of them told me she intended to live and die with it. 3.5 stars, only 3.5, as expected of my master. Other women hand out 5 stars for a compliment. The colder she is, the more I like her. At the door I stopped, because there was one more thing, and I have never been good at this part. Master, is your limit approaching? What? I thought of junior brother Wei. I looked at the floor. I don't want Master to leave this world. If that day really comes, I hope you'll tell me in advance. Get lost, she said. Your master has a long life ahead of her. I got lost. She stood in that hall for a while afterwards, shaking her head, quietly rearranging something, because it had just been explained to her in public that a man who would not cross a room for the sect leader had crossed a burning valley for her. Back in my cave that night, I admit it, insufferable. What an exciting day. I'm so strong. Especially, and I want to be honest about which part I enjoyed most, especially the difference in how the leadership of the Jade Purity sect looked at me before and after. Is this what the novels call face slapping? Do you know what? It does feel quite good. And then the sober part arrived, the way it always does about 10 minutes after the fun. 1 year earlier, before the nascent soul breakthrough, I could not have done any of it. I would have had to run, and Qin Fan would have hit the rocks, and Su Jin would have died against that tree, and my master would have gone one step ahead of her disciples exactly as she promised. 1 year of margin, that was the whole difference. And I now had a new name in my relationship list. 4 realms above me, holding 5 stars of hatred and a personal interest in extracting my bones. Half a year to rebuild. A year after that, the Jade Purity sect marched on the Azure Nether Demonic cult's own headquarters and threw them out of it, and the whole of Great Yan sat up. I reached Nascent Soul's second layer at about 2.5 years a layer. Li Meihua arrived at my cave at 5.5 stars, having been told by our master exactly who the God-slaying elder was. "You're the God-slaying elder now," she said with an odd, careful smile. "Can I even still be your senior sister?" "As long as senior sister cultivates diligently and doesn't turn into a salted fish, you'll always be my senior sister." Then she said the other thing. "With my aptitude, it's impossible for me to catch up to you." "It is indeed impossible for you to catch up to me," I said. "Just do your best. Longevity is the primary goal." She got noticeably more depressed. I have reviewed this exchange many times over the following centuries, and I still don't know what the right answer was, only that it wasn't that one. The Azure Nether Demonic cult gave up on the Jade Purity sect entirely, and the system paid me for it, a demon-binding rope that immobilizes anything below spirit transformation, and a spell called the Great Thousand Thunderstorm, which draws down the lightning of heaven and earth into a storm that flattens landscapes. I practiced the thunderstorm that night, in the mountains, at a responsible distance. The thunderclouds it produced swallowed all 18 peaks. The entire inner sect went to battle stations. Disciples were pouring out of their caves shouting, "Is the Azure Nether Demonic cult attacking again? Prepare for battle," while the elders traced the heavenly might back to a cliff 100 miles out and slowly relaxed. When word got round that it had only been the god-slaying elder practicing a spell, the sect's sense of security went up. Xiaocheng came to visit with new arms and a very good mood, offered to move me to the main peak on the grounds that my cave was small, was refused, and then produced the actual reason he'd come. He had brought me a boy, Fan Lei. Carries the bloodline of a demon saint, born half human and half demon with peerless aptitude. Lost control once as a child and hurt his fellow disciples, was imprisoned by the Azure Nether Demonic cult for it and freed by the Jade Purity sect. Another protagonist template. The Azure Nether Demonic cult is genuinely impressive. They were sitting on 2 bearers of Khanate Providence and lost both. "I'll take him," I said, on terms. "He picks any cultivation technique the Jade Purity sect has. I will only teach spells and divine abilities." Xiaocheng agreed instantly and handed me a stack of jade tokens with the words God-slaying engraved on them to give to my disciples. He had been carrying them around for months. The boy's favorability came in at 1 star. 1 star? After I agreed to take him? So I sat him down and recited his own life history to him, the bloodline, the transformation, the cell, in the tone of a man reading a shopping list. 3 stars. "Master is truly powerful," he said, shaken, "to be able to divine even this." Then he offered me a crimson feather his father had left him. It contained an ultimate art that required the spirit transformation realm to cultivate. "I'll let Master learn it first," he said, "and teach it to me later. That is a genuinely decent thing for a boy to do, and I have never told him so." I gave him his first assignment. Cultivate spiritual energy for 10 years. I favor those who practice bitter cultivation. 10 years later, I opened my door and asked him how it had been. "I have benefited immensely, Master. Not only has my cultivation increased, I have realized many truths." Inside his head, as he later confessed, 10 years. It has been 10 years. He had despaired approximately once a month for a decade and assumed the whole thing was a test of his sincerity. "What a load of nonsense," I said. "I've been in seclusion for over 100 years and I haven't realized a thing. New assignment. Go out, do missions, come back when you're first on the monthly contribution leaderboard." He stood up to bow and nearly went over sideways because his legs had been folded underneath him for 10 years and had formed opinions about it. Then I ate the 9 peerless grade divine thought pills the system had given me for killing the cult leader. The first one doubled my divine sense. By the end of the fortnight, it had grown more than 10-fold, and with that, I forced my divine sense into the crimson feather. It resisted for 3 seconds. Then it opened. Dharma body manifestation. A divine ability that increases the size of the body up to 10,000 times. At major achievement, a body 10,000 feet tall. Extremely flashy. Absolutely no practical use for a man whose entire philosophy is not being noticed. I loved it immediately. I went out to the empty mountains to test it, well away from the sect, and grew until the peaks came up to about my waist and my head was somewhere in the cloud layer, 1,000 zhang. My robe grew with me, which I had not expected and which I appreciated. My physical strength scaled up with the volume, which meant that at that size, I could have kicked a mountain over and gone home for lunch. While I was up there enjoying myself, I noticed a swarm of ants fighting on a road below. Then I looked again. They weren't ants. Qin Lei was down there. Golden core now, a core disciple, escorting a batch of new recruits up to the sect. Children mostly, arguing about which of the 18 peaks was strongest. Old Immortal Yuan Zhao had been putting him on recruitment duty for years, building him a base of loyal juniors. Feng arrow made of bamboo came out of the trees and burst into poison mist. Then a person in a straw cloak and a straw hat came out of the mist with 2 curved daggers and split into 5 of himself and went through Qin Lei's lightning net like a black whirlwind. A second one came up out of the soil. A talisman rose out of the ground and pinned Qin Lei in place, and a blade went through his chest. Everybody kneel. We only want Qin Lei. Interfere, and you all die. 15 children went to their knees in the road. Who are you people? Tiangong Disha, straw cloak phantoms. The Jade Purity sect has committed a great taboo. We'll take you first. All we'll tell you is that the Jade Purity sect's great calamity has arrived. Who dares to kill a core disciple of my sect on the road outside my own gate, I thought. And since I was standing there in a Jade Purity robe the size of a weather system, as the god-slaying elder, how can Wen Yan do nothing? I shrank and vanished. The 2 straw cloaks looked up at the empty sky where 1,000 Zhang man in Jade Purity robes had been standing a second earlier. Did I just see something? Probably an illusion. Then a gust of wind went through the road, and both of them coughed blood and were not there anymore. Everyone stood absolutely still for a long moment. Then Qin Lei, from the ground, with a knife still in his chest, said, "Why is nobody coming to save me?" I dropped the 2 unconscious bodies onto the floor of the sect master's hall, which woke Xiaocheng up in an undignified fashion. These 2 tried to abduct Qin Lei. They're yours. And I left before he could offer me a promotion. Xiaocheng and the Grand Elder came to my cave together a few days later, which is never a social call. The Grand Elder still could not look at me properly. It is awkward to make small talk with the man who shattered your Dao heart while you were being a ghost in his floor. Just say it. Is the Jade Purity sect in trouble again? The Straw Cloak Holy Sect. My sect was 1,000 years old. The Straw Cloak Holy Sect was several thousand. 1,000 years ago it had unified the entire Great Yan cultivation world, and the righteous sects had only broken it by combining, and it had gone underground rather than die. It was coming back. And for years it had been quietly abducting the Jade Purity sect's disciples, only the geniuses, never anyone else, which is not a thing you can do without extremely precise information from inside. There must be spies, said the Grand Elder, particularly among the elders. Their request, the 2 of them would tour the righteous sects and build an alliance. Would I guard the sect while they were gone? Option 1. Refuse and betray the sect and receive 1 youth-preserving pill. Option 2. Agree, keep cultivating, hold the place until the sect master returns and receive a spell manual and a bottle of pills for the spirit transformation realm. No problem, I said. Guarding the sect involves not leaving my cave. It is the only job in the world designed for me. Both of them went to 4 stars. 6 years took me to Nascent Soul 5th layer and my lifespan to 1080. My mailbox in that period read like a casualty list. Xiaocheng attacked by the Straw Cloak Holy Sect, 14 times. The Grand Elder, 26. Ling Tian, 8. And then, your disciple Fan Lei has been captured by the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. Logically, as his master, I should have come out of seclusion. I couldn't. I want to explain this properly, because it is the closest thing I have to a religion. Look at the shape of it. My only disciple is taken. Everyone I know is being attacked. Every road out of this cave leads to a place where somebody is waiting for me with a weapon. That is not bad luck. That is a script. There is a hand under the table moving my life around, and it wants me out in the open, and every time it has offered me a reason to go outside, the reason has been beautifully constructed. I must fight against fate. I must absolutely refuse to take the bait. Then I did the one thing I could do from a cave, which was run the simulation trial across every living being in the sect and read what came back. Old Immortal Yuan Zhao, Nascent Soul 7th Layer, Elder of Heavenly Thunder Peak, Secret Deacon of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. I had never once checked him. He held no favorability toward me and no hatred, and a man at 0 is a man you never think about. 40 years of tournaments and councils and that laugh of his, and he had been feeding them our children the entire time. I went to my master and asked whether I should gather evidence first, or simply kill him. Kill him, said Fairy Xuanzui without pausing. This was not the conversation I had rehearsed. I already found him suspicious, she said. If even you say so, then it's true. There were nearly 200 disciples on Heavenly Thunder Peak that afternoon. We walked into the hall together, and Yuan Zhao stood up out of his chair with a smile. 2 elders together? To what do I owe? The 3 pure shadows severing sword pinned him to the jade wall in the middle of his own sentence. My master did not see me draw. She told me that afterwards, and she was not pleased about it. The sword key was already inside him, eating his spiritual power. Elder Han, what is the meaning of this? I read him the charge sheet flatly, in the order it was written. You are a secret deacon of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. The sect master instructed me to protect this sect while he was away. Our geniuses have been taken one by one. Only the geniuses, only the ones worth taking. You supplied that list. Today, I kill you. 5 stars of hatred, instantly, which I took as a confession. He came apart into dozens of lightning bolts and ran along the walls for the door. Great thousand thunderstorm. It filled the hall. Every vase, every hanging scroll, every carved beam in the heavenly thunder hall came apart at once, and the building went with it, and Yuan Zhao came down out of the ceiling. 3 sword shadows took the body. His nascent soul got about 4 meters before the 9 dragons seal caught it. Master, I said, I'll leave the rest to you. And I was gone before his disciples reached the courtyard. They found the hall in ruins and their teacher's storage ring in Fairy Xuanzui's hand. How is this possible? Master is an internal spy? But Master has been diligent for centuries. I saw them go up the mountain, said one of them slowly. It has been a few dozen breaths, and Master is already dead. The letter they found in the ring, from a holy emissary of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect, settled the question at the Elders' Council that evening. They were furious about the treason, but what they actually talked about afterwards, in 2s and 3s, was that Wen Yan had killed a seated elder of the Jade Purity sect without discussing it with anybody first, and that it had taken him under a minute, and that from that day forward it would be extremely wise never to provoke him. I kept scanning downward after that. The elders were clean. The deacon layer was a colander, straw cloak, righteous sects, demonic sects, cultivation families, all of them had somebody in there. Is the whole cultivation world like this? Or is the Jade Purity sect simply cursed? I decided not to care, and to run the scan once every 6 months forever, which I have done ever since. The most important thing that happened to me that decade, and I mean this without irony, was a crow, bearer of Connate Providence detected, Shadow Crow Phoenix, reincarnation of an upper realm demon saint, true form, the Black Hell Phoenix. For its countless killings, it offended the heavenly court and was executed. Its soul fell into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal realm. The soul will continue to reshape the body until it is fully a Black Hell Phoenix again. Currently, a chick. Intelligence roughly that of a 2-year-old child. 2 things in that description stopped me. The first was that Fan Lei's Demon Saint bloodline is a mortal realm bloodline, and this one was upper realm, a completely different order of thing. The second was the phrase, the heavenly court. The heavenly court is a thing from the mythology of my own dead world, the Jade Emperor, the Peach Banquet, the Monkey King. I had been assuming for 100 years that I was in a generic cultivation world with a system panel. Did this world have that too? Did it actually have that? I found the crow in a coop strapped to the back of a cow in a herd being driven up to the inner sect by an old farmer. 1 black chick among 24 ordinary ones, with a faint metallic sheen on its feathers and a flicker of spiritual power that nobody in that province could have detected. I showed the farmer my elder's token. He handed the coop over with both hands and considerable confusion. How could I possibly pass up a peerless grade divine pet? It got hungry within the hour, went for my spiritual plants, and was blasted into the cave wall by my passive 6-path spiritual power before it got its beak down. It lay there chirping in a very small voice. So for the next several days, the god-slaying elder of the Jade Purity sect sat on the floor of his cave, hand-feeding spiritual ki to a crow until it learned to absorb its own. If I hadn't taken it, it would have gone into the myriad demon realm with the rest of the herd and been eaten inside a week, and then it would have gone around the wheel again for who knows how many more lifetimes. I have been told many times since that I am a cold man. I would like the crow entered into evidence. The sect master came home alive, and the system paid me for that too. The wind god art, which lets a man travel on the wind or become it. Su Jin came back around the same time, at Foundation Establishment 8 now, with main peak treatment and an adventurer's habit of looting everything not nailed down. She planted her spoils around my pond and then gave me the single most valuable thing anybody had handed me in a century, which was a map. I had lived in that world for over 100 years, and I had never seen a map of it. Great Yan holds more than 20 sect powers, 12 of them are righteous, and the Jade Purity sect ranks roughly 5th. We're 5th. No wonder we have this many enemies. She also gave me a name, Bai Tian, of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Killed a nascent soul monster while he was still golden core, is probably soul transformation by now, walked into a righteous sect alone and beat everyone in it, and has announced that he intends to challenge every sect in Great Yan. I asked one question. During these challenges, has he killed anyone? No. Then I'm relieved. Sujin looked at me for a while. The famous god-slaying elder, the man who killed a soul transformation cultivator in one strike, sitting in a cave being relieved that a duelist has good manners. Then she decided visibly that nobody in that sect had earned the right to look down on me about anything and let it go. A year after that, my 6-month scan turned up something sitting in a forest a few miles outside the sect. Ye Sanlang, nascent soul 7th layer, deacon of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect, wearing a jade purity robe. He had been out there for a month, waiting for a rendezvous with old Immortal Yuan Zhao, who was never coming. I walked out to him displaying Foundation Establishment 9th layer, and sound transmitted a lie. I am the personal disciple of old Immortal Yuan Zhao. He sent me to coordinate with you. His answer was a palm to my chest, which is a reasonable way to handle a stranger who knows your business. It threw him backwards through a line of trees, not the robe, incidentally. I checked afterwards. Just the recoil off my passive spiritual power. He picked himself up out of the splinters and worked out what he was looking at and turned to run, and my hand closed and his body crushed and his nascent soul came out of his skull as a streak of rainbow light and went for the horizon. Wind god art. I had him in under 3 seconds. Great thousand thunderstorm to net him. 6 paths soul absorption to hold him. Then I walked home carrying a nascent soul 7th layer cultivator in my palm like a man carrying a firefly and put him down on my floor in front of the crow. He was the size of a doll, and he was shaking. The interrogation was the most educational hour of my first century. The Straw Cloak Holy Sect did not want to destroy the Jade Purity sect. They wanted to annex it. The plan was to take all of its geniuses first and then destroy it so that the geniuses would wake up one morning with nowhere in the world left to go except the Holy Sect that had been feeding and training them. And the Jade Purity sect was not the target. The target was the entire cultivation world. They had soul transformation cultivators. Void fusion, he said, is a legendary realm. Nobody has one. Their own cult leader was at the peak of spirit transformation. Why hide for 1,000 years? No matter how strong you are, you cannot fight the entire cultivation world at once. The lessons of 1,000 years ago made our cult leader very cautious. I sat back on my heels. There it was, in the mouth of a man I was about to execute. A whole sect, several millennia old, that had once ruled everything, had been beaten for it, and had spent 1,000 years being quiet and careful and invisible while it got strong enough to do it again. I did not say what I was thinking. Where are the captured geniuses being held? Senior, I'm only an ordinary deacon. Feng ordinary deacon at nascent soul 7th layer. Terrifying place. Senior, please spare me. I'll never come near the Jade Purity sect again. His hatred went to 6 stars, which the system helpfully annotated as, to the death. Young man, I said, you've chosen a very narrow road. Divine Swordfinger. The crow shook for about an hour afterwards. It was its first time. His storage ring held spirit stones in quantities that had to be described as terrain, and 1 pill that raised nascent soul cultivation directly. 2 more years took me to nascent soul 6th layer, and by then the crow had become a magnificent black rooster with the intelligence of a child of 7 or 8. And, this is the important part, it had started talking. It had also spontaneously inherited a Yao race cultivation technique out of nowhere, its own past life's demon saint art, waking up on its own in a crow. Lord Crow, it announced to me one morning, is going to become very strong. You're a crow. Lord Chicken is a phoenix. Xiaocheng finally located where the abducted geniuses were being held and came to ask for my help getting them out. Perhaps that's a diversion, I said. If I leave and the Straw Cloak Holy Sect comes here, can you hold them? Bear in mind that in the Straw Cloak Holy Sect, a nascent soul expert can only be a deacon. He looked at me for a long moment and went alone. Unless a Void Fusion cultivator shows up in person, nobody is taking the Jade Purity sect while I'm sitting in it. That was true. It was also, conveniently, an argument for never leaving my cave, and I have always been careful to notice when the safest thing and the correct thing are wearing each other's clothes. My mailbox that year. Fan Lei attacked 29 times. Ling Tian attacked 48 times. 48. That poor man. Still alive, though. The Straw Cloak Holy Sect genuinely does cherish talent. They are extremely reluctant to kill anything with potential, which is the only reason half the people I knew were still breathing. Hold on, disciple. Your master is cultivating diligently. The moment your master feels confident, he will absolutely come and rescue you. 2 years later, Li Meihua came to visit and spent 20 minutes stroking my rooster, which squealed, it tickles, in a voice like a rusty gate. Stop touching it. That's my precious mount. If you break it, are you paying? You use a crow as a mount. You really are something. Then she looked at my face for a while, the way she sometimes did, and said, every time I see that face of yours, I find it pleasing. Your parents must have been extraordinary looking. They were entirely ordinary, in fact, both sets. And the ones in this life walked out of a poison field when I was 6 and left me in it, and that thread was cut a long time ago. The ones in my last life would never have done that. That's the whole difference between the two lives, and it is not a small one. She'd brought news. Elder Gao Min was coming home. He and my master had joined the Jade Purity sect together as youngsters. 300 years ago, he had offended the Vermilion Bird Sword sect, and the Grand Elder had quietly shipped him out of Great Yan to save his life. He had found an opportunity out there in the wider world, reached soul transformation, and was now returning to take the sect master's seat. The elders were delighted, a second soul transformation cultivator, at exactly the moment the Straw Cloak Holy Sect was moving. Xiao Cheng apparently had not yet been told. And the rumor attached to it, which Li Meihua delivered while carefully not looking at me, Elder, he is fond of Fairy Xuanzui, and they might become Dao companions. You're overthinking it, I said. She doesn't even let her disciples take Dao companions. I did feel a bit sorry for Xiao Cheng though. 300 years of standing at a respectful distance, and now this. Bai Tian came for me a year later. Third layer of spirit transformation. External Elder of the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Innate sword heart, which is the rarest gift a sword cultivator can be born with. Peerless aptitude since childhood, and a mind that has looked down on everything alive since he was old enough to hold a blade. Willing to give up anything at all in exchange for being stronger. The system offered me the usual pair. Option 1. Order the whole sect to swarm him, win and become famous throughout the world. Option 2. Turn him around quietly, with no commotion at all, and receive a spirit treasure. There was a reason beyond habit this time. If I beat him publicly, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect becomes my enemy, and the Vermilion Bird Sword sect is the one sect in Great Yan the Straw Cloak Holy Sect has not yet allied with. If those two shake hands over my head, the Jade Purity sect is finished by lunch. I simulated it. 5 minutes to kill him and no instant kill. I changed my approach and ran it again. 2 minutes. 2 minutes of a spirit transformation duel outside my sect brings every cultivator within 100 miles to watch. So I went out to meet him in the forest displaying Foundation Establishment 9th level, and he swept me with his divine sense and said out loud, truly weak. And then a line came up in front of my eyes. Bai Tian has developed a favorable impression of you. 2 stars. What? What is happening? Why is this happening? I am standing in a forest with the most arrogant sword cultivator in Great Yan, and he has decided he enjoys my company. A useful side effect, mind you. It is very hard for a man to attack someone he likes. Kid, he said, I like the look of you. Do you want to take me as your master? I got goosebumps in a wave from my heels to my scalp and took an involuntary step backwards. What sort of affinity is that supposed to be? Between 2 men. Then I pumped him for information, which he gave freely, because arrogant men love explaining themselves. Why come to the Jade Purity sect at all? Your sect master and your former sect master were both beaten by me long ago. In the whole Jade Purity sect, only the god-slaying elder is worth my time. Honestly, I could not be bothered with any of you, but the people from the Straw Cloak Holy Sect insisted. My hatred toward the Straw Cloak Holy Sect went to 6 stars on the spot. The Holy Sect, he added, has a great many soul transformation cultivators, thousands of years of foundation, and a cult leader nobody can get a clear read on. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you taking me as your master or not? Favorability, drop to 1 star. I ask a few follow-up questions and your opinion of me halves. Very well, then I won't be gentle. Take 1 strike from my sword, he said, and I'll accept you as a disciple. Fine, I said, and if you can so much as scratch me, I'll walk away and never disturb the Jade Purity sect again in this lifetime. He laughed at that. You said it. Heavenly punishment, demon god sword. The black sword chi cut the forest in half, and then it kept going and cut the sea of clouds above the forest in half, and where it touched the ground, it opened a trench that had no bottom that I could see. He threw everything he had into blocking it. His shield came apart like a dropped cup. He got clear of the worst of it, and still took the chi inside his own body, and he was thrown several hundred feet and landed coughing blood into his own hand. 4 stars of hatred. The illustrious Bai Tian, I said, surely wouldn't go back on his word. He was shaking, not with fear, with the specific rage of a proud man who has just discovered that a bet he offered as charity has been called. And he did not go back on it because slapping your own face in public is worse than losing, and also because he was not at all sure he would win a fight to the death. Who exactly are you? You came looking for me, I said, and you're asking me who I am? He laughed out of sheer temper. Then leaving, I said I would not come to the Jade Purity sect again, but the moment you step outside it, I will challenge you. Wait for me to leave? I said. Can you afford to wait that long? The elders arrived some time after he'd gone, found a canyon carved into the mountains by a single sword stroke, and stood around it not saying very much. My reward was the Fenchabel, grade 6 spirit treasure, withstands every attack below void fusion, and if you pour spiritual power into it, it grows heavier and heavier until it weighs as much as a mountain. Golden cicada mystic robe on the inside, Fenchabel on the outside, the world is mine. My master came to my cave for the first time in her life about a week later, which told me something was badly wrong before she opened her mouth. Elder Gao Min had finally come home after 300 years abroad and a soul transformation breakthrough, ready to take the sect master's seat, and had run directly into Bai Tian on the road outside the sect and been seriously injured. The man who came back to be sect master collapsed in the driveway. Honestly, Gao Min is a bit weak, and this is the one who wants to be my master's Dao companion? Her request was the first thing she had ever asked me for. Suppress my senior brother. And then she explained why, and I have never forgotten it, because it is the only political speech I have ever heard that was entirely about a person. The sect master may not be as strong as senior brother Guan, but he has been devoted to the Jade Purity sect his whole life. For the sect's sake, he has delayed his own cultivation for centuries. To force him out of that chair now would be a chilling thing to do. And my senior brother is not doing this for the sect. He is doing it because he wants revenge on the world for 300 years of exile. When his injuries heal, I will send him to challenge you first. I agreed on one condition, quietly. Helping the Jade Purity sect against the Azure Nether demonic cult already made a name for me, I said. That name is exactly why Bai Tian came here. Then she noticed the crow. The crow raised its head off the floor and announced, I am a phoenix. Master told me I will become a phoenix sooner or later. Fairy Xuanzui smiled at it. A crow, also wanting to become a phoenix. She had brought me a token as well for the Immortal Domain Assembly, which happens once a century and where any magic treasure, pill, technique, or manual in the world can be bought if you can pay for it in equivalent resources. If this were a novel, I thought, that assembly is where the protagonist makes his grand entrance and acquires 9 enemies before dessert. Cannot go. Declined with great politeness. Immortal Domain Assembly though. When I hit Mahayana, I'll go and have a look around. 7 years took me to Nascent Soul's 7th layer. My disciple and Ling Tian, still prisoners, had stopped being attacked and started gaining cultivation, which told me they had gone quiet and pretended to submit. Xiaocheng continued to be maimed, heal, and be maimed again on a roughly annual schedule. Gao Min never came to challenge me, not once, not ever. The Shadow Crow Phoenix reached the equivalent of Qi Refining 8 and began asking questions about the outside world, so I sat it down and did what any responsible master does. The outside is extremely dangerous. Many people want to eat you. You must be invincible before you go out. Even I, your master, do not dare go out. It has never gone out. I would like that noted as well. Then Xiaocheng came to my cave with an aura like a guttering candle. Maple Leaf Valley has been destroyed. The Straw Cloak Holy Sect did it. We are next. He sat down heavily. Before the Valley Master died, he got a message out to me. There are 10 soul transformation experts inside the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. 10. That is enough to sweep the entire Great Yan cultivation world. Then why don't you run away quickly? He stared at me. I watched him decide, in real time, that those were not the words of a human being. Run where? With this many disciples? If we flee to another cultivation world, those sects will simply annex us. The Jade Purity sect would perish anyway. It would only take longer. And then I got the real secret out of him, and he was embarrassed the entire time he was telling it. The founding ancestral master of the Jade Purity sect had gone away to seek the earthly immortal god. He had been gone 500 years without a single word. 1,000 years ago, that man had taken the greatest share of the credit in the war that broke the Straw Cloak Holy Sect, which is exactly why the Straw Cloak Holy Sect had come back for us specifically, out of every sect in Great Yan. Xiaocheng was only the 3rd generation sect master. His own master, the first, was the little Grand Elder. They had used the ancestors' contact treasure and had no idea whether the message had gone anywhere at all. Elder Han, we must grit our teeth and survive this. The ancestral master might even teach you the cultivation methods of the earthly immortal god. He grabbed my hand. I retrieved it at speed. Fine, I said. I'll face them with you, but let's agree in advance. If we can't win, I'm running. If we truly cannot win, said the sect master of the Jade Purity sect, I would not ask you to die with us. 10 years. That was his estimate. 10 years at most. I asked him for pills suitable for a nascent soul cultivator, and he could not give me any because the Jade Purity sect did not have a single alchemist worth the name, a 1,000-year sect, 5th in Great Yan, and no pharmacy. After he left, I turned to the crow. You see, it's genuinely dangerous out there. Even when we don't go looking for trouble, there are people who want to kill us. Master, are you confident? No. Ah, in that case, should we quietly run away? Yes, you have already inherited my true teachings. Are we really running? Wait a bit longer. Then I went and bought a beast-taming bag so that the crow would be portable when the time came. I met the demonic lord in the street on a Tuesday. Ming Ling, Foundation Establishment 3rd Layer. Her true identity is the mortal body of a demonic lord, born with an innate Tao heart and unparalleled talent. 800 years ago, the demonic lord, preparing to break through and ascend, created a mortal body for herself. The true self is sealed deep in her primordial spirit while the mortal body walks the world experiencing life to settle her Tao heart. Her footprints cover the 9 heavens and the 10 lands. She joined the Jade Purity sect 3 years ago and has been lying low ever since. And I want to be honest about the first thing I noticed because it matters. She was completely ordinary looking. Average figure, not one of those women you notice from behind. Average face. If you scanned that street, you would slide right past her, and I had, twice. She was standing there watching 2 male disciples argue themselves purple over a pretty girl with an expression I recognized instantly because it was mine. Should I make a move on a demonic lord? I thought, she's about to ascend, so she's at least Mahayana? Forget it, lest I cause trouble. I walked away, and behind me, Ming Ling has developed a favorable impression of you, 1 star. I turned around. Our eyes met. I gave her a polite smile. 2 stars. I used the wind god art and went home at a speed that frightened birds. Because here is what happens if a nascent soul cultivator tries to court a demonic lord who has spent 800 years experiencing the mortal world. She is not going to fall in love at first sight and hand me her fortune. There is exactly one available outcome, and the word for it is servant. She came up the mountain anyway, read my door plate out loud, yield for a moment, and the oceans and skies are boundless, laughed once and then went quiet. These 7 words, she said, actually contain some truth. And she left. Master, said the crow, what is desire? My wanting to eat you is desire. Ah, that woman just now wanted to eat you, master? It can be understood that way. 7 more years to nascent soul 8th layer. My mailbox. Ling Tian attacked 87 times. Fan Lei attacked 87 times. And then, Xiaocheng attacked by a fellow disciple and seriously injured. Not a spy, as it turned out. Gao Min. Too frightened to ever challenge the god-slaying elder, he had given up on the sect master's chair and worked his frustration out on Xiaocheng in a friendly sparring match instead. The elders took him apart for it. He sulked into seclusion. He did not leave the sect though, which meant that somewhere under all that, he still cared about it. Ming Ling came back. Please, the crow screamed from the doorway. Don't eat my master! Her pitch was so direct it disarmed me completely. I met you in the inner sect a few years ago, and I was struck by your appearance. Since then you have been etched into my heart. Then she started opening boxes. A heavenly immortal manor token, a cultivation holy land, where the minimum requirement for leaving is nascent soul. Declined. The earth spirit sword, which kills golden core cultivators without effort. A bottle of golden core breakthrough pills. This. A body refining technique and 3 spell manuals. She is truly wealthy. If this had been 100 years earlier, I would not have survived the negotiation. So I ended it. I let my cultivation show, nascent soul 8th layer, for exactly 1 second, and hit it again. She got there immediately. You are the god-slaying elder? 4 stars, and she was delighted, because she had picked the single most mysterious powerhouse in that sect entirely by accident, on the basis of my face. Then 2 bottles of first-grade nascent soul pills came out. Is 1 bottle enough? I'll give you another. That one I could not refuse. I had been asking every senior in my sect for pills of that grade for a decade and been told they did not exist in Great Yan. Junior sister, what is your true background? My identity isn't important. This junior sister wishes to become Tao companions with you. Are you willing? You can produce all this, I said, testing the water. Can you help us deal with the Strawcloak Holy Sect? No, I only care about you. I do not care about the Jade Purity Sect. She tilted her head. Do you cultivate for the sake of the Jade Purity sect? I did not have an answer for that. I have never had an answer for that. If I agree, I said eventually, what price do I pay? She laughed. I'm not actually going to eat you. It means cultivating together. You will only become stronger. Option 1, refuse. How can a male cultivator of our generation be threatened by a woman and receive the demonic lord's hatred and a sword divine ability? Option 2. Accept and receive her favorability and a divine ability inheritance. She was on the verge of ascending. Refusing might wake the thing sleeping in her primordial spirit. I accepted. Divine ability, somersault cloud. One somersault covers 108,000 lie. This is a running away technique. This is the greatest running away technique in the history of the world. If the demonic lord ever does something rash, I turn one somersault and I am 108,000 li into somebody else's problem. 4.5 stars. Besides me, I asked, do you have other Dao companions? How could I? I have no interest in mortal flesh. She looked at me with genuine puzzlement. If it were not for the fact that I require a Dao companion to cultivate with and that you are extremely handsome, I would never have chosen you. She left 2 bottles of pills on my table, 12 to a bottle, twice the potency of anything I had seen. Master, said the crow after a while, will she still eat you? While I was doing that, in an underground palace several provinces north, my disciple and Ling Tian were failing to escape for approximately the 11th consecutive year. The guards had a running commentary on them. These 2 from the Jade Purity sect are stubborn mules. They try to break out every single year. They get put down every single year. They never learn. Why doesn't the Holy Sect just kill them? Because if they killed them, how would the Straw Cloak Holy Sect ever win anyone's heart? Fan Lei held on because Xiao Cheng had once got a message into that palace saying that Wen Yan would come sooner or later. Let's stop struggling, he told Ling Tian after the latest failure. Let's wait for my master to come. Your master is a coward. He isn't coming. Don't worry, my master will definitely come. A pause with real conviction in it. Maybe he's watching me from the shadows right now to see whether I can endure hardship, to see if my Dao heart is stable enough. Ling Tian rolled onto his side and concluded the boy had gone into key deviation. 2 more years, and I hit Nascent Soul 9th layer, and the news came in that Bai Tian had attacked the Straw Cloak Holy Sect alone and been captured. Xiao Cheng was overjoyed. He loved Bai Tian to death, always causing trouble everywhere, and this time he finally caused it in the right place. Not bad, little Jin. The Vermilion Bird Sword Sect was now furious and looking for an alliance, which meant we finally had one. Then all of you go, I said. Take Elder He. I'll guard the Jade Purity sect. You can send every nascent soul cultivator we have. I am enough on my own. Xiao Cheng's face did something complicated because from where he sat, that sentence was pure cowardice with extra steps, so I leaned in and told him I was about to break through to spirit transformation. I have never seen a man that old shake that hard with joy. On his way out, the Shadow Crow Phoenix pecked him on the backside. I have called Xiao Cheng Little Chang in my own head ever since I met him, which is a name from my old world for a cockroach in a comedy, the one that gets stepped on, set on fire, and dropped off a building, and is fine. Unkillable, after all. I took the spirit transformation tribulation in the myriad demon realm, because my master pointed out that a tribulation at that grade flattens mountains, and I was quite attached to my cave. Half a year of eating pills on an open plain, every Yao beast in that small world went sleepless as the heavenly might came down. I did not use the Fenchabel. I wanted to know whether I could take it on my own. I could. Spirit transformation, 1st layer. Lifespan, 158 out of 3007. Nascent soul had given me 1,000 years. This tripled it. My primordial spirit came out of the top of my head as a phantom identical to me and stood there looking at my own face, which is an experience I recommend to nobody. And the sword divine ability that came with it was called the Myriad Sword Divine Sect. It reaches into the river of history with your own sword chi and pulls out the sword shadows of the ancients, and the number you can summon scales with your spiritual power. I mastered it in half a day and immediately ran the numbers. Bai Tian at Spirit Transformation 9th layer. Instant kill. Void Fusion, 1st layer, 5 minutes. Unacceptable, 5 minutes is far too long. If I cannot kill an enemy instantly, the enemy gets a turn, and a turn is all anybody needs. Ming Ling came to say goodbye not long after. I'm preparing to leave, so I came to bid you farewell. What do you want? I'll try to satisfy it. I don't know how many years it will be before we meet again. I panicked briefly about a matter of personal chastity. She rolled her eyes at me. You're rather impatient. I need you, but not right now. Don't imagine I'm going to indulge in pleasure with you every day. The time isn't right. I exhaled so hard she noticed. I asked for pills instead, and she handed over 4 bottles of spirit transformation augmenting pills, which was every single one she had. Then she put 1 finger under my chin and lifted it. I truly hate to part with this face. In future, stay in the Jade Purity sect and cultivate. Don't run around. The cultivation world is very dangerous. She let go. Even though you're already at soul transformation, you are not invincible. Congratulations, Master, said the crow after the door shut. You no longer have to worry about being eaten. Here is what I found out much later, and it has never stopped being funny to me, and also not funny at all. Since the Great War 1,000 years ago, Zhou Lei had become a man who assumed the worst about everything. That is the entire reason the Straw Cloak Holy Sect hid underground for a millennium instead of dying gloriously. It is also the reason every captured disciple of every sect was still breathing. Fine, he said at last. Then I'll go myself. I don't trust any of you. I'll look at the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect and the Jade Purity Sect with my own eyes. His elders smiled at each other because they knew he would find a reason to delay. He landed on a mountaintop overlooking my sect with one companion, a man in a straw cloak whose eyes under the hat brim looked like something left in a cellar. True man Xiangli. This is the Jade Purity Sect, said Xiangli. Truly weak. There is not one soul transformation aura down there. They are too weak, said Zhou Lei, worried. Could this be a trap? If it were me, I would not dare attack a sacred cult. Cult leader, opportunity knocks once. If the Straw Cloak Holy Sect is buried in our hands, how will we face the former cult leader? Up on my mountain, I was reading a panel and blinking at it. Zhou Lei, 9th layer of soul transformation. Leader of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. Extremely cautious by nature. Dislikes killing. Dislikes killing. I read it 3 times. Is the Straw Cloak Holy Sect actually a demonic sect at all? 1 simulated fight. 3 breaths. Then I stood up. Master, said the crow, already standing up too. Are we running? You only run when you can't win. Stay here. I landed 10 zhang from them, looked around at the empty mountaintop and said, just the 2 of you? Zhou Lei's heart nearly stopped. That tone, it is a trap. Are the 2 of us not enough? Said Xiangli. Fellow Taoist, you are truly arrogant. I ignored him completely and spoke to the cult leader. Sacred cult leader, I hear you dislike killing. Why are you targeting our Jade Purity sect? He opened his mouth and nothing came out. Xiangli attacked. His silver dagger came off me as though it had struck an invisible bell, which is what a grade 6 spirit treasure worn on the outside will do for a man. 3 pure shadow severing sword. Too fast for a soul transformation cultivator to avoid. His body went to mist, and 6 paths soul absorption took the primordial spirit out of the air, and I closed my hand. As expected, Zhou Lei shouted, already running. It is a trap! Somersault cloud. I was in front of him. Wait, don't attack! I can make the Straw Cloak Holy Sect stop the war. I can end it today. When you cut grass, I said, you pull up the roots. You understand. And then the leader of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect gave me the honest version, and it was the last thing I expected. I did not want to create all these conflicts either, but I am the cult leader. I carry the responsibility for an entire sect. He was breathing hard. If I had not insisted, do you know how many Jade Purity sect disciples would be dead by now? They are all still alive, every one of them, because of me. He was telling the truth. Ling Tian was alive. Fan Lei was alive. Every genius they had abducted from every sect in Great Yan was alive, because a cautious man who disliked killing had spent 1,000 years holding the leash of an organization that wanted to run. I hesitated. I want that in the record. I genuinely hesitated. And then my own reasoning killed him, and it went like this. If you could not stop them before, when you were unbeaten and whole, what exactly are you going to stop now? I did not warn him. I did not finish the conversation. I swung in the middle of his next sentence. Heavenly punishment demon god sword. Blood at the corner of his mouth. Then myriad sword divine sect, for the first time in my life, in earnest, and the sky over that mountain turned into a blue ocean of light with 10,000 ancient sword shadows hanging in it, every single one pointed down at one man, like a shoal of fish crossing a river, like a rack of divine weapons being lowered from heaven. He threw up 4 scepters in a rectangular formation and, in the middle of defending his own life, thought a thing he said out loud without meaning to. If he had known, he should have followed his own heart and not listened to slanderous talk. The formation broke. He ran as a streak of rainbow light. Somersault Cloud got there first, and the Fencha Bell came down and grew, and I hammered him into the forest with a mountain on a string until several hundred meters of it were flat. His body was gone. His primordial spirit fit in my palm. Another boss defeated by me, I said. I really am strong. Master! The crow shouted from the cave mouth. How is the situation? Should we run? I am already prepared. I don't strike easily, I said. But when I do, the enemy has to die. Who exactly are you? Said the primordial spirit in my hand. Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Which sect is Changshan? Who is Zhao Zilong? Said the crow. There is nobody in that entire world I can make this joke to. Nobody. I have been telling it for 200 years to an audience of 0. Are there any grand elders above you? I asked. There are, but they left Great Yan long ago. At present I am the strongest in the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. A hopeful pause. Can you let me go? If that's really not possible, I'll leave the Straw Cloak Holy Sect and join the Jade Purity Sect. This fellow's personality, I thought, is disturbingly similar to mine. That depends on your performance, I said, and sealed him inside my own soul. The Straw Cloak Holy Sect waited years for a cult leader who never came home. Then they panicked, recalled every disciple they had in the field, and sued for peace, releasing every prisoner they held from every sect, Baitian included. 2 allied armies stood down and went home tired and confused. Not one person in the world ever found out why. 5 years took me to Spirit Transformation 3rd layer, and by the end of them the spiritual chi in my cave had started to feel thin. Fanlei came home and cried on me. Master, after enduring for so many years, I finally get to see you. Do you know how much this disciple has suffered? I always believed you would come and save me. The sect leader told me that if you had not been guarding the Jade Purity sect, he would never have dared come and get us out. I stood there and let him do it. I did not go and save Fanlei, and the reason I did not was that I was afraid. That is the whole reason. There is no second one. Disciple, I said, you performed very well. Next, this master will impart spells to you. 5 stars. The crow introduced itself by walking into the middle of the reunion. You must be Master's disciple. Call me Brother Chicken from now on. I am a phoenix. Sooner or later I will carry Master up to the 9 heavens. It disliked him instantly on account of his half-Yao aura and never entirely got over it. Xiaocheng arrived beaming to confirm that the cult leader had indeed died on my mountain and then made his pitch. The founding ancestral master was returning in 6 months. In 5 years there would be the Millennium Grand Ceremony. Will you show your face? I can introduce you to the whole cultivation world. I can make your name famous everywhere. No, absolutely not. I did the arithmetic out loud for him. How many powerful enemies have I killed for the Jade Purity sect? If any of that becomes public, I'm a dead man. For guarding the sect, the system gave me 3 things. The 9-star spirit treading boots, grade 5 spirit treasure. They absorb spiritual qi through the souls. They fly absurdly fast, and they amplify movement techniques. Very suitable for running away. The Heartless Flying Sword, a merciless sword art whose cultivation continuously drains desire and emotion out of the man practicing it, and which is extraordinarily lethal. And a Luck Divine Beast Egg, the Nether Celestial Hound, one of the ancient luck beasts. In my old world there was a legend about a heavenly hound that ate the moon. I gave the Heartless Flying Sword to Fanlei, who mastered it in 3 years, made his name with it, became an elite disciple, and began closing on Golden Core. I have occasionally wondered whether handing a boy a technique that eats his capacity for feeling was a kind thing to do. He has never complained. That is not the same as it being fine. The egg I gave to the crow to sit on, because I certainly wasn't going to. It did not know how. I had to teach it. It had not yet developed its own values or any sense of shame, so it simply did as it was told. The Nether Celestial Hound came out the size of a calf, silver-furred and enormously fat because the Shadow Crow Phoenix had raised it in its own plump image. It was born arrogant. It challenged its crow father to single combat at the age of 2. My cave has not been quiet since. The founding ancestral master of the Jade Purity sect came home 6 months later. True person Haoshin. Void Fusion Realm, 8th layer. I simulated him before he'd finished landing, and I lost. I lasted a few minutes on the Wind God art and the Somersault Cloud, and then he ended it. Right. Noogle. He came up my mountain with Xiaocheng, tall, white-haired, with that specific bearing that men get when they have been the most important person in every room for 5 centuries, and he was the only visitor who ever clocked my pets. These 2 Yao beasts are not simple, little friend. Where did you get them? Obtained by chance. Then the offer. This old man left the great Yan cultivation world 1,000 years ago. I am now a vice-sect master of a sect overseas. I have come back to take some geniuses away for proper cultivation. I asked him 3 questions. Is your sect considered invincible overseas? Invincible is difficult, but we can be considered one of the overlords. Overlord. So there are enemies. That is naturally the case, but they are not worth fearing. Thank you, Ancestral Master, for your kind intentions. I won't go. Your hometown is nearly gone, I thought, watching him blink at me. You've been abroad 500 years doing swimmingly, and you've come back to recruit. Xiaocheng counterbid before the Ancestral Master had opened his mouth again. From today, the entire mountain belongs to you. I'll relocate the disciples and the other cave mansions on it. I stayed. The system gave me the Tathagata mantra for it. a Buddhist divine ability that liberates ghosts and suppresses evil spirits, which I filed away as the kind of thing that becomes important in a hurry exactly once. Within 3 days, every other cultivator on that mountain had been politely moved elsewhere. Mortal servants were planting the ancestral master's superior spiritual treasures on my slopes, and the sect master of the Jade Purity sect personally laid a formation at the foot of it with his own hands. Maxed out treatment. The inner sect concluded that the sect master was building a sacred cultivation ground and spent years yearning to be assigned there. They never did work out that the mountain belonged to one person. Sujin turned up with a jade bead the size of an infant's fist, looted off a man who had tried to rob her outside an auction house and had comprehensively failed to survive the attempt. Feng innate spirit gathering jade. It gathers spiritual ki and over time produces pills on its own. There was also a fierce spirit full of evil ki living inside it, which was presumably what had happened to its previous owner. I burned it out with 6-path soul absorption and handed the bead back. You keep it. You're about to break through to golden core. You need it more. Then I said the thing I'd been putting off for 80 years. Your cultivation is too slow. If this continues, the chance of me ever becoming your husband will keep getting smaller. She smiled at me, and it was a bad smile, and I could not look at it. So I gave her every pill I had looted off the men I had killed, which was enough to break golden core and then climb most of it, and permission to open a cave on the back of my mountain. And then I covered the whole thing immediately with an excuse. We are not husband and wife yet, so cultivate with everything you have, and do not publicize our relationship. I have killed a great many powerful enemies for the Jade Purity sect. Don't become a weakness someone can use against me. She saw straight through it. She told me so, years later. He said he was afraid I'd become his weakness. He was actually worried about my safety. She would have stayed longer that day, but the crow and the hound stood in the doorway watching us with their eyes as wide as plates until she couldn't stand it. The Millennium Grand Ceremony came and went without me. Every righteous sect in Great Yan sent congratulations, because the rumor that the cult leader of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect had walked into the Jade Purity sect and never walked out had made a great many people extremely polite to us. The Ancestral Master rebuilt the sect's entire spiritual key infrastructure and restocked the myriad demon realm with monsters of nascent soul grade, which the disciples were thrilled about, and which I considered a health hazard. The crow and the hound outgrew my cave and were evicted onto the mountain with 2 standing orders: never go down and never show off. The crow, a very timid crow, a very cautious crow, took to lecturing the hound daily on the dangers of the world. The hound despised it. The crow ruled by force. In my own private accounting, the Nether Celestial Hound is the crow's hound son, and I have never told either of them. Then a sweating young man sat down on a rock at the foot of my mountain and would not leave. Wenrua, reincarnation of the Heavenly Court's jinx, born carrying bad luck that brings disaster to everyone around him. His own fate is extraordinarily tough. Those near him suffer and die, while he always turns danger into safety. Having heard the Jade Purity sect is the strongest sect, he wants to join it. Special note, said the system, in what I can only describe as a helpful tone. Because you possess Immortal Emperor descendant luck, you are unaffected by his bad luck. Additional note, you must not kill the jinx. If you do, the resulting backlash cannot be blocked even by Immortal Emperor luck. Wonderful. Why is Immortal sitting here? My name is Wenruo. I want to cultivate immortality. I know the rules of cultivation sects, but I intend to skip the outer sect and take my aptitude straight into the inner sect. What an arrogant tone. Also, why does that sentence feel familiar? Why do I feel like I have heard it somewhere before? You're too old. You've missed the best years for cultivation. Impossible. My aptitude is peerless. I'll teach you a chi absorption method. Just don't join the Jade Purity sect. No. You genuinely refuse to leave? I won't. Fine. I picked him up and carried him home. From today, you live here. For the rest of your life, do not even think about going back out. 2 stars of hatred immediately, and then, over the following hour, I watched him reason himself out of it in real time. A bad man would have killed me. Capturing a nobody makes no sense at all. Therefore, this must be an expert testing me. 3 stars of favorability. From 2 stars of hatred to 3 stars of favorability without anyone saying a word. Is this child unwell? I taught him the first layer of a chi absorption art I'd looted years earlier, purely so he would stop needing to eat food and use a latrine inside my cave. 5 stars. He sat in my corner and listened to Xiao Cheng's Millennium Ceremony speech echoing faintly up the mountain and was delighted with himself because he had, technically, joined the Jade Purity sect. 3 more years took me to Spirit Transformation 4th layer, and by then the QI on my mountain was 5 times what it had been. The Ancestral Master took the core disciples out and broke the Straw Cloak Holy Sect completely. Not defeated. Broken. Several thousand years of foundation, dismantled by an old man with a grudge, and the entire fortune of the Holy Sect poured into the Jade Purity sect's vaults. Now they're like dogs, Xiaocheng said cheerfully, beaten by everyone who passes. What is wrong with dogs? Said the Nether Celestial Hound. I meant dogs raised by mortals. You're different. Don't take it personally. The Hound thought about this for a while and accepted it. Li Meihua came to say goodbye. Our master was sending her overseas with the ancestral master. Junior brother, are you really not coming with us? I have thought about her private arithmetic on that day only much later. If I had gone, Su Jin and Qin Fan would have been left behind on the wrong continent. Overseas is too dangerous. The Jade Purity sect is strong now. Staying is safer. And then, because I am a genius, of course for mortals like you who cultivate, going out to experience the world is also pretty good. She nearly died of anger on the spot. So I fixed it, in the only register I have. When you get overseas, be careful. Don't let some other man cheat you. A beat. When you and I have both attained the Tao, and we travel the mortal world together, wouldn't that be something? She left glowing, and I stood in my doorway feeling like a swindler. Behind me, in the grove, Brother Chicken, that woman seems to really like our master. That is greed, she wants to eat the master. A pause, and then sincerely, remember this. In future, if you encounter other dogs who take an interest in you, you must avoid them, or you will find it hard to enter the Tao for the rest of your life. You're overthinking it. It's true, this is what master taught me. Brother Chicken, you are a stupid crow. With that crow brain, how could you ever turn into a phoenix? The grove came apart in feathers and leaves. 10 years later, Wen Ruo reached Foundation establishment without a single pill in a corner of my cave and had never once asked to leave. The ancestral master came back in triumph and dropped in on me and spotted him instantly. This boy's aptitude is quite good. It's a waste of talent for him to be your servant. Why not follow this old man overseas? Ancestor Master, you are asking for death. There was no way to explain. Say the word jinx to avoid fusion cultivator and watch him laugh in your face and take the boy anyway. Wenruo saved everyone by refusing on his own, having reasoned that if the founding ancestral master of the sect came in person to visit his captor must be a person of enormous consequence, and it would therefore be foolish to leave. The ancestral master was in an expansive mood. He had toured every sect in Great Yan and put the Jade Purity sect beyond crisis. He had found an ancient forbidden land and claimed it as sect cultivation grounds. Would you like to see it? Better to leave it to the other disciples. And in 20 years, he would leave for the heavenly immortal manor, which produces disciples who achieve ascension every 100 years. That was the second time somebody had offered me the heavenly immortal manor, and the second time I had let it go past. When I return, he said, I may already be in the body integration realm. My grand disciple tells me your aptitude is exceptional and that you could catch up to me in a few centuries. When that day comes, let us spar and see who is stronger. Ancestral Master, I said, even if you gave me a few thousand years, I could never catch up to you. 1 star of favorability, finally. 200 years, and I finally worked out what that man wanted, and it turned out it wasn't flattery. It was being agreed with. I found out later why he had really come back. The founding ancestral master of the Jade Purity sect had discovered that his own prestige inside his own sect was not the highest. He had led that place to strength. But the god-slaying elder had saved it, twice. And Haoshin walked the inner sect constantly, where the god-slaying elder had never been seen by a living soul. Mystery beats merit every time. I did not design that. I simply benefited from it. 10 years took me to Spirit Transformation's 6th layer, and against Haoshin in simulation I could now last half an hour before losing. My mailbox around then contained a line I read twice. True person Haoshin encountered a heart demon during cultivation. True person Haoshin's Tao cultivation has decreased by 100 years. Wen Ruo had been in this world for about a decade. And separately, Ling Tian died, had his soul returned by a mighty figure and underwent rebirth with a reconstructed body. Died. Was brought back, given a new body by an unnamed expert. That man's life is not a life, it is a serialization. Su Jin invited me to her cave for the first time, which turned out to be scrolls on the walls and a bed carved from flawless white jade. She hugged my arm and spread out everything she had brought back from an ancient forbidden land. Pick anything you like. Everything I have is yours, husband. I went through it fast and carelessly, and then stopped on a plain wooden tablet that looked like something you'd put on a family shrine, because there was a divine thought inside it so faint that an ordinary soul transformation cultivator would have handled it and thrown it away. While I was inside it, she sat and looked at my face from about a foot away, and thought, she told me this, years later, without embarrassment, that no matter how many favored children of heaven she had met, this one was still the best looking, and that I was the only man she had ever fallen in love with at first sight. What was in the tablet was the heavenly puppet technique. Create a puppet out of pure spiritual power with a cultivation identical to your own. It runs on stored power and freezes when it runs dry. It needs a sliver of your soul thought to steer it, like a clone, but if it is destroyed, the creator is unharmed. It doesn't breathe, so it can live in a storage ring indefinitely. I stood up in the middle of her sentence and vanished off her floor. She was furious for about 10 minutes, then decided it must have been a genuinely great treasure, and cheered up. The first puppet took me a full year. Crude wooden thing. I deliberately did not carve my own face on it, because a puppet with my face wandering the world would attract exactly the kind of attention I have spent 2 centuries avoiding. I gave it to Sujin. Keep this in your storage ring. Wherever you go, take it with you. At a critical moment, it can save your life. She noticed its figure was quite similar to mine and looked extremely pleased about that. 2 more over the following year, and then I stopped, because each one costs a sliver of soul thought, and a few dozen of those would leave me a remnant of a man. Also because 2 years of carving wood produced precisely 0 cultivation. 1 went to Li Meihua, who pestered me for so long afterwards that I barely escaped my own cave. 1 went to Fairy Xuanzui, who took it, said about 6 words, and left. 1 as hot as fire, 1 as cold as ice, and I have never been able to decide which conversation I preferred. Then I turned 200 years old, and the system gave me the choice that locked my entire life into place. You are now exactly 200 years old. Option 1. Continue cultivating low-key. All future choice rewards will continue to favor low-key cultivation. Option 2. Cultivate high-key. Become a prodigy of your generation, famous throughout the world, and all future rewards will favor high-key. A prodigy of a generation. It sounds wonderful. It sounds extremely satisfying. I don't believe a word of it. My aptitude is already absurd. Why on earth would I need to be loud about it? Option 1. Cold Lord Glazed Crown. Grade 4, Spirit Treasure. Repels all attacks below Void Fusion. And, this is the part that mattered, defends against Soul and Divine Sense attacks specifically. Purple Blue and frankly majestic. Another defensive Spirit Treasure. The system really does know my heart. Wenro's eyes went round when I put it on. From that day I was covered in Spirit Treasures from head to foot. Robe, bell, boots, crown, armed to a degree that would have been embarrassing if anyone had ever seen it. Then, over the next few decades, a man I had turned down a favor for 150 years earlier walked back into my life sideways. I was bored one afternoon and ran my usual scan for the strongest thing standing inside the Jade Purity sect. Liu Lei. Level 5 Soul Transformation, successor of the Poison King, Liu Lei. The dead genius whose hidden cave mansion had been the bait in the trap that nearly killed Qin Fan back when I was still counting spirit stones. He was not dead. He was sitting in the main peak's hall with his aura faked down to golden core first layer among the disciples with an honest face on, listening to Venerable Lingxi announce that true person Hyochian had gone overseas. He had waited out the ancestral master. He was ecstatic and hiding it beautifully. Calm down, I could see him thinking. There is still one obstacle. The most mysterious person in the Jade Purity sect, the God-slaying elder. All he knew about that man was that he came from Yu Peak. And at the thought of Yu Peak, his expression turned into something I recognized. Not fear, grudge. Xiaocheng went stiff when I asked about him. He was once my junior brother, extraordinary talent, but both he and Gao Min were fond of Fairy Xuanzui. The 2 of them fought a duel to the death, and my master had to intervene personally to stop it. Liu Lei would not submit. He attacked my master. While being detained, he escaped, and he left a letter saying that when he returned one day, he would overturn the Jade Purity sect. Another tragedy manufactured entirely by jealousy. No wonder Fairy Xuanzui does not permit romance among her disciples. And privately, a question I have never resolved. Why did every single senior brother in that generation fall for Fairy Xuanzui? Was Venerable Lingxi not attractive? Well, actually, having thought about it, that does track. Xiaocheng grabbed my hand and made me promise to capture the man rather than kill him, and then, having noticed some detail of my expression, added, "Oh, and don't hit him too hard. Don't beat him to death by accident." That decade also brought me the best toy I have ever owned. Xiaocheng had invited me to the Righteous Path's Immortal Cultivation Conference in the Imperial Capital, where attendance grants a share of human race luck. The system, refuse and keep cultivating, receive a spirit treasure, or go and receive 1 high-grade spirit stone. 1. Spirit. Stone. The difference between the 2 rewards was enormous, and I was long past being surprised. The system had stopped negotiating with me at the 200-year mark. It had simply started laying the road in the direction I was already walking. Book of Misfortune. Peerless Grade Spirit Treasure. It can curse a living being and bring misfortune down on them, and the target cannot detect that it is happening. It does not look like a book. It looks like a roll of black paintings. Wen Ruo felt an inexplicable kinship with it the moment he saw it, and had the sense not to ask. I unrolled it and cursed Liu Lei immediately by visualizing his face. Several hundred miles away, Liu Lei was on his knees outside a bamboo house begging the Poison King to come out of 1,000-year seclusion and help him. Your vengeance is yours to take. This master has already passed you his legacy. Do not push your luck. Then give me the recipe for the poison divine pill. No. That is your master's family heirloom. If I hand it to you and you subsequently poison your master to death, wouldn't this master have been wronged? Liu Lei had served that old man as a living medicine body for 100 years. He had personally tested every poison the Poison King ever brewed, a fate worse than most deaths, endured on the promise of soul inheritance, and the old hound held back the good recipe anyway. The only help he got was a name, the Wei family, not top tier in Great Yan, but they travel between cultivation worlds and their connections go everywhere. He walked out of that valley, and about 10 miles down the road, a bolt of lightning came out of a completely clear sky and hit him. He got up unhurt, looked at the blue sky, and said with feeling, "How sinister." 5 more years took me to Spirit Transformation 7th layer, and it was time to get the walking catastrophe out of my house. Wen Ruo, I'm giving you a mission. If you complete it, I will accept you as my disciple. He nearly levitated. Go to the northern province, join the demon taming sect. You don't have to do anything, just stay hidden inside it and cultivate. In the future, I will personally go there and wipe them out. You'll be my man on the inside. A pause, for honesty. Let's be clear, the demon taming sect is very strong. In that place, void fusion cultivators are only elders. 5.5 stars. A question mark appeared in my mind and has never fully left. On his way down the mountain, he walked into the crow and the hound having their weekly fight. The hound's cultivation had caught up, and it no longer wished to be called by the name the crow had given it, and Brother Chicken, as its crow father, felt strongly that this required correction. What a fat hound, said Wen Ruo, delighted. A battle between a crow and a hound. How interesting. The hound chased him off the mountain. And then, at the bottom, in the road, my disciple stopped and realized something. Where is the northern province? Never mind. Not important. I'll definitely find out. This must be one of Master's tests. He left. Within a decade, my mailbox told me that Wen Ruo had been captured by the Qingui sect, and then that Wen Ruo had spread misfortune, and that the Qingui sect had encountered a heavenly tribulation unseen in centuries, and that the entire sect had been annihilated. Feng, entire sect. Wiped out. Impressive. As expected of the Heavenly Court's jinx. The man is a strategic weapon. Perhaps relying on Wen Ruo, I can take down the demon taming sect without lifting a finger. 2 years later, I hit Soul Transformation Great Perfection, and Venerable Lingxi closed the Myriad Demon Realm to all disciples with a notice that read, "The God-slaying elder is undergoing tribulation." Not one person in that sect considered the possibility of void fusion. True person Heoshin, the greatest genius of his generation, had taken over 1,000 years to get there. The demon pet building filled up with disciples hoping to catch a distant glimpse of the lightning, and Gao Min had to clear them out personally. Anyone who gathers here again will be demoted to the outer sect. And then walked in himself and stood there watching, and when somebody pointed this out, he said, "Am I just anyone?" The gossip in that crowd has been reported to me from 4 separate sources. They say the God-slaying elder is more beautiful than any man or woman alive. Does the God-slaying elder take disciples? And the one that must have hurt. For the Jade Purity sect to be where it is today, the God-slaying elder's contribution was greater than the ancestral masters. 7 days and nights. Void Fusion Realm. The reward was a natal magic treasure, fused with my soul, recognizing only me, growing stronger as I grow. It let me pick a sword or a defensive treasure. I picked the sword. I want that noted, given everything else I have ever picked. Primordial Judgment Sword. And the explanation the system gave me for it is the only time in 300 years it has ever said anything about what I actually am. Because you did not undergo a conventional reincarnation, but transmigrated through the Grand Mist and descended into this world, the primordial chi upon your body has been refined into your natal magic treasure. It would not say another word about it. It never has. The blade came out crimson with thin black patterns running through it. I poured spiritual power into it once, as a test, and the whole mountain shook, and I stopped immediately. Lifespan, 227 out of 8,940. Race, human, transcending mortality stage. Transcending mortality. Is that a hint about immortals? 200 years of sitting alone in a cave would drive most people out of their minds. I was used to it. I had begun, genuinely, to enjoy it. The reason mortals hate cultivation is that most of the time they cannot feel themselves getting stronger. I could feel it every single day. Gao Min picked the 4th day of my tribulation to appear on a peak a few miles off and shout across the valley. God-slaying elder, I am Gao Min. Once you have consolidated your cultivation, let us duel. If I win, from this day, I am the sect leader. My barrier had muffled the whole tribulation, so as far as he could tell, nothing had happened up here in a decade. Sigh, you didn't come earlier, you had to come now. 4 days later, I went out and put a divine sword finger through his abdomen before he finished his opening stance. A spirit transformation expert cannot react to that. He came down onto the hillside like a kite with the string cut, and his whole aura simply withered. I walked down through the air toward him in the full set, robe, bell, boots, crown, and he told me afterwards exactly what went through his head. He felt like an immortal had descended into the mortal world, especially that perfect face. If there truly are immortals, they should look like this. Then, wait, what am I thinking? And then the shame, arriving properly. He had come to win in one move, and he had lost in one move. Don't be discouraged, I said, standing over him. You're already strong enough. You simply picked the wrong opponent. In the whole Jade Purity sect, you are the only one worth me taking a shot at. I meant it as a fact. He heard it as kindness. He lay there after I left saying, to nobody, God-slaying elder, just how strong are you? His actual motive, which I only learned much later. If he beat me, he would become sect master, and if he became sect master, junior sister Ming Ling would surely marry him. Everybody in that sect was in love with somebody who was not thinking about them. I have never met a group of people so uniformly doomed. At the foot of my mountain, I raised a stone tablet out of the soil and wrote 4 characters on it with my finger. Bitter cultivation to immortality. That is the name it has carried ever since. The mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. Every cultivator in Great Yan eventually learned it, and not one of them ever learned who lived on it. Then I loaded True Person Heoshin into the simulation trial one more time and finally beat him. One sword badly wounded him. The other 28 minutes were an old man running away extremely well. You are truly cowardly, Ancestral Master. You know an astonishing number of movement techniques. I stopped being afraid of the demon taming sect the same afternoon because I checked and Hongjin was still stuck at Void Fusion's 2nd layer after 2 centuries. Then I spent 10 days cursing him with the Book of Misfortune so that he would not come and interrupt my cultivation. That was around the time the whole world came for us. Xiaocheng arrived at my cave looking exactly the way he had looked a century earlier, which is to say like a man being slowly eaten. The righteous and demonic paths of Great Yan are uniting. They intend to join forces and attack the Jade Purity sect. He sat down without being asked. Elder Han, this time we might really have to run. How did we accumulate this much karma? Do you kill everyone who won't submit? He came off the chair. Those dogs. I went to apologize in person. They attacked me on sight. Most of the time I did not even get a chance to speak. Then he told me about Qinlei, and it reframed 20 years of my mailbox. The Ling family was a cultivation family. They were accused of colluding with the demonic path and exterminated by the combined righteous sects. 2 people survived, Qinlei and Qinfan. Old Immortal Yuanzhao took the boy in and personally gave him a new name, Qinlei. It means, forget the hatred. Then, on an outing, Qinlei walked into the men who had killed his family and killed them, and then went and found the rest of them one at a time. 5 sects finally cornered him, and with nothing left, he used his family's own divine ability, which turned out, when he cast it in daylight in front of witnesses, to be a demonic path art. That was it. That single fact dropped him into the demonic path forever. It's too suspicious, said Xiaocheng. Those sects did not question me. They did not send a letter. They went straight to hunting him. And since when do the affairs of juniors implicate a sect master? They are obviously using it as an excuse to start a war. He very nearly cried. Then he deflated entirely and said, fine. Let's just do it your way and run. I asked him 2 questions. Do the righteous and demonic paths have void fusion existences? How could they? Zhou Lei at Soul Transformation 9th layer was already able to run amok in this world. Body integration? He laughed at me. Then what are we running for? I said. I haven't even thought about running. Why are you running? He stared. Let them come. They'll learn one thing on the way out. The most frightening thing about the Jade Purity sect is not the Ancestral Master. I have never seen a man's face do what Xiaocheng's face did then, because he had known me for 200 years and he knew exactly how frightened I am of everything, and he understood immediately that for me to say a sentence like that, it had to be arithmetic and not courage. What realm are you at now? At least not inferior to the Ancestral Master. Honest note, to actually kill Heoshin would take me about half a minute, and the delay is entirely his footwork. Xiaocheng walked out of my cave in a daze, having gone from despair to euphoria in 90 seconds, and told his elders he felt like he was dreaming. The alliance reached 19 sects. The entire cultivation world talked about nothing else. And then the Jade Purity sect did not panic, and because we did not panic, the 19 sects began to panic and stalled for years, terrified that Hyoshin would come home. Baitian turned up by the river outside our gate, standing in the wind looking magnificently indifferent and by his own later admission absolutely terrified. "Why are you here again? Fellow Taoist, don't attack." He got both hands up. "I'm only here to visit. I harbor no malice whatsoever." The Vermilion Bird Sword sect was offering help. "The Jade Purity sect does not need help," I said. "I'll wait here for all of them. However many come, they will all die." From any other man in Great Yan, he'd have sneered. From me, he simply believed it, and I could watch him deciding to. Then I gave him something to do. "This whole alliance is suspicious. Someone is instigating it from behind. If your Vermilion Bird Sword sect finds the mastermind, I wouldn't object to our sect master maintaining an alliance with yours." 4 stars of favorability. This fellow. I have never been able to look at Baitian straight since. The number keeps going up, and I have never worked out what for. I want to record one thing from that stretch that I was not supposed to see. Sujin was deep in an ancient secret realm, alone, in a cave with a campfire, working on a cultivation technique carved into the rock wall that neither of us could read the bottom of. When she missed me, she would take the heavenly puppet out of her ring, sit it up beside her, lean her head against its shoulder, and tell it about her day. She had been doing that for years. Because the puppet carries my sole intent, I heard every word of it. I was still listening the evening a gray-robed elder with a child's complexion and crane-white hair strolled into that cave, said, "Junior, no need to worry. I'm only here to comprehend the technique as well," sat down at the far wall, and did not speak again. Neither of them noticed that the eyes of the wooden puppet by the fire were flickering very faintly. I sat in my cave a continent away and thought about it seriously. Strike first or watch. If I made the first move and could not beat him, that would be awkward, so I watched. For years. The two of them comprehended that wall side by side and never disturbed each other once, and I sat behind a wooden face the entire time. My daily routine in those decades stated plainly, cultivate, check the mail, curse people. Cultivate, check the mail, curse people. Meanwhile, in a bamboo forest in the northern province, Hong Jin of the demon taming sect was coughing blood onto his own sleeve. What is going on? Why do complications keep happening? 10 years of heart demons and near key deviation. Ever since he made one short trip to the Great Yan cultivation world, nothing had gone smoothly for him. Extremely bizarre. He never once suspected me. He had hated too many people in his life, and I did not rank high enough on the list to be a candidate. The mastermind surfaced eventually in a palace full of sect masters, and it was Liu Lei. He had brought them a weapon. Everyone. This is Senior Zhao Xing, a great cultivator of the Void Fusion realm, who is willing to come and help us eradicate the Jade Purity sect. His logic was sound, which is the only reason 19 sects moved. The Straw Cloak cult leader had been Soul Transformation 9th layer, therefore the God-slaying elder was, at most, Soul Transformation 9th layer, and true person Hyoshin was confirmed overseas with problems of his own. The room did not cheer. The room was afraid, not of us, of the Wei family. If they overthrew the Jade Purity sect, would the Wei family simply become the next Jade Purity sect? Liu Lei soothed them. Zhaoxing leaves afterwards. The Wei family only wants our secret realm. The faces relaxed. Liu Lei permitted himself a moment of pure triumph. God-slaying elder, let us see whether you can block a great cultivator of void fusion, and at that precise instant his spiritual energy rioted and he sprayed blood across the negotiating table. The Book of Misfortune has a sense of comic timing that I did not build into it and cannot explain. They came in one enormous line. Thousands of cultivators, every disciple at Foundation Establishment 8th layer or above, advancing behind a void fusion elder, intending to walk into my sect over my body. Zhao Xing swept the valley ahead of him with his divine sense and got visibly irritated. There is only one soul transformation cultivator in the Jade Purity sect, and he is severely injured. The look he gave Liu Lei said, "Are you playing games with me?" Inside the sect, Xiaocheng raised the protective array, forbade any disciple to go out and fight, and sat down. The disciples did not panic either. They were all waiting for one person. "Master," said the crow at my door, "there are a great many auras in the distance. Is it a massive invasion? Should we run for it?" "Just a bunch of chickens and dogs," I said, walking past it. "Why would we run?" There was a pause behind me. Then, "Wait, I am a phoenix, not a crow. The one being insulted is that dead fat dog." I rode out on the Keelan sword rather than flying under my own power because standing on a flying sword looks cooler with the mist pulled across my face. Zhao Xing's eyes went wide, not at my aura, which read Foundation Establishment 9th layer, at my gear. 1,000 years of traveling between cultivation worlds had taught that man to price a spirit treasure at a glance, and he was looking at a complete set. He sound transmitted to Liu Lei. Is this person really not true person Hayoshin? No, the god-slaying elder is simply exceptionally talented. They say he was born in the outer sect and is less than 300 years old. Less than 300 years old, thought Zhao Xing. What a load of bull. Where would the great Yan cultivation world get so many spirit treasures? For a brief and entirely reasonable moment, he considered surrendering on the spot. I was doing my own arithmetic. Void fusion second layer against void fusion first layer. How should I fight this? Should I act a bit? Is being too dominant a problem? Forget it. Too much trouble. Instant kill. Wind god art. No introduction. No name. No speech. He complained about this afterwards, in the moment, in his own head. This young man has no martial ethics, not even introducing himself before starting a fight. 6 paths, ultimate seal. 6 lights turning into a circle in my palm, and it went through his staff and through his chest and destroyed the primordial spirit inside him without touching the body. Instant kill. A void fusion great cultivator, in front of thousands. Senior Wei Yuan! Liu Lei screamed. I recognized the aura from a century of cursing it, and one divine sword finger destroyed his golden core, tore his nascent soul, and crippled his primordial spirit, and left him hanging in the air, bleeding from every hole in his head. You, he managed. How could you? Because I cultivate an Immortal Emperor's technique. Because my spiritual roots are unparalleled. Because my luck is unparalleled. Because I have spent 230 years in a cave. You talentless, jealous, poisoned old man. I did not say any of it. I took him by the collar and turned around and left without one word to the army in front of me. I could have killed all of them. It would have taken about 4 minutes. I didn't, and the reason is not mercy. Killing thousands makes the Jade Purity sect the public enemy of Great Yan forever. And worse, it guts the entire region's fighting strength, and a gutted region is an invitation to whatever is standing outside it. Behind me, one very sweaty cultivator asked his sect master, "Sect master, are we still attacking?" Attack? What attack? Are you a spy? We are here to support the Jade Purity sect. Young people have no discernment. The future of that sect is worrying. I dropped the crippled Liu Lei on the main peak for Xiaocheng to deal with. Then I took Zhao Xing's corpse home, laid it out on my floor, and pulled Zhou Lei's soul out of my own palm. Do you want to be resurrected? 3 stars of favorability, instantly. Just like that? Excellent. That saves an enormous amount of work. I have thought a great deal over these decades, said the former cult leader of the Straw Cloak Holy Sect from the floor of my cave. I am indeed not suited to leading a cult. If you are willing to resurrect me, I will never return to the Straw Cloak Holy Sect. Return to it, I thought. What are you imagining? The Straw Cloak Holy Sect no longer exists. I did not tell him that. There's a body available, I said. The Vice Sect Master of the 9 Dragons Sect in West Abyss Prefecture. Primordial spirit destroyed, flesh perfectly serviceable. And then the terms. I have left a reincarnation mark inside your soul. If you ever defy me, I can crush you with a thought. If you follow orders, I'll let you live a very dignified life. I did not actually need the mark. 40 years sealed. Inside, another man's soul had done the work already, but it is a good thing to say out loud. 7 days to take the body, 5 stars. At the door, he turned around. Do you need me to scheme my way into the sect master's position? I have experience. Do as you like, as long as you don't disturb me or the Jade Purity sect. Develop however you want. How should I address you? What is your Dao title? I had never had one. Nobody had ever asked. Reincarnation, I said. The 19 sect masters did not dare attack and did not dare go home. They followed Xiaocheng into a hall to settle the karma between us, and the finger came around to Liu Lei, who was thrown into the middle of the floor, crippled to face them. The Wei family was expelled from Great Yan and left with its entire clan inside a month. Xiaocheng's closing statement was that the Jade Purity sect sought no hegemony, only peace. Everybody agreed with him enthusiastically. When you can't win, it is generally best not to fight. 10 years took me to Void Fusion 3rd layer. Ling Tian and Qin Lei had both vanished under a bounty, and I assumed they were together because they had been close once. I had, by that point, mentally composed an entire tragic drama about the two of them. The hero is forced into the demonic path, and his sworn brother, unable to bear it, follows him down out of pure loyalty, and the two of them become demons side by side and stay together for eternity. I have no evidence for any of this. I have been narrating other people's lives from inside a cave for 200 years, and I am extremely good at it. The male from that decade, Fan Lei, has made a name among the Yao race and commands over 100,000 demons. The Nether Celestial Hound attacked by a Yao King 68 times. Gao Min has developed a heart demon out of his fear of you. And Wen Ru spread bad luck, causing the deaths of a cumulative 1 million living beings. A million. He has been gone a few decades. I did feel something about that. It lasted about 4 seconds, and then I noted that Wenru's jinxhood was not something I gave him, and that if anybody is to blame, it is the Heavenly Court for insisting on banishing him down here instead of dealing with their own problem. What kind of people are my disciples? Then a monk knelt at the bottom of my mountain and did not get up for 5 years. Ye Yue. Foundation Establishment 7th Layer. Reincarnation of the primordial spirit Ginseng. In his past life, he was a spirit plant raised by the Buddhist sect. A momentary connection with a female demon dropped him into the net of romantic love, and the gods and Buddhas cast him down into the mortal dust to endure 10,000 lifetimes of inner demon tribulation. Only by completely forgetting and severing romantic feeling can he escape the cycle. This is his 39th lifetime. Born into a cultivation family, extraordinary aptitude. And because of his ugly appearance, the person he loved did not love him. After she mocked him publicly and struck him down, he shaved his head and became a monk. Having heard that the god-slaying elder is the #1 ascetic in the world, he has come to apprentice himself in order to cultivate alongside him and forget the mortal world. Special note, added the system helpfully, the primordial spirit Ginseng increases the heaven and earth spiritual chi within a certain range, a humanoid spiritual chi generator. He read my stone tablet, bitter cultivation to immortality. Presumably, this is the cave of the god-slaying elder, put his palms together, and called out exactly once. This humble monk Ye Yue wishes to take the god-slaying elder as his master, and then he never shouted again. He simply knelt. For 5 years, without standing up once, kowtowing occasionally, into the dirt, in all weather. He became a legend in that sect. Disciples took detours specifically to look at him. Nobody drove him off, which told me that Xiao Cheng tacitly approved, which told me the boy's family was not simple. In the middle of those 5 years, Qin Fan came to say goodbye. I had not seen her in decades. She was wearing black. Miss Qin, are you planning to follow your brother into the demonic path? That's right. After all these years, you still can't put down the grudge? I thought I had put it down, but cultivating this far, the hatred of the past has become my heart demon. If I cannot overcome it, I will never see nascent soul. She looked at the floor. I came specifically to say goodbye to you. In the whole Jade Purity sect, apart from my clan brother, who is family, you are the person I care about most. You saved my life once, and you are the only man who has ever moved my heart. A pause. Some things, if I don't say them, I'm afraid I'll regret it. She kissed my cheek briefly, the way a dragonfly touches water. I didn't move away. Wen Yan, if I come back safely, would you be willing to marry me? Isn't cultivating together good enough? Let's discuss these things after we've both achieved immortality. She smiled. It was the best I have ever seen her look, because I had not said no, and to her that was enough. Then I took her hand, and she looked up at me expectantly, and I let go. I had been branding the 6 Paths imprint into her soul, so that no matter how many times she went around the wheel, I would be able to find her. Let's leave it at that. She turned to go, and she told me this much later, and it cost her something to say it. She wanted to cry, and the sentence in her head was, why didn't he ask me to stay? Why didn't he come with me? She was arrested at the bottom of my mountain by Venerable Lingxi and Xiao Cheng because I had sound transmitted the sect master the moment she stated her intentions. Han Jue, that is the last thing she said to me for a very long time, and there was a great deal in it. I had specified the terms in advance. Do not mistreat her. Give her somewhere she can cultivate. I am aware of how that reads. I am aware that a better man finds a way to talk her out of it, or goes with her, or lets her go. I did the arithmetic instead. A golden core girl walking into the demonic path with a heart demon on her back is a girl who dies within 30 years, and a girl in a cell is a girl who is alive to be angry at me. I have never apologized for it, and I have never entirely stopped thinking about it. Wanting to eat my master, said the crow from the tree line, watching her be led away. Woman, you are having pipe dreams. Then I reached down the mountain and lifted the monk into my cave, because 5 years of kneeling had left a foundation establishment cultivator unable to walk. Why aren't you opening your mouth to call me master? He looked up. Good grief, this fellow is truly ugly. From a distance, on a road, you could tell yourself it was the light. Up close, the visual impact is immense. 3 kowtows. He wept through all of them. 3 bearers of connate providence accumulated as disciples, said the system. Your luck increases. Your cultivation path may now change. Option 1, the path of the sword immortal. After Mahayana, ascend and become a heavenly sword immortal. Option 2, the 6 paths of reincarnation, breaking the Tao with power. After Mahayana, enter the netherworld as a ghost sword immortal. Option 3, the reincarnation sword immortal, cultivating both the sword Tao and the Tao of reincarnation, able to leap outside the 3 realms and move freely within the 5 elements. Option 3 contains the other two, and more importantly, it means I can go wherever I want and nothing can hold the door. I took it. The system gave me the profound yellow sword chi for it, which cultivates a mouthful of sword chi inside the golden core and lets you spit it at people. Spitting sword chi, not bad. Quite showy. I gave the monk his terms. Once you enter my lineage, you will not be able to leave this mountain unless you achieve immortality. Are you willing? He was delighted. Genuinely delighted. 3 stars of favorability and no more, which told me he did not, at least, like men. He stood up for the first time in 5 years, and every joint in his body cracked at once. The primordial spirit ginseng started thickening the chi on my mountain within a month, and within 12 years the whole Jade Purity sect was wrapped in visible mist, like a painting of an immortal dwelling, and every disciple in it was cultivating faster and had no idea why. Gao Mian came back healed and completely changed. No arrogance left, constant seclusion. His favorability toward me had quietly climbed to 2.5 stars, which is a thing I have never been able to explain. And Fairy Xuanzui came to visit. Ye Yue, sent outside for the duration, caught one glimpse of her and had to go and sit under the Fusang sapling and stare at the horizon for a while because his long-suppressed heart had stirred and he had thought that part of him was finally dead. Fellow Taoist Han. Lay time no see. Master, why are you being so distant with me? You are a void fusion great cultivator. You are 2 major realms above me. I have passed you no heritage at all, so I cannot be considered your master. Before, we had the title in name only. If I keep it now, I cannot bear the weight of it, and it will simply erode my blessings. I thought about arguing, and then I didn't, because she was right, and because she had clearly been building up to saying it for about a century. She offered me a trip to a holy land in West Abyss Prefecture to discuss the Tao. I refused flatly. Our conversations by then had a particular quality. Plain. Unhurried. Nothing asked for. 2 people sitting in a stone room being unimpressed with the world together. I have never felt awkward with Fairy Xuanzui for a single minute in 300 years. I can sit in a room with that woman without either of us saying anything and come out of it calmer than when I went in. That is the entire reason I stayed in the Jade Purity sect. Everything else was arithmetic. My mailbox by then was so full of people who liked me that reading it made my eyes blur, so I found the special attention filter and started using it. The filtered version still read, Nether Celestial Hound attacked by demonic cultivators 641 times and by righteous cultivators 377. Ling Tian attacked 983 times, severely injured, captured by the Treading Snow sect, and Fan Lei attacked by Yao beasts 3,782 times in a dozen years. 3,700. Who could endure that? The further down that list I read, the more solid my Tao heart became. Around that time, on a hillside at sunset, 7 sects finally cornered Wen Ruo. He had been looting the belongings of everyone his bad luck had killed, which is a great deal of people, and he had made the mistake of bidding at an auction. Face bloodied, hair loose, robes in strips, 7 sects in the air above him. Evildoer, where will you run? Today you die! And Wen Ruo lifted his head and shouted at the top of his lungs into the empty sky, Master, save me quickly, and every cultivator in the air stopped. Because everyone who had ever hunted this young man had died in strange ways, and the entire cultivation world had long suspected there was somebody standing behind him. Fellow Taoist, why hide in the shadows? Why act so sneakily? Nobody answered. Then they looked down at Wen Ruo's face, and it was not the face of a doomed man. It was playful, smug, as though the person about to be finished was not him. The clouds came in. A wind full of invisible blades went through that hillside and shredded every robe on it except his. As expected of Senior, said Wen Ruo, glowing. No, Master. Master is truly strong. Then the first bolt came down, and the 7 sects understood, all at once, exactly what kind of lightning it was. I was 2,000 miles away, sitting on a cushion, with my eyes closed. I have never once helped Wen Ruo, not once, in his entire life. There has never been anybody standing behind that young man, except the thing he was born carrying. He has never believed that. He has never even considered it. 18 years took me to Void Fusion 5th layer, and Sujin came home at Golden Core 8th level with 2 fist-sized cyan fruits from an ancient secret realm. I only ate one of these, she said, and I could shatter a small hill with one palm. I ate one and felt the heat go through me and immediately ate the rest of them, and then she handed me her last one and I said, how can I possibly be so shameless, and took it. Then, take out your heavenly puppet, I'll upgrade it. She blushed and produced it very coyly, and I looked down at the crude wooden man I had carved 200 years ago and discovered that it now had a face. My face. Carved by hand, over years, by somebody with a great deal of time and no talent for woodwork, and its mouth was faintly red, as if somebody had put rouge on it. I did not think about that. I refused in the moment to think about that. I refilled it with power to void fusion combat strength and gave it back and said nothing. She asked whether Chinfan had been by. I told her the whole story. What a pity, she said. Pity for what? Nothing. She stayed rather more than 10 days. When she left, she stopped at the cave mouth to check that her clothes were straight and went down the mountain with her face flushed, and I sat on the edge of my bed and tugged at my own wrinkled hem and sighed. There was, however, a smile on my face. Xiaocheng came with the next disaster before I'd finished digesting the fruit. The Great Way cultivation world next door has been unified. The Blood Flame Heavenly Gate did it. They have dug up a powerful guest elder from somewhere, and they've announced that they intend to unify the surrounding cultivation worlds. We're all cultivators, I said. Why not sit in seclusion, comprehend the truth of heaven and earth, and pursue eternal life? Why fight over territory like mortals? The ambition of demonic cultivators grows with their cultivation, and the more cultivation worlds they hold, the more resources they control. Is their guest elder possibly body integration realm? If he is, Elder Han, what will you do? It depends entirely on when they attack. If it's tomorrow, I might run. It certainly won't be tomorrow, decades at least. In that case, I won't have to run. And the two of us looked at each other and smiled, and I understood something that had been true for a while. The person the sect master of the Jade Purity sect leaned on most in the world was a man who had never once attended a meeting. He also mentioned in passing 2 things I have kept. The first, they had located Fan Lei, and Fan Lei was not coming back. He was a demon king now, with a huge reputation among the Yao race, and in another 100 years, he might well be the #1 demon king in Great Yan. The second, so many years have passed that your deeds as the god-slaying elder are almost forgotten. Only the older generation still talks about it. These days, it's the world of proud sons of heaven, like Ling Tian, Qin Lei, and your Fan Lei. I have never received better news in my life. The most useful thing I did that century started as boredom. Everybody else in this world comprehends their own divine abilities. I had never comprehended anything. Every single technique I owned had been handed to me by a panel, and cultivating constantly does get dull. Having an epiphany to play with sounded fun, so I took the 3 Pure Shadow Severing Sword, which produces 3 shadows, and the Myriad Sword Divine Sect, which pulls ancient sword shadows out of the river of history, and I tried to weld them together. Tens of thousands of ultimate sword shadows, all of them able to kill freely. It took a month, and the world noticed before I did. In the true martial sect, several cultivation worlds away, a man in a blue shirt was in the middle of a recruitment pitch to a captured Bai Tian. Join us, and I will nurture you into the #1 sword cultivator in the world. When every sword in that sect came out of its sheath at once and flew into the sky. The doors of their sword treasury pavilion blew open. Tens of thousands of blades rose out of it and hung in the air, humming, all of them pointing the same direction. 10,000 swords pay homage, said the man in blue, and his voice was not steady. The sword spirits ring together. Somebody has comprehended the eternal sword Tao. How is this possible? The eternal sword Tao is a grade of sword divine ability that appears on average once every 10,000 years, and every sword in his sect was pointing toward Great Yan. Bai Tian, who had been told 30 seconds earlier that there could not possibly be a sword cultivator in the Great Yan cultivation world stronger than himself, saw one face in his mind and asked, through his teeth, if I joined the true martial sect, could I have an epiphany like that? The man in blue did not answer him. Over the Jade Purity sect, the same thing was happening. Every sword in the valley in the air, all humming, all aimed at one mountain, while the Shadow Crow Phoenix sat underneath and trembled with its feathers on end. I opened my eyes, looked out of my cave, saw a sky full of levitating swords, and thought, did I do that? Then I looked at the sword shadow sitting in my palm and closed my fist. Every blade in the world dropped out of the air at once. Ye Yue, standing by the Fusang tree, had just watched swordlight come out of his master's brow while he sat in a full set of spirit treasures and arrived at the only conclusion available to him. Could Master be the reincarnation of an immortal? Congratulations on your epiphany of an eternal grade sword Tao divine ability. Please name it. 3 pure ones. World extermination. Then, as ever, Option 1, emerge now and shock the world, receive a spirit treasure. Option 2, stay quiet until invincible, receive a spirit treasure. Both options gave a spirit treasure. That has never happened before or since. I picked 2 anyway. Earth Sovereign Spirit Guard Scarf. Grade 3 Spirit Treasure. It automatically blocks any attack capable of harming its owner. It is a 10-foot golden silk scarf that dances like cloud when you wave it. Is it appropriate, I thought, for a 7-foot man to wear a silk scarf? I put it on. Giving a spirit treasure to Sujin or Fairy Xuanzui would only have painted a target on them, and this thing blocks anything that can hurt me. I tied it to the cold lord glazed crown so that it floats and dances behind me on its own, and I looked at my reflection in the pool, and I concluded, I have become handsome again. Xiao Cheng came sprinting up the mountain, convinced we were under attack. The enemy has already been driven away, I said. He went home relieved and privately resolved to remain extremely humble for the rest of his life, on the grounds that he did not want to get hit again. Around the 300-year mark, the system offered me the same fork it had offered at 200 eyes. End your seclusion and show the world. Receive a luck divine beast egg. Or stay quiet. Receive a spirit treasure. Heart-protecting celestial chain. Grade 3. It charges itself from ambient spiritual chi without touching my cultivation, and it defends its master in battle on its own initiative without being asked. Another defensive treasure, and the equipment slot doesn't even overlap with the others. The system understands me. Master's magic treasures are truly numerous, said Ye Yue, watching me put it on over everything else. Could this be part of your legacy? The leaderboard that decade, Fan Lei attacked by Yao beasts 3,911 times. Wen Ruo attacked by demonic cultivators 3,028. Nether Celestial Hound attacked by demonic cultivators 4,003. Through their unremitting efforts, my 2 disciples and my divine pet had taken the top 3 positions in the entire cultivation world for number of times attacked. A clean sweep. Also, Wen Ruo captured by the imperial family of the Great Jin Dynasty. And then, Wen Ruo spread bad luck. The Great Jin Dynasty has suffered a once-in-a-millennium locust plague, flood, and pestilence. Its mountains and rivers are on the verge of collapse. That young man walked out through a locust storm that physically would not touch him, thinking, with genuine warmth, Master's ability is truly powerful. He had called out to me many times by then and never once received an answer, and he had worked out why. Master is testing me. Master is letting me experience the monotony of being alone. After all, Master stays in seclusion by himself all year round without saying a word. It took him almost 100 years to walk to the northern province. At the border, under a crooked-necked old tree, he asked a ragged old man whether the road ahead led to the northern province, and the old man said that it did. Wen Ruo knelt down and bowed toward the empty sky behind him with tears on his face. Master, do you see, your disciple has not failed your expectations. Is arriving in the northern province worth being that happy about? Said the old man. Do you know what kind of place it is? The northern province is where demons dance. Junior, I advise you not to step into it. That place is a living Yellow Springs. What do I have to fear? Said Wen Ruo, standing up and dusting off his knees. I have someone backing me. And he walked in with his head up, and behind him the locust storm that had followed him for 800 miles turned around at the border and went home, and he never noticed that either. That was the winter a blizzard buried Great Yan. First heavy snow I had seen in 300 years. A 10,000-year demon is detected to be about to awaken, said the system. Option 1. Enter the world, slay the demon, save all living beings, receive a spirit treasure and a divine ability. Option 2. Keep cultivating, stay well away, protect yourself, receive a random heaven and earth treasure seed, a 10,000-year demon. That sounds extremely ferocious. I would be an idiot to go and fight it. I did not step onto the path of cultivation to save all living beings. I stepped onto it to live longer. I have never once pretended otherwise, including now. Fusang Tree Seed, a divine tree of heaven and earth. It increases the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. After 10,000 years, it can attract golden crows. After 1,000,000 years, it can connect to other worlds. 1,000,000 years is far too long. Ignore that part. It looked like a peach pit. I handed it to Ye Yue. This is my precious tree. From today, you will plant it here and meditate in front of it every day. Guard it well. If it doesn't grow properly, that's your fault. My fault? It means it's your mistake. Ah! He spent the rest of that afternoon crouched in the snow, clearing the drift away from a bare patch of earth so that the seed would not get cold, because there was only one of them. So, the Shadow Crow Phoenix was raising the Nether Celestial Hound, and the primordial spirit Ginseng was raising the Fusang tree. Good combination. Everyone should have a job. I want to note one small thing from that period because Ye Yue brings it up to this day. After sitting too long, I would come out to the cliff edge and stretch, arms up, twist, bend, shoulders, the whole sequence. He watched this for years with enormous respect. Movements that appear simple, he once told a visitor, but which clearly contain some kind of profound truth. It is the morning exercise routine we were made to do at primary school in my previous life. I have never told him. I never will. The thing under the snow woke up. 100-foot figure with 4 massive tails, breathing at the sky in a blizzard, with every demon in the mountains lying flat in the snow around it and ice forming on their backs. Demon King Diansu. 2,000 years ago, before the Great Yan dynasty existed, this land was a Yao paradise, and he was its only king. Then, according to the old tree demon who told the story, a human cultivator wandered in injured, and Demon King Diansu saved his life, and the man repaid it by bringing back an army. Decades of war. The Demon King sealed. The monsters killed or scattered. Not 1 in 10 survived. Aren't those cultivators worried he'll be resurrected? Human hearts are uglier than demon hearts. 2,000 years have passed. They are no longer united against a common enemy. Fan Lei stood in that snow with a few dozen demon kings, in black now, gray-haired, with blood-red eyes, feeling extremely bitter about the timing. He had spent 100 years building toward being the #1 demon king of Great Yan, and a 10,000-year monster had woken up 2 years before he got there. When Demon King Diansu is resurrected, he asked, will he definitely slaughter the human race of Great Yan? The snow lasted 2 years. Mortals died in it by the thousand. The dynasty formally begged the cultivation world for help. Then the sky turned the color of demonic qi, and Xiaocheng came running to my cave, and I told him straight out that a 10,000-year demon had been born, and he sprinted home to set his defenses, and nothing came. For years, nothing came. 5 years later, I was closing on Void Fusion's 7th layer, the snow had melted, and the Fusang sapling, 2 mulberry trunks growing intertwined, which is oddly beautiful, was already stirring the spiritual qi around it, faintly. That is the difference between a divine tree and an ordinary treasure. The cultivation period is very long. Then a man came to look at us. Taoist Xuanzhen. Void Fusion 9th layer, Elder of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. He came in disguised as an inner sect disciple and spent an afternoon browsing the catalog in our demon pet building, and his verdict was, this is Great Yan's #1 sect, truly weak. He had been abroad seeking the Tao, received his sect's letter about the coming invasion of Great Yan, and decided to wipe out its strongest sect on the way, so that the real invasion would be as easy as reaching into a bag. His plan, after killing the god-slaying elder, was to quietly slaughter everybody else in the valley. But as he approached my mountain, something in him, an instinct built over 1,000 years, stopped him in mid-air. The mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality made him feel a sense of danger. So he flicked a soul clone out of himself and hid it, on the reasoning that this way, even if he died, he could still be reborn. And then he came on anyway, because he was curious. I was already standing at the cliff edge waiting for him with the scarf moving in the wind. He landed beside me and looked me over. Foundation Establishment 9th layer must be the Elder's disciple, and thought in so many words, should I take such a fine physical shell and save it for a future possession? 2 stars of favorability. Another one abandoning his principles over a face. Is the god-slaying elder in? I drew the primordial judgment sword. His pupils shrank. That sword. Wait, that entire outfit is spirit treasures, heavenly punishment demon god sword. A black crescent across the sky. He was flung backwards with blood coming off him and his mind saying, at speed, what overbearing sword chi, as expected. My intuition was right. Then 3 pure ones world extermination, for the first time on a living target. Thousands of sword shadows came out of the air from every direction at once and blotted out the sun, and from where he was standing, it looked like thousands of copies of me swinging simultaneously. He got a small azure pagoda up. The pagoda and his body were ground into flying ash together in a burst of colored light. I watched from the cliff edge with some satisfaction, a truly beautiful sight. As expected of Void Fusion 9th layer, he actually forced me to use 2 moves. Regrettably, his storage ring was ground up along with him. Being too strong is not necessarily a good thing. Ye Yue, by the Fusang tree, had just watched his master fight for the first time and could not close his mouth. Xiaocheng arrived at speed. What happened? Taoist Xuanzhen of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate came to visit. What? Where is he? He's dead. A pause. Elder Han, are you already in the body integration realm? How could I be? It's still early. And then, don't spread word of this. It's better to let the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate suffer in silence. Which was the correct instinct, because his icon did not disappear from my friends list. He isn't dead. I ground both the man and his soul into nothing, and he isn't dead. So I cursed him with the Book of Misfortune out of pure spite, and 3 years later, a soul clone crawled home to the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, having been struck by assorted heavenly tribulations the entire way, and said this to its sect leader, don't. Whatever you do, do not go to Great Yan. I have a cultivation of Void Fusion 9th layer, and I could not block a single sword strike. I did not even have time to act. Even if our body integration guest elder goes personally, he is no match. Zhou Wei, who was only sect leader because Xuanzhen had backed him, sat with that for a while. Forget it, we won't provoke Great Yan. Let's start with West Abyss Prefecture instead. His file updated a while later. Because he was heavily injured by you, he is filled with fear towards you and dares not face you alone. Favorability, 2 stars. Sometimes favorability does not mean anything good at all, but the real lesson I took out of that afternoon was not about him. It was about me. I can crush my enemies. That does not necessarily mean I can kill them. That man walked away from an attack that annihilated his body and his soul because he had spent 30 seconds being careful in advance. I needed 2 moves. 2. I must kill instantly. I cannot give an enemy a single breath of room. How careless. Carelessness will one day be the thing that finishes me. Demon King Diansu, fully resurrected, summoned every Demon King in Great Yan into the snow to hear him say that from this day forward only he could be called king and all other kings were his generals. Fan Lei knelt in that crowd and realized, at close range, how ridiculous his ambitions had been. Demon King, the old tree demon groveled, when shall we slaughter the human race of Great Yan? And Diansu said coldly, slaughter the human race? When did I ever say I wanted to slaughter the human race? Fan Lei's read on that, which I trust because he had nothing to gain by telling me. The old tree demon had spent 2,000 years polishing that monster's story and blackening the humans in it, and kneeling 3 meters away, my disciple felt a killing intent he had no framework for. Half human, half demon. Interesting. Little demon, come here. The 100-foot figure vanished and a man-shaped silhouette flickered in the snowstorm, and Fan Lei walked toward it feeling like he was walking into an abyss, and that the abyss had an owner. 7 years later, Xiao Cheng burst into my cave with terrible news. Zhao Xing had not died. Zhao Xing had gone home to the 9 Dragon sect, and Zhao Xing was now its sect master, and he might be leading the entire sect here for revenge. I opened the panel. Zhou Lei, Void Fusion First Layer, Pseudo, Sect Master of the 9 Dragons sect. Cautious by nature, will use any means necessary to survive. Favorability, 5 stars. Before he left, he had asked whether he should scheme his way into the sect master's chair, and I had said do as you like, in the tone of a man agreeing to anything to end a conversation. He had actually done it. Is the 9 Dragons sect that weak? Even Zhao Xing can be the sect master? West Abyss Prefecture has turned into a complete mess, said Xiao Cheng bitterly. And the cause is related to the position of 9 Dragons sect master. Rest assured, Zhao Xing and I have turned our swords into plowshares. We have mutually promised never to seek vengeance. Excellent, he beamed. Do you know, I almost want to pass the position of sect master to you. Don't. I don't want to get beaten. Beaten? Cough. It's nothing. Of everyone I have ever met, he is the one I understand best, and I killed him, and then I put him in a new body, and he has been quietly running a sect for me ever since. Then Fan Lei came home, in black. Have you abandoned your humanity to become a demon? Shouted the crow from the mountainside. It was ignored. Ignoring Brother Chicken, are you? Is a golden core cultivation so impressive? Can you even take one of my claws? So you finally remember the way home. You swore to accompany your master in bitter cultivation until the end of time, and you were the first one out of the door. His warning was worth the trip. Demon King Diansu intended to domesticate the human race of Great Yan as livestock for the Yao race, and he had already sent demon hordes to seize the border passes so that the humans would have nowhere to run to. I came back to warn you, Master, so you can prepare early. If you need to run, run. He knows me very well. What is your relationship with Demon King Diansu? To be honest, he looked at the floor. Demon King Diansu has taken me as his adopted son. I couldn't refuse. If I had refused, I would probably be dead. My hatred toward Demon King Diansu hit 5 stars in the time it took him to finish the sentence. This is stealing my son. A disciple is a son. The enmity of stealing a son is irreconcilable. Go back immediately, I said. Introduce your master to Demon King Diansu. Mention my name. Say that I have great admiration for him. Say all sorts of good things about me until he has a favorable impression. Master, hurry up and go. 3 months later, Demon King Diansu has developed a favorable impression of you, 1 star, and the panel opened like a box. Demon King Diansu, 4th level of the body integration realm, a 10,000-year-old demon, full of hatred toward human cultivators, treacherous by nature, body integration, not undergoing tribulation. May the 3 pure ancestors above be thanked. Then I took out the Book of Misfortune. Now, every time I had used that thing before, I had put a trickle of spiritual power into it, a thread. Enough to make a man's day inconvenient. This time I poured in everything I had. The black chi came up off the pages and lit my face from underneath, and Ye Yue, who saw it through the doorway, later described me as looking like an evil Taoist out of the 9 Serenities. 5 hours later I stopped because a warning appeared. Excessive use of the Book of Misfortune will result in backlash. I was bleeding from all 7 orifices. I had been concentrating too hard to notice. I wiped my face and thought, I wonder how that monster is getting on. In an ice cave 500 miles north, Demon King Diansu had been vomiting blood for 5 hours. The floor in front of his ice bed was pitted where it had melted through. He had moved on from ordinary blood to essence blood. And there was something worse than that, which he could not explain to anyone. He could not cultivate. The moment he inhaled qi, the Yao power inside him decreased instead of increasing. 10,000 years of life. He had never seen or heard of such a thing. The theory he arrived at, alone on that bed, is my favorite thing that has ever happened to me. He decided that one of the cultivators from the war 2,000 years ago must have achieved the Tao and ascended and was now looking down at him from the upper realm because he had announced his plan to keep humans as livestock less than 2 years ago, and then this began. Everything he had gained by breaking his seal was gone. He was in worse condition than the day he woke up. In the dark, he thought, there must be a great power staring at me. My mailbox that evening. Your friend Demon King Diansu was cursed, suffered heavy injuries, and his Tao cultivation has regressed. I read it and smiled, and I want to be clear that I smiled very happily. New policy, full power curse on Demon King Diansu once every 3 years, forever, to keep him permanently crippled. 10 years took me to Void Fusion 8th layer. The crow reached the equivalent of nascent soul and was visibly turning into a black hell phoenix, and I began teaching it spells specifically so that the hound would not be able to beat it when the hound came home, because that would damage its Tao heart. Hard work not being as good as seizing opportunity? Impossible. That only applies to mortals. 2 auras came up the mountain. Bai Tian, who had defected to the true martial sect, which I did not hold against him, and Duan Tianyun, Void Fusion 9th layer, sword elder of the true martial sect. 1 simulation. A few seconds. Instant kill available. Bai Tian bowed the moment he landed, with a slight tremor in his voice. Bai Tian pays respects to senior. Senior, said Duan Tianyun. And then, like Zhao Xing before him and Xuanzhen before that, he looked at what I was wearing. The robe, the bell, the boots, the crown, the scarf. Even the sword elder of the true martial sect had never seen a cultivator dressed like that. They had come for a friendly spar over the Tao of the sword. How dare you? But Xuanzhen's lesson was 3 years old and still bleeding, so 1 move, everything, no hesitation. I am a person who is very afraid of trouble, I said. How about this? I will strike exactly 1 sword. If you can take it, I lose. Bai Tian's eyelid twitched. He had heard that offer before. Good, said Duan Tianyun, because a man who offers a single strike is a man who lacks confidence. Heavenly Punishment Demon God Sword, with Void Fusion 8th layer power poured into the Primordial Judgment Sword, delivered from teleportation range. A black line went across the sky, and time seemed to stop underneath it. He never got his hand to his own hilt. Not good. Too fast. Too late. And for the first time in several centuries, the sword elder of the true martial sect smelled his own death. The blade stopped a hand's width above his forehead. He could see his own face reflected in it, and the expression on it, and sweat came off him the size of beans. I stood there holding the sword one-handed with my golden robe moving and the scarf whipping around behind me like something on fire, and he told Bai Tian afterwards that it was like looking at a sword immortal standing at the end of the Tao of the sword. You, it seems, cannot take it. His legs went out from under him. A Void Fusion 9th layer great cultivator sat down in the dirt in front of my cave. Bai Tian did not look shocked. He smiled bitterly, like a man watching a friend receive an education he had personally paid for. I did feel slightly guilty. Did I just break his Tao heart by going all out? Go home. Don't mention this to anyone, and I won't either. Senior, who exactly are you? May I ask your true Tao name? Reincarnation. On the road back, Bai Tian consoled him. Back then, I came off far worse than you. You're doing better. You weren't even injured. No wonder, said Duan Tianyun, staring at nothing. The weakest cultivation world has always been peaceful, with nobody daring to invade it. Mighty figures hide in the world. It turns out I was the frog at the bottom of the well. 3 stars of favorability. Why are these geniuses all identical? They develop favorability toward you the instant you bully them. But that fight left me with a real problem, and I want to state it because everything I did for the next 80 years came out of it. Every time I intimidate an enemy, I have to make an enormous scene, sky-splitting, forest-flattening, visible from 3 provinces. That is the exact opposite of low-key. No, I must comprehend a move that only touches the man in front of me and leaves the scenery alone. Meanwhile, my 3-year curse cycle was going extremely well. Diansu now relived that nightmare on schedule and had lost all interest in ruling anything. His entire mind was occupied with how to escape it. If it really is an immortal, he kept thinking, why not simply kill me? Why this? Fan Lei went to ask him when the invasion would begin and could not get a word in because his foster father needed to talk to somebody, and my disciple was the only being he thought he could trust. Fan Lei kept his face grim and was internally ecstatic because a broken king means a vacancy. Foster father, could it be related to your plan against the human race? This king has not thought about that plan in a long time. A pause, and then brightening. Must I swear an oath to the heavens? And he stood up in his ice cave, raised his right palm, and said to nobody in a completely empty sky, I, Diansu, swear to the heavens that I will never target the great Yan human race again. I hope the immortals and deities will forgive this small demon's ignorant attempt. He felt considerably better afterwards. Fan Lei congratulated him warmly and thought, you want to be king of Great Yan with that? Are you worthy? The move I needed came to me 8 years later, and it nearly killed me. The sky over the entire world turned purple, and every sword in it hummed without leaving its sheath. On a cloud-wrapped peak somewhere far away, a black-robed man with 4 floating swords laid out a talisman and touched each blade to it in turn, working a divination, and after 10 breaths, 2 characters formed on the paper. Reincarnation. What does it mean? He said. Does reincarnation refer to the rules of heaven and earth, or does it refer to a certain cultivator? Inside my cave, I was sitting in a wind made of sword chi with a small sword mark flickering between my brows, and my consciousness was somewhere else entirely. There is a river. It is made of sword shadows, all streaming in one direction through 7-colored light like a tunnel through time, and you can walk up it. And as you walk, you overtake blurred figures made of sword light one after another, and every one of them is another sword cultivator somewhere in the world, and passing them measures not strength but comprehension. My own sword intent, when it settled, was indomitable and continuous, and it wanted to drag everything alive into it and not let go. Just like the 6 paths of reincarnation. And I want to say plainly what I understood standing in that river, because it is the only honest thing I have ever thought about my own cruelty. Why have I sat in a cave for 300 years, for eternal life, to be invincible across the heavens? Not because I want to hurt anybody. I have never once gone looking. What I want is not the cruelty. What I want is the confidence. Only absolute invincibility can produce eternal life. Everything else is a lease. Then I got curious about who was at the end of the river, and I kept walking, and a red figure, impossibly far ahead, turned its head. Stop right there. A mere mortal dares to touch the immortal realm? You are courting death. A sword intent came down the river, and the river came apart, and I snapped back into my own body soaked in cold sweat, with my heart going like a bird's. That was the first time I had ever encountered something like that. Their sword intent alone was enough to tear me apart. They had no killing intent whatsoever. That is the only reason my primordial spirit still exists. Lesson: do not be greedy. Know when to stop. Epiphany of Tai rank sword intent. Named Reincarnation Sword Intent. And for a first Tai rank epiphany, the system gave me a meditation cushion. Tai rank, 6th grade, which increases cultivation speed, calms the mind, and suppresses heart demons. It looks exactly like the sort of cushion you'd find in any small temple. The moment I sat on it, the terror that thing in the river had put into me went out like a lamp. Down in the valley, the entire Jade Purity sect was having a collective panic about the purple sky. Is the sect about to face a great catastrophe? And then calming down when word came that the whole of Great Yan looked the same. Xiaocheng stood in his courtyard staring upward and said with feeling, "Bad luck. Why does the Jade Purity sect have so many disasters during my tenure?" Within a month, the world was full of swindlers claiming to be the destined one behind the phenomenon. Hong Jin died that year, in the northern province, and I did not have to lift a finger. He worked it out at the end. Lying in his own sect's ancestral hall with incense smoke keeping his soul in the room for a few more minutes, the demon-taming sect's elder traced every misfortune of his last 300 years back to a single day and thought, eliminate all the possibilities and whatever remains, however impossible, must be the truth. His sect master leaned down and asked whether he had any final words. They were not about revenge. Do not go to Great Yan. Do not go to Great Yan. You must never provoke the Jade Purity sect of Great Yan. His voice was going, Senior brother, do not avenge me. And he came apart like smoke. What place is Great Yan? Said the sect master of the demon-taming sect to a hall full of void fusion elders. Not one of them had ever heard of it. They had exactly one question between them, and it was, where is the Jade Purity sect of Great Yan? I was informed of the death by my mailbox, and it was, in those dull years, the only thing that made me happy. Meanwhile, my other project had gone completely off the rails in the best possible way. Demon King Diansu, having sworn his oath to an empty sky and continued to suffer, tore his own hair out in an ice cave and shouted at the ceiling, "Why is this still happening? I swore an oath to the heavens, and here is the detail that makes it perfect." He was going mad, and he did not dare curse whoever was doing it in case they heard. He asked his adopted son what to do. Fan Lei, improvising wildly, suggested that perhaps an oath was insufficient. Perhaps he should go and visit a human sect in person and make friends publicly so that the immortals could see it. Which sect in Great Yan is the strongest? The Jade Purity sect. I was a disciple there. Perhaps I could put in a word. Good. We leave tomorrow. No. Today. Now. This king really cannot endure this any longer. I ran the simulation the moment I felt him coming, and it took 10 seconds to kill him, which was unacceptable, so I ran it again going all in from the first instant and got it down to nothing. Only then did I calmly ask Fan Lei what exactly was going on. He caught the change in my tone and thought, as expected of my master, he really is an old fox. The visit terrified the entire Jade Purity sect, which by then held 15,000 inner disciples and 30,000 outer, because a 10,000-year demon king landed in the courtyard and was extremely polite for 2 hours. Afterwards, I put the Book of Misfortune away with genuine regret. Demon King Diansu has surrendered. Hong Jin is dead. There are no more daily missions. 7 years took me to Void Fusion 9th layer, and my mail said Ling Tian had been attacked 8,932 times and had died, and then that Ling Tian had his physical body reshaped by a mighty figure and been resurrected with his cultivation surging, died and came back, again. If I had not fallen into this world, Ling Tian would unquestionably be the protagonist of it. Then a name I had never seen appeared in my hatred list. Old Monster Ling Li. 4 stars. Excellent. I had been worrying that the Book of Misfortune had nowhere to be used, and this old fellow has delivered himself to my door. The reason, when I found it, made me put the book down for a minute. I found it through the heavenly puppet because the gray-robed elder who had been sitting in Sujin's secret realm for years was old monster Ling Li, body integration 7th layer, sect master of the formless sect, and he wanted her as a wife for his disciple. She refused politely. He pressed. She claimed to be married. He divined her and found no marriage ties, so she was forced to say that she had secretly pledged herself to a fellow elder of her sect. Which is how a body integration sect master 4 cultivation worlds away came to hate a man he had never met. Little girl, your husband cannot possibly have better talent than my disciple. Give him up. And then, because these people cannot help themselves, your Great Yan is a tiny place. As for the Jade Purity sect, I have never even heard of it. He stood. In 10 years I will come again. If you are willing, sever your past ties and wait for me here. She watched him go and openly sneered and then went back to her wall. Not bad. That woman was not tempted for 1 second. The system added a line for me. If Sujin agrees to him, he will take action against you to eliminate future trouble. Simulation against a body integration 7th layer opponent. 2 minutes. No instant kill. It seems I need to reach the body integration realm rather sooner than planned. 5 years to Void Fusion great perfection. Before the breakthrough, I cursed old monster Ling Li for 4 days and 4 nights. Then, Venerable Lingxi cleared the myriad demon realm for me because by that point, Xiaocheng had a standing order that any request from Wen Yan was to be met immediately and without questions. The tribulation frightened the elders who came to watch. How strong is the god-slaying elder exactly? This kind of power probably surpasses the ancestral master. This is no longer something hard work can explain. His talent is the strongest in the history of the Jade Purity sect, and the one that Xiaocheng liked best, standing among them with his chin up as though he were being complimented personally. The most important thing is that the god-slaying elder does not covet power. Gao Min watched the whole thing from a distance with no complaints left in him. He had stopped resenting me some time before. He simply trained now with me as the goal, knowing the gap would widen every year and thinking perhaps one day he will ascend and become an immortal. 10 days and nights. Body integration realm. Lifespan. 356 out of 27,900. Race. Human. Transcendence stage. 27,000 years. I sat in the wreckage of that plane and felt better about the number than about the realm, which tells you everything about me. Today's bitter cultivation is the foundation of tomorrow's leisure. For the reward, I turned down the spirit treasure and the divine ability that came with showing myself to the world and took a seed instead. Earth Immortal Gourd Seed. Blooms in 1,000 years. Bears fruit in 10,000. The fruit can be eaten or refined into magic treasures. Or, if it is nurtured long enough, it can form into a magic treasure by itself or give birth to living beings. I had 2 associations immediately. The 7 innate gourds of primordial legend, and a cartoon from my previous life about 7 gourd brothers, which I watched as a child, on a sofa, in a world with electricity. I planted it at the foot of the fusang tree with my own hands and fed it 6 paths power. Master, what is this? A gourd. You'll be taking care of that as well from now on. Ye Yue had by then quietly worked out that the fusang tree produced more spiritual qi than every other treasure on that mountain combined, and that it could not possibly have come from the Jade Purity sect, and had concluded that his master's background exceeded anything he could imagine. He is the only person in 300 years who got close. I did not greet the elders on my way home, and they admired me more for it, as expected of the god-slaying elder. His Tao heart is truly firm. If a man like that does not become an immortal, who is worthy of it? Sujin pounced on me at the cave mouth. The crow, which had learned to shrink itself down to ordinary rooster size, got shut out by the formation and went to needle the monk instead. Guess what? Will Sujin eat master? With a lonely man and a woman shut in a room together, will something happen? And that one sentence, delivered by a crow, undid 10 years of the heartless flying sword. Ye Yue's heart, which had been like a dried-up well, rippled once, and the seal on his inner demon tribulation began to loosen. He snarled the crow away and sat back down and did not sleep that night. Then I turned the full power of the Book of Misfortune on old monster Ling Li. Then his chi rioted and he vomited blood across his own lawn. Master, what is wrong? Someone is cursing me. He simply could not work out who. I cursed him for half a day, until the system warned me I was in danger, and then spent several days recovering. That is my favorite thing I own. That is my hobby, my entertainment, my revenge, and my foreign policy, and it is a book of black paintings that I have never once had to explain to anybody. 15 more years took me to body integration second layer, with the gourd vines already climbing the Fusang trunk like a cyan serpent. Then Ye Yue asked me a question at dusk. Master, recently the Fusang tree sways on its own late at night. What is going on? There was no primordial spirit inside it. It had not become a spirit. I went out and watched it after dark, and the trunk shook, not in the wind, and not from below, as if invisible hands were shaking it. My expression, I am told, went peculiar. The Fusang tree is a divine tree. After 10,000 years it attracts golden crows. What exactly is it calling? Something answered. The lake in a certain sea of clouds turned fiery red, and 2 women sitting above it looked down at a firebird with 100 jang wingspan passing underneath. Divine beast, vermilion beast? The divine beast that represents disaster in the legends? It has not reached maturity, but it already carries the chi of misfortune. I would guess something is attracting it. Tut. I wonder which place is that unlucky. The sky over Great Yan turned to fire. Divine beast vermilion beast is attacking, said the system, intending to occupy the Fusang tree. Vermilion beast, 5th level of the body integration realm. A calamity divine beast, son of the vermilion bird, born with innate misfortune. Its body burns with true sun fire, capable of destroying heaven and earth. A firebird with a head like a great hound and 3 legs and claws like a cloud dragon's. 1,000 miles of snowfield behind it had melted to lakes and then boiled off into steam as it passed. Demon King Diansu had seen it coming and walled himself into his own cave with a slab of stone. The Jade Purity sect raised its protective array. It was not going to hold. And if that thing landed on my mountain, 300 years of treasures went up with it. And so did 50,000 people in the valley. Master! The crow screamed. Quickly run! Away! I sound transmitted 1 word to it. Stop. It accelerated. Vermilion beast hatred. 5 stars. Damn it, you beast. 5 stars on first meeting. Why don't you just die? I went out across a burning sky as a line of sword light with every treasure I owned, lit at once. Robe, boots, crown, scarf, chain, and the Fensha bell hanging over my head. And in that instant, I could not feel the heat at all. Heavenly punishment, demon god's sword, with the reincarnation sword intent riding inside the blade. The true sun fire went up in a sphere and the beast stopped in midair, dazed, and did not die, because a divine beast's body is not a mortal cultivator's body. I did not pause. 3 Pure One's world extermination. A vortex of sword chi, visible from every province in Great Yan, and tens of thousands of sword shadows closing on 1 point in under a second. The world lost its color. First time slaying a divine beast, said the system, and gave me the heaven and earth profound yellow world-breaking sword finger. Shoot sword chi from 1 finger and kill an enemy 10,000 miles away. The move I had been asking for. A single line. No canyon, no shattered sky, no witnesses. The corpse came down with its fire shrinking, and I put the wildfires out with the wind god art and then heard something running. Master, don't destroy the evidence. Leave it for me. The shadow crow phoenix grew until it was taller than the mountain and began pecking at a divine beast's corpse, eating a divine beast. I shook my head and left it to it. I'm not sure either, I told Xiaocheng when he arrived. It's already dead. My crow is eating the corpse. Tell the elders not to disturb it. I did not mention what it was. Slaying a divine beast leads to gossip. Down in the inner sect city, in an inn, my disciple wiped his forehead and said, "It must have been my master. The calamity is resolved. The world was not destroyed." He was sitting with a woman in green robes named Qingzhu, and he had just finished telling her that he would never change toward her, and she had just finished telling him why it made no difference. Xiaohei, you don't have to treat me like this. There is genuinely no possibility between us. Perhaps you do very well in the Jade Purity sect, but I will not submit to a man for benefits. Why? Just because of my appearance? I can change into a handsome appearance. Real is real, fake is forever fake. She would not look away from him, which I have always thought was the cruelest part. If I loved you, my heart would not change, though the seas dried and the rocks crumbled. And if I do not love you, then if heaven and earth were destroyed and only the two of us were left, I still would not fall in love with you. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. His palm did not bleed. Could your master be that legendary god-slaying elder? She asked into the silence. He nodded. They say he's very handsome? And his smile froze on his face. Then my own panel put up a line that froze mine. Divine Beast Vermilion Bird has developed hatred toward you. 5 stars. The Mother. Vermilion Bird. Middle stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal. Innate Divine Beast. Abundant luck. Once you undergo ascension, it will definitely come to seek revenge. It could not control its own child. The child burned 1,000 miles of country on its way here and would have killed 50,000 people by tea time, and now it blames me. The important part of that entry was the middle clause. Once you undergo ascension, it cannot come down here. Whatever the Immortals' rules are, they stop it at the door of the mortal world, which means the sky is now a sentence, and it will be carried out the day I go up there, unless by then, I am bigger than a Grand Unity Earth Immortal. I tested the Book of Misfortune on a divine beast to see whether there would be backlash. There was none. So the Vermilion Bird joined the rotation. Old Monster Ling Li on the odd years, the Vermilion Bird on the even ones, and Demon King Diansu once every 3, and I have never missed a cycle. Yue came back from that inn at dawn, drunk. The sect's wine can put a cultivator down, and fully collapsed into his inner demon tribulation. He crawled up the last stretch of the path on his hands and knees and knelt in my doorway and wailed, "Master, this disciple is in so much pain." Disciple, the love between men and women is bitter by nature. That is precisely why your master remains in seclusion. But why? And he could not get the rest out for a while. So many beauties take the initiative to come and find you, and I only like one woman, and she, from the mountainside, the crow rolled over and muttered, "Fool. Can't you just cultivate properly?" So I gave him the sermon. I am not proud of it. It worked, which is worse. It is only because your master is strong. In this world, the strong are respected. If your cultivation were #1 in the world, how could that woman fail to fall in love with you? Your cultivation is mediocre, and you are unsightly. What is she supposed to want from you? Your sincerity? I let that sit for a second. Sincerity is the most worthless thing in the world. Go and cultivate the heartless flying sword I gave you properly. That sword can make you #1. He looked up at me with his face covered in tears and snot, which made him substantially uglier, and I had to look away, and for one moment I could genuinely understand Qingju, and he believed every word, because I said it. Here is what I actually think, and I did not say it then, and I would not say it now. People are a very cheap kind of thing. When you are weak, you despise sincerity and want only to be strong. When you are strong, you go looking for sincerity. I know that because I have been both, and I changed my mind about it exactly on schedule. I did once try to change his face for him, years earlier, quietly, without telling him. It always reverts. Whatever the gods and Buddhas did to him, they did it thoroughly. 3 years later, Xiao Cheng arrived with 2 pieces of news and a request. The first, the Bloodflame Heavenly Gate and the Formless Sect had gone to war because a disciple of the Formless Sect had killed the Bloodflame Sect leader's son. Great Yan and West Abyss Prefecture happened to be lying between them. Let them fight like dogs, I said. The second was an old blind man who had wandered out of the ancient ruins Haotian claimed, refused to join the sect, and was now loafing around the inner sect city eating our food. Could Elder Han please go and recruit him? Shen Wei. Void Fusion 9th Layer. The #1 prodigy of the heavenly immortal manor 5,000 years ago, the only survivor of the ancient Xuankong sect. Blind in both eyes due to heavenly punishment, 1 line of text, and I could smell the word formidable coming off it. The Xuankong sect was a great sect 5,000 years ago that offended the immortals and deities and was annihilated by disaster from the sky. My ruling on the ruins, for the record, since Xiao Cheng asked if it were easy to incur heavenly punishment, it would have happened already. As long as we do not let the Xuankong sect reappear in the world, we are fine. The treasures themselves are innocent. My ruling on the man, ignore him. Feed him well. A forced melon is not sweet. Then I ran the simulation and lost the first 10 times, because the instant a fight starts, Shen Wei produces tens of thousands of clones. This fellow is quite something. His divine ability is extremely cowardly. I kept rerunning it until I found the kill. It felt exactly like playing a game and hunting for the strategy, and I enjoyed it enormously. He came to the stone tablet himself in the end, and made me my own offer back at me. If you can represent the Jade Purity sect, and withstand 1 palm strike from me, I will join. Normally, I am the one who says that sort of thing. Hearing it from someone else made me inexplicably uncomfortable. We went up above the cloud sea, and I lit the entire loadout at once, and the blind man's divine sense swept me, and he said slowly, "So many spirit treasures." Then he announced he would be using full strength. How cowardly. Full strength at Void Fusion 9th layer? Are we sparring, or are you trying to kill me? One condition, I said. If I take your strike, will you actually join? You follow the sect master's orders, no word games. I have never gone back on my word, and I do need a place to stay. The palm landed on me and rebounded. I answered at full power on purpose, as a warning, and a Void Fusion 9th layer Great Cultivator went backwards through the air end over end. Body Integration Realm. A sect whose sect master is nascent soul that does not have a single Void Fusion cultivator on its rolls, hiding a body integration Great Cultivator on a mountain. From today, he said, I am a member of the Jade Purity sect. 1 star of favorability. That is enough for favorability? This one is sensible. Regarding my cultivation, do not reveal it. The people of the Jade Purity sect don't know? A cultivation like mine appearing in a sect like this would seem abrupt, and I worry the Jade Purity sect would start relying on it and cause trouble. Besides longevity, I have no desires. Master, said the crow from its perch on the fusang tree, why didn't you teach him a lesson? He was too arrogant. Shouldn't it have been 1 palm from him and 1 sword from you? If I gave you a sword strike, would you dare take it? This crow was getting puffed up. The cowardly crow persona cannot be allowed to collapse. Then I told it the actual reason for its new job, which was that the fusang tree had started shaking again, and I had put a soul transformation 9th layer divine bird on top of it to sit there like a hen on eggs. Nothing has come near it since. That man is hated by celestial beings. Did you see his eyes? That is what a celestial curse leaves behind. And, since it was listening for once, you ate the vermilion beast. Do you know what it was? It was the child of the divine beast vermilion bird. I have calculated it. The vermilion bird already hates you and me both. The crow felt extremely nauseous and would have liked to be sick, but it is very difficult to bring up a divine beast several decades after the fact. The sect announced that it had acquired a Void Fusion Elder and went absolutely wild, because that was a realm only the founding ancestral master had ever reached. And Xiao Cheng, who had noticed that Shen Wei lost to me and that the entire spar produced no visible commotion whatsoever, went around every elder in the sect personally to make sure that nobody started currying favor with the new Void Fusion Elder at the expense of the old arrangement. Wen Yan's requirements remained the top priority of the Jade Purity sect. The formless sect crushed the Bloodflame Heavenly Gate inside 5 years. Their body integration guest elder was badly wounded and went into hiding, and the formless sect turned toward Great Wei. And Zhou Wei, sect leader of the losing side, sat in a ruined hall and said, if the Bloodflame Heavenly Gate is destroyed, how will I answer to my ancestors? And Taoist Xuanzhen, the man whose body I had ground to ash, who had crawled home in a soul clone, who had been struck by heavenly tribulations at random for 3 years afterwards, said the sentence he had been building toward for a decade. We can defect to the Jade Purity sect. The offer, when their envoy delivered it in our hall, was that the entire Blood Flame Heavenly Gate would join outright as the 19th peak of the Jade Purity sect. Their envoy, standing there being formal, was privately baffled. Is the Jade Purity sect really this weak? Apart from Shen Wei, everyone in this room put together does not threaten me. Xiao Cheng flew straight up my mountain. Refusing changes nothing, I said. The formless sect's disciples are already inside Great Yan. The righteous sects are already writing to us for help. We have no actual choice. Then the terms. Send their envoy home. Make the sect leader and Taoist Xuanzhen come here in person. Xiaocheng understood that one immediately, being a politician, to annex a larger sect you must first suppress it, or it will never stay under you. They came. Zhou Wei at Void Fusion 7th layer, which made me wonder out loud how the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate had ever dared challenge the formless sect. And then I remembered that this world has no telephones and no newspapers, and that everybody in it is operating on rumor and pride. Simulation, both of them at once. Instant kill. They came to my mountain before they went to the main peak, which was the correct order. Sect leader of the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate, Zhou Wei, and Elder Taoist Xuanzhen pay their respects to the God-slaying elder. I appeared in front of them and released the reincarnation sword intent. Both of them locked solid. Sweat came off them in the cold air. Xuanzhen, who had felt this exact thing before, nearly died on the spot. Senior, we have no ill intentions. It was you who invited us. I hope that after you join the Jade Purity sect, you will not have any ulterior motives. And I put one hand on each of their shoulders and planted the 6 Paths imprint on both of them. Neither ever noticed. Senior brother, said Zhou Wei on the way down, how can the Jade Purity sect have such a powerful expert? Could that be true person Hyoshin? He is definitely not true person Haoshan, said Xuanzhen with feeling. The blood flame heavenly gate formally joined. Zhou Wei moved into our valley knowing perfectly well that he was a hostage and that if his sect ever acted up, he would be the first to die. 3 cultivation worlds sat up, but the old man was doing arithmetic. The curses had started at exactly the time he approached Su Jin in that secret realm. He had been crushed again, badly, a month ago, at exactly the hour when the blood flame heavenly gate was negotiating with the Jade Purity sect. Could the man cursing him be that husband of Su Jin's? It was very likely. The Jade Purity sect must not be confronted head-on, and so he called off an entire war. Ignore the Jade Purity sect for now. Your goal should be the heavenly immortal manner, not being competitive and aggressive. So the Jade Purity sect became the strongest sect in Great Yan without fighting a battle, and Xiaocheng finally felt a personal crisis about his own cultivation, delegated everything, and went into seclusion for the first time in 300 years. At 400 years old, the system offered me the same fork again, and I took the spirit treasure again, the Gentian spirit bracelet, peerless grade, which blocks divine sense and defends against soul attacks, and which is inlaid with blue, silver, white, and red crystals. I looked at myself in the pool afterwards and thought, I am steadily converging on the appearance of a character in an online game, and a small domestic development which turned out to matter enormously later. Ye Yue, terrified of being overtaken by his own new disciple, stopped thinking about Qingzhu altogether and cultivated like a man on fire, master and student pulling each other forward. A genuinely positive cycle, built entirely out of insecurity. The disciple in question had arrived a few years earlier, and I want to introduce him properly. Han Ye. Golden Core 4th Layer. Reincarnation of the War God of the Divine Palace of the Upper Realm, titled Divine Emperor Miaozhen. Besieged by a demon race Immortal Emperor, his body destroyed, his divine soul entered reincarnation. Because of his God Emperor luck, his aptitude is unparalleled even as a mortal. In the dark, he was attracted by the primordial spirit, ginseng, and came to the Jade Purity sect. 2 things went through my head. First, it is not just the heavenly court. There is a heavenly court, and there is a divine palace, and there are divine Buddhas, and those are only the 3 I have names for. Second, my ugly monk attracted the reincarnated war god of an upper realm superpower simply by existing. Ye Yue is not Zhu Bajie. Ye Yue is Tong Seng. The boy looked about 15, flying in with a batch of new recruits, and asked his escort about my mountain. That is the mountain of the god-slaying elder. You are not permitted to trespass, or you'll be expelled. Does the god-slaying elder take disciples? He does, but you cannot disturb him. There was a monk once who knelt at the foot of the mountain for 5 years. He filed that away, and a month later he was kneeling at my stone tablet kowtowing on schedule, and I did not notice him at all. Ye Yue noticed him. After a month, the monk walked down inside the formation and looked at him and smiled and said, "This person looks good." And Han Ye, mid-kowtow, looked up at him and thought, "This person is so ugly." He told me later, and I still enjoy it. The ugliness made him faintly nauseous, and at the same time, he could not shake the feeling that this was exactly what had drawn him across a continent, and the 2 sensations went round each other in his chest and struck sparks. "Please, senior, take me as your disciple." "Continue kowtowing then," said Ye Yue, and walked up the mountain to ask my permission with his ears red. "Han Ye wants to take you as his master?" I said. I had assumed he was here to eat my ginseng. "What do you think? I find this person quite pleasing to the eye." "Then take him. He can cultivate in front of the fusang tree. He is not permitted to leave its vicinity without permission." The introduction Ye Yue gave the boy entirely deadpan. "Besides me, there is also your grandmaster's wife, and a black crow at the soul transformation realm." The crow opened one eye. "Xiaohei, have you explained all the rules to him? Having joined my master's lineage, he cannot go around causing trouble and making messes like Fan Lei. Discipline him properly. If he acts recklessly, I will not be polite." "Stupid chicken," thought my disciple, very clearly. "Why are you putting on airs?" Hanya kowtowed 3 times toward a cave he had never seen the inside of, read the 7 characters carved above the door, and then sat down next to Ye Yue and discovered that he absorbed more spiritual chi sitting there than anywhere else he had ever been in his life. It really is an opportunity, he thought, delighted. He had no idea. None of them ever did. Then a young man landed outside our gate and challenged the entire sect. Dong Lei, body integration 2nd layer. Dao disciple of the heavenly immortal manner. Conceited. Wants to be number 1 in the world. Travels challenging everyone. Has never once been defeated. What followed was the single most embarrassing afternoon in the 1,000-year history of the Jade Purity sect. Xiaocheng was in seclusion and did not care, on the grounds that if the sky fell, Elder Han and Elder Gu were there to hold it up. Shen Wei thought it was risky and rather felt that Wen Yan should go. Wen Yan found the whole thing a bother and rather felt that Shen Wei should go and lose if necessary, as long as the man left. The other elders did not dare show their faces, the disciples less so a body integration great cultivator stood on a mountainside outside the strongest sect in Great Yan, and nobody accepted his challenge, and nobody even came out to receive him. He escalated alone for about an hour to an audience of trees. I'll put up 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Whoever beats me takes them. Silence. 1 million isn't enough. I'll add a spirit treasure. Silence. Is the Jade Purity sect full of cowards? Silence. Damn you all. Are you all dead? Will nobody come out and say anything? Silence. Within 10 breaths, if nobody comes out, I will flatten the Jade Purity sect. So I answered from inside my cave without moving. Fellow Taoist is formidable. The Jade Purity sect feels ashamed of its inferiority and admits defeat. That made it worse. Indifference is the most infuriating attitude in the world, and I had just added courtesy to it. It's you then. Get out here and fight me. Since I've come all this way, how can one sentence of surrender settle it? Fellow Taoist, why such a heavy temper? Has the Jade Purity sect offended you? Not before. But you have now. Must we really fight? Either come out, or I flatten your sect. One heaven and earth profound yellow world-breaking sword finger from inside my cave, across the mountains, without standing up. It crushed his physical body before he could cast anything at all, and the only reason his primordial spirit survived was that a golden cloud dragon was coiled around it, and the cloud dragon cracked. Wait, said the cloud dragon. Let's talk this over. I apologize for this wretch. Yunshan Taoist. 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm, one of the 12 Taoists of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. He has developed a favorable impression of you, said the system, because you did not directly kill Dong Lei. I already admitted defeat, I said. He pushed it, and then he threatened to destroy my sect. I don't want trouble. I am certainly not afraid of it. 3 stars. What the Cloud Dragon knew, and I didn't at the time, was that his divine ability only protects the spirit. If I had wanted the kill, I would have had it, and I had stopped without having any idea who the master was. Wretch, apologize to the fellow Taoist immediately. And when this is over, go home and do not leave for 100 years. Master, said Dong Lei, struck by lightning, I just came out. He had been traveling for under 5 years. He had spent all of it refusing to fight anybody he considered beneath him. The Jade Purity sect was his first real target. No wonder he had an undefeated record. He had only just started. Then the Cloud Dragon asked me who I was. Han Wei, I said. Courtesy name Ziyun. Han Ziyun. A good name. Afterwards, Shen Wei and Zhou Wei both ran that finger through their heads and came out in a cold sweat because neither of them could have blocked it. Xiaocheng, in seclusion, smiled to himself for a week, and Dong Lei went home to the Heavenly Immortal Manor and talked up the terrifying strength of Han Wei to everybody he met, because the stronger Han Wei was, the less shameful his own defeat became, and by the end of it he believed his own advertising completely, so the name went round a holy land, attached to nobody. He also sent 2 stars of favorability afterwards, which told me his master had given him a talking to. That is a real holy land. Magnanimous. They even handle their own after-sales service. 5 years later, old monster Ling Li came to visit as an honored guest at the invitation of my own sect master. I simulated him first. The first run took more than 10 breaths because his divine ability resurrects his physical body from death and keeps resurrecting it until the primordial spirit itself is destroyed. It took 8 trials to find the instant kill. Only then was I satisfied. Xiaocheng brought him to my cave personally and then waited outside nervous because if old monster Ling Li had malicious intent, he could simply have walked in. The old man's first thought on seeing me was, what a handsome man. Even Dong Wangxian cannot compare. Mine was, you have come at exactly the right time. There is a road to heaven and you would not take it. There is no gate to hell and you have barged through it anyway. Then we lied to each other for a while. I have long heard of the god-slaying elder's elegance. Previously, I did not know that Miss May was your Tao companion. I did indeed cause offense. Is that so? Then I must thank fellow Taoist for his courtesy. Keep talking. You went from 4 stars of hatred to 5.5. You would tear me into 10,000 pieces if you could reach. Over these years, he said, watching my face, I have often been cursed. Was that fellow Taoist's doing? Cursed? Am I that sort of person? Besides, I have never even met you. How could I curse a man I've never met? This fellow has some skill. He actually calculated it. That settles it. I have to pull the root out. And on his side of the table, at the same moment, he was measuring me and finding no aura that made his heart jump and thinking, should I take this opportunity to kill him? Once he dies, Sujin belongs to my disciple, and the Jade Purity sect and the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate both fall to the Formless sect. The moment that thought arrived, it grew like weeds and became uncontrollable. Hatred, 5.5 stars, still climbing. My eyes went cold. Outside, the crow, close to void fusion by then, got so uneasy simply sensing him that it worked itself into a state and finally became a bolt of black lightning and burst through my door shouting, "Master, I'm calm, shut up." It stopped dead, because old monster Ling Li was standing right there, and it no longer felt uneasy at all. This fellow seems dead? His primordial spirit has been destroyed, I said. Go and tell the sect master that the formless sect master and I had a very pleasant conversation and that he intends to stay for a few more days. The cave had not even collapsed. The crow went out and passed the message and then said to Hanya with enormous dignity, "Cultivate well. In future, if you meet a powerful enemy you cannot beat, with a cultivation like yours, neither master nor I will be taking you with us when we run." His storage rings held 4 sects worth of wealth, a supply of body integration cultivation pills, and 1 unused Heavenly Immortal token, which leads its holder to the Heavenly Immortal Manor, and which is accepted on aptitude alone without any regard for cultivation. Third time somebody had put that place in my hands. Then I split off a sliver of soul and puppeted his corpse. 7 days later, old monster Ling Li walked out of my cave, and Xiaocheng led dozens of elders down the mountain to see him off, and the Jade Purity sect publicly announced an alliance with the Formless sect, and the whole of Great Yan talked about nothing else for a season. The sliver of soul would last a month, so I flew that corpse in a dead straight line out of Great Yan at full speed, looking for somewhere plausible to leave it, because every sect it could have plausibly died at was too weak to survive the Formless sect's revenge. I parked the corpse 1,000 miles into unpeopled mountains and let its body integration aura blow every bird off every tree for 100 li. Then I carved 2 characters into a tree trunk with a deliberate gap between them. Demons. If people from the Formless sect find that, their imaginations will do the rest of the work for me. Then I cut the thread, and the corpse's head drooped forward, and I went home and celebrated with a round of cursing the vermilion bird. It worked better than I could have designed. Within a few years, it was established fact across 3 cultivation worlds that old monster Ling Li, sect master of the Formless sect, had been killed by verdant serpentine sage, and that the Formless sect had besieged the serpent in revenge and come home with nothing. I did not correct anybody. The next thing that happened is the one I like least in this whole account, and I am going to tell it straight. My mailbox said, "Qin Fan has awakened her demonic soul, fallen into the demonic path, and her murderous intent is surging." I teleported into the hall where they had been keeping her for 100 years, never mistreated, given every treasure she asked for, climbed all the way to Golden Core 8th layer in a room she could not leave, and there was no Qin Fan in it. There was an enormous black egg made of condensed devilish qi hanging in the air, and the room was as cold as an ice cellar, and the killing intent in it was thick enough to lean on. My divine sense went through the shell, which would have stopped a void fusion cultivator, and found her inside it, and I immediately sealed the entire palace with 6 paths power and waved venerable Linksy off at the door. There was no foreign soul in her. Her own soul was turning into something that was not human, and interrupting it would have killed her, so I sat down outside the shell for several days and waited. The egg dissipated. I caught her before she hit the floor and put my own outer robe around her. She had reached nascent soul without undergoing a tribulation. That is not supposed to be possible. She opened her eyes, saw my face directly above her, was not frightened at all, and reached up to touch it with her eyes still unfocused. "Miss Chin, wake up." Nothing. I slapped her. "Why are you hitting me again?" "Again? When did I ever hit you?" Then, with her hand at her collar, "You changed my clothes?" Did you see my body?" "I didn't look. I dressed you with my eyes closed." "Why did you close your eyes? Isn't it because you saw it that you closed them?" "Then I apologize." "I don't want an apology. You have to be responsible for me now. From today I'm sticking to you." "Are you trying to run a scam on me?" Having a good appearance is genuinely a defect. What I learned in that room was worth the century. The Ling family are not demonic cultivators in the ordinary sense. They are true demons. The demon race was once a race of its own. After it perished, its techniques passed into the human race, and that is where all demonic cultivators come from. The Ling family are descendants of the union between the two, which is why she cannot lose control the way ordinary demonic cultivators do. Ordinary ones lose control because their bodies cannot hold the power. Their heart demon is the demon race's consciousness pushing back at a body that is not built for it. Hers is built for it. I gave her one condition, and I meant it. Do no evil and harm no innocents. The Jade Purity sect is, after all, a righteous path sect, and I acquired a new enemy in the same hour. Qin Yue, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, 5th layer. 2nd generation head of the Ling family, trapped in a mysterious forbidden land. She has selected Qin Fan as her successor and hopes to rely on her to escape. Because Qin Fan has feelings for you, she has developed hostility, believing you might obstruct Qin Fan's growth and has thoughts of eliminating you. So Qin Yue went onto the rotation as well, once every few years, forever. Qin Fan, fidgeting, mentioned that among the Ling ancestors' techniques, there was a method for cultivating together and asked whether I would be willing. I frowned. A month later, I went home and cursed her ancestor with everything I had. 8 years took me to body integration 5th layer at 400 years old, which is a sentence that would not be believed anywhere in that world. Su Jin came home with a purple herb she had stolen from 2 Yao kings who had fought each other to exhaustion over it since she could teleport by then and had adopted the strategy of turning up at the end of other people's wars. Heaven and earth grass. 10,000 years ago, it was an ordinary blade of grass. Feng, immortal god, descended and sat in epiphany nearby, and after 100 years, bathed in immortal qi, it shed its mortal form. In 10,000 years, it has met destruction again and again, and every single time, on instinct, it has turned to ash, scattered into the human world, and grown back. This grass has the aptitude to become a divine plant, or an immortal god. She also brought news, and the news made me want to go outside, and I noticed myself wanting it and got suspicious of my own feet. This woman has clearly been arranged by the heavenly Tao to tempt me out of doors. Only after going out did I realize how small Great Yan is, she said. In West Abyss Prefecture, the Jade Purity sect would not even count as second rate. Its reputation today is entirely because my husband is holding it down, and she wanted me to go and get onto a list. There is apparently a ranked list of the top 100 cultivators in the world, and she thought I ought to be at the top of it. Vulgar. I have never valued fame. I value profit. I gave her life-extending pills instead. These are for you. Your aptitude is mediocre and I'm afraid you'll die too early. My husband only knows how to tease me. I'm not teasing, I'm serious. And then she told me, in passing, that Wang Hong had died decades ago because the Jade Purity sect has too few life-extending medicines. Big senior brother Wu. The one who took the elite training slot I refused and clapped me on the shoulder afterwards and told me that if I ever ran into trouble, I should come and find him. I never troubled him once. And then he was gone, and I had not even noticed the icon disappear. I had been feeling for years that people were missing from my friends list and had not been able to remember who. Cultivate well, I told her. Don't become the next senior brother Liu. I can't bear to leave the world. I still want to accompany my husband. I planted the heaven and earth grass inside my own cave because it was too small to survive out under the fusang tree and took stock of what I was running. A heavenly hound, a crow, a gourd vine, a divine tree, a ginseng monk, a grass spirit. At a certain point, I stopped being a cultivator and started being a botanical garden with a sword. 2 years later, Xiaocheng came up my mountain, and it was not about the formless sect. The Grand Elder is reaching the limit of his lifespan. The half-meter ghost. The enormous white robe. The man who crawled under my door 300 years earlier and got beaten with a seal and then tried to hand me a technique that required removing something. Do you need me to go and see him? I asked because I did not want another Elder Fang. I had learned that lesson at some cost. Master has already left the Jade Purity sect. He said that if he has not returned in 20 years, then he is dead. Xiaocheng's voice did something. He asked me to convey his gratitude to you. He said that without Elder Han, the Jade Purity sect would not be where it is today. I did not say anything for a while. The gratitude was probably sincere, but nobody says that sentence to a man's face unless they also mean something else by it. Then Xiaocheng asked me his real question, without any gloom at all, in the voice of somebody who has buried a great many friends. If one day I also reach my limit, who do you think is suitable to be the next sect master? I'm in seclusion all year round. How would I know? Looking across the whole Jade Purity sect, the disciples with the strongest aptitude are all under your tutelage. Ye Yue and Han Ye are both breaking through nascent soul. I saw the shape of it immediately. He was trying to tie the sect and me together with a knot I would have to cut on my way out, so I told him the truth, all of it, out loud, for the first time in 400 years. If I decide to leave the Jade Purity sect one day, those two will not be able to hold my feet. If I do not want to leave, but the sect faces an enemy I cannot resist, then in order to preserve my life, I will also leave. I let him have the rest of it. Since I first understood anything, I have had exactly one goal in life, and that goal is immortality. I can assist the Jade Purity sect while I pursue it. I will never abandon it for the Jade Purity sect. He was not surprised. He nodded and agreed to have Han Ye groomed for the chair anyway. And while we sat there talking, I quietly branded Xiaocheng with the 6 Paths imprint. He had treated me well for 400 years. If I ever run into his next life, I would still be willing to give him a hand. Then, at the door, I asked the question I had walked up to twice already and turned away from. Sect Master, how is Fairy Xuanzui's lifespan? Junior sister's aptitude is higher than mine. Another few hundred years should be no problem. He looked at me with an expression I chose not to examine. She's just come back, in fact. If you have nothing to do, you could go and visit her. 5 years later, the heaven and earth grass in my cave developed spiritual intelligence. It could not think yet. It was simply there in a way it had not been before. I named it enmity grass, on the grounds that it had regrown out of pure spite 10,000 times, and then celebrated by cursing the vermilion bird and Qin Yue. 7 more years took me to body integration's 6th layer, and by then my mountain had the densest spiritual qi in Great Yan, and I went and looked at Fairy Xuanzui, nascent soul 9th layer. Her temperament had gone somewhere past ethereal into holy. She had become the kind of beautiful that does not provoke desire in anybody, only a sort of quiet awe, which I suspect she had engineered on purpose over 300 years. I sound transmitted her rather than knocking. Fairy Xuanzui, why not move to the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality? I'll open a cave for you. That is your mountain. It would hardly be convenient. And then I said the thing I had been not saying for 400 years, and I said it badly, the way I say everything that matters. You already know about the Grand Elder. I have spent my whole life in bitter cultivation, and there are not many people I care about. You are one of them. I would like to walk the road of the Great Tao alongside you. I do not wish to be left alone at the end of a very long journey, walking forward by myself. Anybody else in that world would have found that speech irritating. She understood it. She hesitated for a while, and then she agreed. I carved her cave into a nearby hillside with my own hands. Master, said Ye Yue hopefully, watching me do it, are you opening an immortal cave for me? This is Fairy Xuanzui's. She was once my master, and now she is my fellow Taoist. You are not permitted to disturb her cultivation. Will Fairy 19 Wan want to eat you? Said the crow. Are your feathers itching? From then on, every 2 years, I went over and discussed the Tao with her, and she welcomed it every time. My techniques were more profound than hers by then. Her knowledge and her experience were things I could not touch and never have. 8 years after that, 3 people came home at once. Ling Tian, Qin Lei, and a woman in a purple skirt named Tian Shishi. And the moment they cleared the mountains, she stopped in midair and stared at my mountain with her brows drawing together. The spiritual qi on that mountain is impossible. That level already rivals hidden holy lands that have been cultivating for 10,000 years. You go and find junior sister Qin Fan, said Ling Tian. I'll find Wen Yan. I want to see how strong he's got. Wen Yan is likely even stronger than you. Ling Tian had a whole counter-analysis ready, involving the Blood Flame Heavenly Gates defection being purely a result of formless sect pressure, and I have to admire the effort. The Shadow Crow Phoenix had by that point taken its own tribulation in the Myriad Demon Realm in front of a horrified audience of elders, reached the Void Fusion Realm, learned the Divine Swordfinger from me, and begun firing sword chi out of its feathers. It had also promoted itself from Brother Chicken to Lord Chicken. Wen Yan, lay time no see. You still remember me? I remember. These years haven't been easy, have they? That landed on Qin Lei like a punch, because they had been within a breath of death continuously for 200 years. Ling Tian said, we've lived quite dashingly, roaming the world with our swords. How about it? Do you want to come out and explore with us? Then, let's spar. I lost to you before. I've become stronger. You've only just got back. There's no need. Wen Yan, are you afraid? And then, because he could not help himself, I've refined a tyrant body now. I've killed soul transformation experts. His working estimate of me, which he had arrived at very carefully, was soul transformation, because generally once a man reaches nascent soul, it is extremely difficult to make a leap by bitter cultivation alone. Who are you? Said the crow, arriving. A mere nascent soul dares provoke my master? You can't even beat Lord Chicken. You, crow, are quite arrogant. So what? Wen Yan, said Ling Tian, delighted. How about I teach your crow a lesson for you? I was tired of refusing him. Do not hurt him, I said, to the crow. That offended him more than anything else that day. Qin Lei tried to warn him quietly that he could not see through the crow. He was not listening. The tyrant body came up, blood-colored patterns crawled over his face, and the whole mountainside shook, and he hit that crow with everything a reincarnated Mahayana cultivator's rebuilt body could produce. The crow crossed its wings and took it, with black flame flickering along its feathers, and after the first exchange it said conversationally, "Is that it?" Ling Tian nearly came apart at the seams. A crow had mocked him. He put a knee into it and drove it up into the sky, and they took the brawl upward, and he fought like a mortal martial artist, every blow cracking the air, doing what I can only describe as negligible damage. Brother Han, said Qin Lei faintly, watching. What breed is that crow? A very ordinary crow. I caught it from a farmer inside the Jade Purity sect, and I've been raising it for a few hundred years. Both of them turned and stared at me. The reason the crow was only blocking, incidentally, is that I taught it that some people are far stronger than their displayed realm, and that a certain kind of person pretends to be a pig in order to eat the tiger. It seems loud and brash. It is extremely careful. It finished its assessment eventually and announced, "This kid is truly weak. Lord Chicken is done acting. Boy, are you ready to taste the pain of defeat?" Sword chi came out of its feathers like a downpour, and Ling Tian smelled death for the second time in his life, which he recognized instantly, having actually died twice, and I wrapped my spiritual power around him and put the whole thing out. "Let's end it here." "Master, how is my strength?" said the crow afterwards, strutting. "I didn't lose face for you?" That woman standing behind him is body integration 9th layer, and she has a deep relationship with Ling Tian. If you had injured him, do you think you could have beaten her? The strut went out of it like air out of a bag. Ling Tian went and hid in an inn in the inner sect city and would not come out for a month. And Qin Lei learned that Qin Fan had also reached nascent soul, without ever leaving a locked hall, without a single fight, without once being in danger, and began, quietly, to doubt his entire life. He came back up my mountain a few days later with Tian Shishi to thank me for stopping his cousin walking into the demonic path all those years ago, on the grounds that if I hadn't, she would have died long since. "Brother Han, what realm are you at now? Void fusion?" "More or less." His smile got a great deal more bitter. Then he told me the thing I actually needed. "We met your disciple Fan Lei. He has completely transformed into a demon. He has taken Verdant Serpentine Sage as his foster father. If he hadn't stepped in to save us, we'd have been eaten." Another foster father. What is wrong with that child? Was he a professional adopted son in his past life? And then the rest of it. Fan Lei and the Nether Celestial Hound had conspired with a group of demon kings to jump Verdant Serpentine Sage, had been utterly defeated, and were now being hunted across the world. The mail confirmed it that evening. Nether Celestial Hound attacked 10,421 times, severely injured, fell into the 9 Serene Great Marsh, fate unknown. Fan Lei attacked 6,982 times. And separately, Zhou Lei and Duan Tianyun both severely injured by a demon king. That Verdant Serpentine Sage, said Tian Shishi, could step into the Tribulation Transcendence realm at any time. When I rescued those two, I was very nearly injured myself. "You see," I said to Qin Lei, "it is extremely dangerous out there. Why don't you stay in the Jade Purity sect from now on?" He didn't refuse. He just sighed, and I watched a man's Tao heart come loose in real time. The instant they were off my mountain, I simulated Tian Shishi, body integration 9th layer, instant kill, which told me something useful. If I can erase her that easily, and she was able to snatch 2 men out of Verdant Serpentine Sage's hands and get away, then the serpent is not the monster the world thinks he is. So I opened the Book of Misfortune and cursed Verdant Serpentine Sage by name alone, having never once laid eyes on him and genuinely wondering whether that would even work. As for Zhou Lei, my puppet sect master had been at a conference of sect masters when they blundered into Verdant Sage hunting Fan Lei. He recognized my disciple, and he moved to rescue him, and the combined sect masters of the world could not handle one serpent. He got home in pieces and said, "To nobody, I'm finally back. I can't go out anymore, and I can't just rescue people whenever I feel like it." That man has been mine for 200 years, and he still tried. The curse worked. It worked better on Verdant Serpentine Sage than on anybody before or since, and I want to explain exactly how, because it is the funniest thing I have ever done by accident. He went into his Tribulation Transcendence tribulation a few years later, hundreds of feet of green-scaled python thrashing under 10,000 June of lightning above a lake, not losing a single scale. And then the white lightning turned purple. The heavenly tribulation has leveled up. Damn that curse power. His tribulation had been running nearly a month, and my cursing had been intensifying the entire time, and it had made his own heavenly tribulation stronger. He was forced to spend a golden wooden staff to hold the sky off, and while the staff was eating thousands of bolts over his head, he took human form and tried to divine who was doing it to him. He could not. No matter how he calculated. Damn rat, who exactly is it? I was several hundred miles away in a cave, sitting on a cushion, with a book of black paintings open on my knees, and I had never seen his face in my life. He passed it anyway, and stepped into the Tribulation Transcendence realm with demonic chi coiling around him like dozens of black dragons, and announced to a lake full of nothing that he was now a true Yao Saj. And then he went to war with the entire human race. The scale of what came next took some absorbing. Tens of millions of demon soldiers. Over 100 demon kings at body integration and void fusion under his command, Gaiyuan Prefecture close to falling, West Abyss and Great Way both under attack, and 2 years earlier a mysterious Tribulation Transcendence cultivator had tried to stop him at the Gaiyuan border and been beaten nearly to death for it. Xiaocheng came and asked me whether the Jade Purity sect should migrate. Relocate to where? Overseas. To seek refuge with the ancestral master. He has been getting beaten frequently lately, and we're going to rely on him? How does Elder Han know that? I deduce it. Besides, can we avoid the demon army along the way? We cannot. Then gather every disciple home. If running means meeting monsters anyway, we may as well stay and fight it out. My reasoning, since it was not courage. With everybody home, I do not have to go and rescue anybody anywhere. I sit on my mountain, I wait for the serpent, I kill the serpent first, and the rest of the demon kings scatter like a dropped tray. And if I went out and somebody stole my house while I was gone, I would regret it forever. If other sects in the cultivation world were destroyed, so be it. I did not care. The only thing in that world I could not bear to part with was on my own mountain. I have never wanted to be anybody's savior. Once you become a savior, the trouble never ends. I spent the waiting years upgrading. There is a thing called a Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, which raises a magic treasure by 1 full grade. I tried to feed one to the Primordial Judgment Sword and was politely informed that the Primordial Judgment Sword cannot be upgraded by the Heavenly Tao, so the novels were right about that too. Grand Mist is above the Heavenly Tao. Instead, I went back into the river of Sword Tao, and the figure at the far end saw me coming and was extremely unhappy about it. It's you again. Senior, I am facing a mortal enemy. Can you let me take one more step? Just one. You have already grasped the Tai Yi divine ability and Tai Yi sword intent. Who in the mortal realm can you possibly not defeat, unless the gap in realm is enormous? I had intended to visit you after my ascension to thank you for your guidance. I let that sit. Now I may die on the path of cultivation instead, which is a pity. There was a long silence. Then you may move forward. And he stepped aside. 3 steps. That is all I got. 3 steps under a pressure like carrying a mountain range on my shoulders, with my consciousness starting to come apart at the seams until I heard myself say out loud, in a river made of swords, "Senior, save me." A hand came out of the air behind me, took my shoulder, and pulled me back. Junior, if there is a next time, I will not save you again. 3 steps bought me 1,000,000 swords. After that upgrade, the 3 Pure Ones World Extermination could summon 1,000,000 shadows, all of them famous blades out of the river of history, and when I tested it on the copy of Tianshishi I still had stored, it did not merely kill her, it annihilated body and soul together with nothing left to reincarnate. The grass was trembling when I came out of it. Master, your aura just now was so terrifying. It reminded me of my previous master. What previous master? You only have me. And outside, Ye Yue looked up at the purple sky and sighed and said, Master, this natural phenomenon is not the first time it has appeared. I wonder what kind of prodigy was born this time. You are looking at the prodigy. You have been feeding him for 200 years. Then I noticed one more person looking at that sky. Dozens of miles out, on a mountainside, a half-demon in black with blood down his front was sitting against a rock healing between flights, and he said, to nobody, another peerless genius has been born. If only they could help me kill verdant serpentine sage. He had been hunted for years. He had been half-dead continuously. He had dragged sects and demon kings into ruin behind him, and he had come all the way to the doorstep of the Jade Purity sect and stopped there, unable to make himself walk in. You've reached the doorstep, I said into his ear, and you won't come back? Do you really want to be verdant serpentine sage's son? His eyes went red. Mr. Don't cry. Go to the foot of the mountain and kneel for 5 years and recite I was wrong 1,000 times a day. Ah? He knelt, forehead in the mud, every day, on schedule. The half-demon is back, said the crow, delighted. I made no effort at all to hide any of it. I let verdant sage's scout birds see the whole thing and carry it home, because I wanted him to come. Everybody came home. Han Ye came back and sat down under the fusong tree for good. Fan Lei was stunned by what had happened at his own house while he was out being adopted by monsters. His grandnephews near nascent soul, and the crow at void fusion. I listened to them catch up from inside and had to sit down. 1 nascent soul and 1 soul transformation had conspired to ambush and kill a tribulation transcendence demon sage. No wonder the man was so angry. Having ants rebel against you is a supreme insult. I want to be honest about my own state. I was nervous. I packed the heaven and earth grass into a white jade bottle so it was portable. I ran the worst case in my head the way I always do. And I deliberately cursed Verdant Sage at low power only because I wanted to spoil his mood without draining myself in case the fight came that afternoon. He arrived in the north first and put Demon King Diansu's head under his foot in the snow with all of Diansu's demons pinned beside him. Do you submit? The 10,000-year Demon King, whom every monster in Great Yan had believed invincible, had not been able to fight back at all. And halfway through the interrogation, Verdant Sage suddenly snarled at the empty air. Damn, fellow, cursing this sage again. Diansu heard that word and understood immediately because it was his own nightmare, and thought, so this one is also being targeted by immortals and gods. Fine. Bow the head. He won't live long anyway. I am willing to submit. Then Verdant Sage showed him a face in a mirror of flying snow. Do you know Fan Lei? Isn't that my adopted son? Has he offended you somehow? Adopted son. One staff strike took Diansu's head off. I also acknowledge this sage as his adoptive father, said Verdant Sage to a shrieking primordial spirit, and then organized demon kings to rebel against me. I would like it recorded that my disciple had at that point acquired at least 3 foster fathers, and that the resulting family dispute killed one of them. The sky over the Jade Purity sect went black 3 days later. Demonic chi clouds swallowed the whole horizon like an abyss coming in sideways. Gao Min's voice went across every peak ordering the formations up. The disciples talk the way people do. It's over. Can we hold? Why doesn't the sect master lead us out? Now we're fish in a barrel. Escape? Escape where? Rebellious son. This sage wondered where you had run to, and you fled to a sect this small? Today this sage will eat every single person in it. He was still outside my 100-mile radius, so I could not simulate him yet, which meant I had to stand there while he monologued. This fellow started acting cool before he had even arrived. I pulled Fan Lei up onto my mountain so he could not be taken hostage. I would like to be clear that if it had come to a genuine trade, I would not have hesitated for long. He already carried the 6 Paths imprint. If he had died there, we could have continued the master-disciple relationship in his next life. Master, where are you going? Said the grass in its bottle. Don't abandon me. I'll be back soon. Outside, my entire household was standing under the fusang tree. Every elder in the sect was in the air watching 4 horizons close at once. Nobody was breathing properly. Where is the god-slaying elder? Sujin came and stood beside me. Husband, what are you going to do? She did not mind if I ran. She has told me this since. She only ever feared that I would run without her. Wait a little longer. And my calm calmed all of them, and Fan Lei, who knows me better than anybody there, thought if he did not have absolute certainty, it would be impossible for him to look like this. What I was actually doing was hammering the simulation trial. At the edge of my range, like a man refreshing a screen waiting for a boss to spawn. Then the range caught him. Verdant Serpentine Sage, Level 1, Tribulation Transcendence Realm, newly promoted Demon Sage of the Yao race, 2 breaths of simulation, a frown, 1 more breath, Fortunately, I upgraded the 3 Pure Ones World Extermination when I did. Without those 3 extra steps, I could not have broken the defense of that golden staff. I walked to the cliff edge with my right hand open in a sword grip and deliberately did not draw because I wanted him coming in fast. He came over the mountains 100 zhang tall, walking on black cloud with the staff on his shoulder, looking like something that had walked out of the primordial, with a churning sky of demons behind him looking down at my sect the way you look at a laid table. The aura of cultivators is still the most delicious. There are too few of them. There won't be enough to share. Not running away this time? He swept the mountain with his divine sense. The handsome one is covered in spirit treasures and has a pathetic cultivation. The crow is decent. That could be subjugated. And then his eyes found the fusang tree. This tree! How is this possible? How could such a divine tree be here? And greed went through him like water through paper, and the strongest thing his divine sense could find in the entire valley was a void fusion 9th layer blind man who could not survive 1 swing of his staff. So he laughed and said, "Let you all experience this sage's power," and dived straight at the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. Every cultivator in that valley knew who lived on that mountain. Xiao Cheng's fists were closed inside his sleeves. Fairy Xuanzui was shaking. Time went very slowly. Heaven and earth lost their voice. And then the mountain answered. Sword shadows came out of it in a mass, dense as carp crossing a river, and 100 zhang demon sage was submerged in mid-dive. I was standing at the cliff edge with the primordial judgment sword still extended at the sky where I had swung it, with the robe cracking like a sail and the scarf whipping out sideways, and my household was staring at my back. "This," I said, "is what I'm going to do." Sujin has never let me forget that line. Hundreds of thousands of shadows crushed him on the way down, demon and soul together, body and spirit both, with nothing left over to be reborn. Then I turned the blade, and the sword chi became an ocean that blotted out the sky, and it kept condensing more of them, some like gentlemen, refined and elegant, some like monarchs looking down on the world, some like saints with broad heavy blades, past 1,000,000, and still coming. Shen Wei, who was blind, stood in the air and shook because 5,000 years earlier he had watched the Xuankong sect be erased by the power of immortals, and this felt the same. Venerable Lingxi whispered, "Verdant Serpentine Sage's demonic qi, it's gone." And then the 1,000,000 swords fanned out in every direction over that valley, and the demon army came apart. The demon sage is dead. Run. What is the Jade Purity sect hiding? Nothing outran them. The horizon opened in a long line of red flowers, like fireworks going off across a whole province, and hundreds of thousands of demons died in the space of a few breaths. Nobody in that sect ever forgot that afternoon, and the phrase they all use about it is the same one. That was the day we saw the power of an immortal with our own eyes. I picked one thing out of the wreckage, the golden wooden staff, cracked and smoking, the only object of his that survived. My divine sense found a wisp of soul clone curled inside its mustard space, an eerie little man, asleep. I dropped it straight into the lesser universe belt without touching it, because I was afraid of waking it. Fan Lei stood there stupefied. He, better than anybody alive, knew exactly how strong that serpent had been. The thing that had filled his life with despair and terror for 100 years had been killed in seconds by his own master. So the strongest person was beside me the whole time, he thought, and I have spent a century chasing illusory power all over the world. Master is too strong, the crow bellowed. Invincible in the world. Master was right. Focusing on cultivation is the righteous path. Sujin did not say anything. She simply stood there, being prouder than anybody on that mountain, and she had earned it because she had spotted me when I was a mortal servant carrying water. I walked past my kneeling disciple on my way back inside. Why aren't you at the foot of the mountain kneeling? From now on, without my permission, if you dare run out again, our master-disciple relationship is severed. Your life and death will no longer be any concern of mine. He kowtowed 3 times, hard enough to hear, and went back down. The staff had a passenger, and I made a mistake with it. I used 6-path soul absorption to pull the remnant soul out into the open, and it opened its eyes and said, "What do you want to do? Taoist Xuankong has developed hatred toward you." 5 stars. I destroyed it on reflex before it finished the sentence because a 5-star hatred cannot be resolved and there is no reason to keep a witness. Then the file came up. Taoist Xuankong, 8th level of the loose immortal realm. Because you slew the demon pet and the soul clone he left in the mortal realm, he is filled with hatred. Once you achieve ascension, he will definitely come to cause you trouble. 6 stars. So Verdant Serpentine Sage had been somebody's pet, and the golden staff had been his master's. I sat with that for a minute and then relaxed completely because of 4 words in the entry. Once you achieve ascension, is that all? Then I will simply wait until my cultivation is high enough to kill you and ascend after that. What are you going to do about it? That is the whole of my strategy, in one line, and it has never changed. The sky is full of people waiting to kill me on arrival. Fine, I will arrive later. I fed 2 heavenly Tao spirit stones into the Book of Misfortune rather than the sword, because there were too many powerful enemies now, and I needed unconventional methods to keep them busy. It jumped 2 ranks at once. Peerless Grade Tai Spirit Treasure, which incidentally revealed that there are ranks above Peerless that I had not known existed. First target for the new weapon, Taoist Xuankong, Feng 8th level loose immortal, carefully, at low power, in case I drained myself dry. I have been cursing that man for a very long time now. The world's reaction to Verdant Sage's death changed everything, and I did not enjoy any of it. He wanted to emulate me. He had no idea he was emulating a man who had been dead for a century and was walking around inside a body I gave him. The Jade Purity sect was renamed that decade. The elders wanted it. The Emperor of Great Yan wanted to make it the state faith, and so it became the Yu King Sacred Sect, the recognized holy land of the whole cultivation world. Xiaocheng handed the seat back to true person Heoqian at the same time and told me why, without drama. I do not want to die early, so I have decided to focus on cultivation and fight for my own destiny. When the handover is done, I said, move to the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. I did not attend the renaming banquet. I did not give the lecture they asked for. Things were perfect as they were. The god-slaying elder was famous everywhere, and no disciple in that sect knew his face, and on a quiet afternoon, I could still walk down through the inner city and buy things. 5 years after that, my routine scan found something standing inside my own sect that I could not beat. Mingling, Mahayana realm, 8th layer, ranked as a demonic lord. Not a mortal body this time. I ran the simulation before I went to meet her at my own cave mouth, and I lost. Comprehensively. That woman fights like a completely different person from the one who used to sit in my cave complaining about my furniture. No wonder they call her a demonic lord. She was in an inn, swirling a glass. You are the god-slaying elder. You killed Verdant Serpentine Sage. I nodded, with every treasure I own one thought away from lighting. I really underestimated you. To slay Verdant Serpentine Sage, have you already reached undergoing tribulation? I've just reached body integration 9th layer. And she smiled properly for the first time in 300 years. I didn't expect you to be a heaven-defying prodigy of the kind that appears once in 10,000 years. Very good. You are even more suitable to be my Tao companion. Then she put 3 bottles of Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation pills on the table and told me why she had really come. I came for the matter of Verdant Serpentine Sage. That demon has a massive background, and I am here to avenge him. A beat while I did not move. From now on, if anyone asks, you must not admit that you killed him. The true culprit has already been killed by me. Do you understand? Deny it flatly and it will be fine. I will hold those fellows off. There was a silence in which she looked at me and smiled, and I understood that I was expected to contribute something, so I gave her the golden staff. Keeping it was possession of stolen goods anyway. She took it happily. I'll bring this back and make them believe the culprit is dead. At the window, on her way out, heaven and earth are about to undergo drastic changes. Cultivate well. Since you are my Tao companion, even if heaven and earth were destroyed, I would still be able to keep you safe. May I know the name of the person who wants to avenge verdant serpentine sage? She glanced back. Yin Tian. And she was gone. When I simulated the area, she was already 100 miles out. The first thing I did when I got home was curse Yin Tian. 3 more years to body integration great perfection, and then the tribulation transcendence tribulation, which lasts several times longer and hits several times harder than anything before it and would have destroyed the myriad demon realm outright. Shaocheng found me a plain east of the sect where it drizzles all year round and breeds poisonous insects and nobody goes. You don't need me to guard you? Can you block an enemy capable of disturbing my tribulation? What you say makes sense. Farewell. A month of lightning. My running worry the entire time, based entirely on my reading in a previous life, was that new plotlines start when the protagonist is disturbed during his tribulation. Nobody came, which is how I finally established, at the age of 478, that I am not the protagonist of anything. People like Ling Tian are. The system offered me ascension for the first time. Prepare for ascension, and you may go to any of the 3 realms, or keep cultivating toward Mahayana. You can ascend from tribulation transcendence? Interesting. There are 2 things camping the exit with my name in their mouths. How exactly would I ascend? I took the second option, and the rewards came with the method of ascension attached. You use your own luck to stir the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao carries you up out of the mortal realm. And because I had chosen the reincarnation sword immortal path 400 years earlier, my exit was not limited to the upper realm. I could go up, I could go to the netherworld, I could go somewhere else entirely. Better to be the head of a crow than the tail of a phoenix. I have finally reached the top of this world. Why would I leap into the next one to be somebody's stepping stone? Lifespan, 478 out of 109,200. Race, human. Mortal shedding stage, 109,000 years. I suspect that is the 6 paths of reincarnation art, doing something quietly, because I have never heard of any cultivator anywhere living 100,000 years. The plain where I took it was scorched black and pitted afterwards, and the year-round rain stopped permanently. The tribulation had changed not just the terrain, but the climate. There was a 17-year-old peeking out of the forest at the edge of it. Sui, Qi refining 3rd layer, child of heaven and earth, born carrying the luck of heaven and earth and protected by it. Because the luck is too vast, his body and soul cannot yet bear it. Once he breaks through to Golden Core, it will manifest, and from that day, he will soar into the sky, unstoppable. He took one look at me standing in a crater and dropped to his knees. This junior had no intention of disturbing you. Is this the child of heaven and earth? Isn't he a bit spineless? I threw him a god-slaying token. Meeting is fate. When you join the Yuking sacred sect, you may produce this. 4 stars, immediately. When people are at their lowest, receiving guidance from a powerful figure for no reason makes worship very easy. By then, kneeling at my stone tablet had become an institution, a dozen hopefuls at a time, in rotation, with the elders banning noise anywhere near that mountain on pain of expulsion. Sui knelt for 5 years and outlasted every batch. I gave him to Ye Yue, who was by then anxious that Hanye had caught up with him. If it got out that the disciple was stronger than the master, what face would he have left? And who therefore wanted a junior underneath him rather badly. Fanlei volunteered enthusiastically. If I let you take him, I said, you would probably send him off to be somebody's grandson to another demon king. When Su Wei was carried up the mountain, he collapsed, 5 years of kneeling having done what 5 years of kneeling does. Senior, are you willing to accept me as your disciple? Apprentice? Said Han Ye from his cushion without opening his eyes. Based on what? You can only be my junior brother. I counted the household on my fingers that night. First disciple, Fan Lei, bloodline of a demon saint. Second disciple, Wen Ruo, reincarnation of the heavenly court's Jinx. Third disciple, Ye Yue, reincarnation of the primordial spirit Ginseng. First grand disciple, Han Ye, reincarnation of the war god of the divine palace. Second grand disciple, Su Wei, child of heaven and earth. The Shadow Crow Phoenix, reincarnation of an upper realm demon saint. The Nether Celestial Hound, a divine beast of luck. And a blade of grass that can become an immortal god. Feng entire household of people with monstrous luck, and every single one of them arrived because they wanted to be near a man who was hiding. The question I could not answer that night, and would not answer for another 600 years. Do I wait for them to grow up before I ascend, or send them ahead and have them hold the ladder? Li Meihua came home with the ancestral master 3 years later and immediately panicked because she heard that Fairy Xuanzui had moved onto my mountain. Something is wrong. I calculated everything and I missed the master. Thinking back, Wen Yan was indifferent to everybody except Fairy Xuanzui. He smiled at Fairy Xuanzui. Could the reason he rejected me and Qin Fan and Su Jin be that he likes Fairy Xuanzui? Then she learned that the sect master had also moved onto the mountain and calmed down completely, which I have always found funny. At the reunion, the crow pulled its head down between its shoulders on sight, because when it was small she used to stroke it and then pull its feathers. Junior brother, long time no see, she lunged. I raised one finger and froze her in midair. Senior sister, what exactly are you trying to do? I just missed you. She was Golden Core 9th layer, and she had become a full-spectrum specialist. Talismans, formations, planting, alchemy, all of it. The news from overseas was that the ancestral master's sect was riven with enemies, and that several of the Yu King disciples who went with him had died out there. I felt privately and enormously fortunate that I had never followed true person Heoshin anywhere. I offered her a cave on my mountain as well. She picked her spot exactly halfway between Fairy Xuanzui's and Su Jin's. I do not know whether I was overthinking that. The 8th layer of the 6 paths gave me the gate of reincarnation, which lets me throw a soul directly into the wheel or step through into the netherworld myself, which meant that if I ever met something I could not beat, I could leave the world entirely. I have always liked defensive techniques best, and around then, a long way north, my hound was dying on an altar. The nether celestial hound had been tied down with thorned vines in the middle of a stone platform between 2 mountains, ringed by circles of demonic cultivators in a state I can only call religious. The auspicious hour approaches. With the blood of a god, awaken the heart of the devil. Are you ready to welcome the arrival of the Devil Emperor? Waiting for the arrival of the Devil Emperor. It swore at them for a long time. A bunch of bugs. Let go of this king. Do you know who this king is? Do you know Great Sage Green Python? He died at the hands of this king's master. When my master comes, he will grind your bones to dust. And its voice got quieter and quieter because none of them were frightened. They kept looking at it with exactly the same expression. It thought about its life while it lay there. It had had its moments of glory. Most of the time it had been in pain. Its temper was terrible, and it would fight anything over nothing, and it was alone, and it was weak. And so it usually ended up surrounded. It waited for somebody to come. And at some point during that ceremony, it understood that nobody was coming, and it despaired. And the last thing it thought clearly was that if heaven gave it one more chance, it would never leave the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality again, and it would listen to its crow dad. 5 years later, my mailbox said, "Your divine pet, the nether celestial hound, has been sacrificed and reduced to a mount for Devil Emperor Luo Yan." I disliked that hound. It was rude. It was fat. It fought my crow every week for a century, and it left without permission. It was still my hound. The Devil Emperor sacrificed my hound. Did he ask my permission? I cursed Luo Yan for 3 months without stopping, which I had never done for anybody. It changed nothing. He was far away, and I could not have found the hound if I had gone. So that was the only thing available to do with what I was feeling, and I did it until my nose bled. Luo Yan's history, when I dug it up, he was once the emperor of an imperial dynasty who practiced demonic techniques and suffered qi deviation. 1,000 years later, he came back to himself, went home, found his dynasty in other hands, and in fury, blood-bathed his own empire. Then he unified the demonic path of the entire world and died in his own ascension tribulation. Because he was the first person ever to unify the demonic path, the name Devil Emperor is revered like a god's among demonic cultivators. Dying in your ascension tribulation does make him seem a bit weak though, not even as good as Taoist Xuankong. 5 years to Tribulation Transcendent 2nd layer, and then the file updated. Luo Yan has developed hatred toward you. 3 stars. My first thought was that the hound had betrayed me. My second was that if that hound were the betraying type, it would have done it 300 years ago. Luo Yan, 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, Devil Emperor of the mortal realm. His demonic disciples sacrificed your divine pet to summon him back from the demon abyss. He extracted the nether celestial hound's soul and became aware of your existence. He read my hound's memories. 3rd level of Mahayana? That's all? His cultivation isn't even as high as my own Tao companions, and he calls himself a Devil Emperor. I cursed him for half a month more. At 500 years old, the system offered me the usual fork and gave the same reward for both options, so I followed my heart and took the 9 Heavens Ascending Boots, a grade 6 Tai spirit treasure containing the true meaning of wind that lets a man reach the sky in one bound, a spirit treasure that improves my running away. I test drove them straight upward. 1 step and the ground was small, another, and I was among the stars. A third and I hit an invisible ceiling. From up there, the mortal realm is not a globe. It is an unimaginably vast continent surrounded by stars. I looked for the immortal realm and could not find it anywhere, and a voice behind me said, "Stop looking." Fengya, a tribulation transcendence cultivator who had turned up at our sect offering to be a guest elder for 100 years, and who had been visibly bored ever since arriving. The immortal realm is not among them. They say the stars outside the mortal realm are part of a scroll, a magic treasure belonging to the immortals and gods. The mortal realm is confined by heavenly rules. Once the heavenly rules permit it, you may ascend. The minimum requirement is tribulation transcendence. He had known instantly what I was, because nothing below that realm can stand where we were standing. He also told me why he had come. One of your disciples asked me to. A young man named Wen Ruo. He was captured by the great demonic cultivator Yin Tian, one of the current 5 venerables of the demonic path. A pause. He said Wen Ruo had also taken the demon lord as his master. Also taken. My disciple has been collecting masters the way Fanlei collects fathers. In 100 years, said Fengya, would you like to ascend together? After we go up, we could look after each other. No, it's too early. The trouble in the upper realm will certainly not be smaller than the trouble down here. If I don't have the ability to protect myself, I won't ascend. Then I told him the Devil Emperor had been resurrected. His face changed completely. The Devil Emperor has been resurrected? Oh no. Fellow Taoist, let us not speak of this again. We should both go back into seclusion. And he was gone off that height like a dropped stone. Was the Devil Emperor really that terrifying? 10 years took me to Tribulation Transcendence 3rd layer, and in simulation I still could not beat Mingling capped at Mahayana 3rd level, which meant there was a high probability that I could not beat the Devil Emperor. Meanwhile, Sue stalled at Foundation Establishment 9th layer, and his master concluded that his aptitude had simply hit its ceiling, and the boy was devastated. I called him in and put my divine sense through him and found a massive chi sitting on his dantian so subtly that a body integration cultivator would have handled it and found nothing. It was the luck he was born with, too vast for the body carrying it. I asked him 4 questions first. What is the pursuit of your cultivation? Immortal ascension. For what purpose? Eternal life, naturally. Will your feet ever be held by power, benefit, or women? They never were, and they never will be. Both my parents are dead, and I have nobody. It was Grandmaster who took me in. I completely agree with Grandmaster's philosophy. All pursuits are base, and only cultivation is noble. If I gave you the opportunity to soar straight into the heavens, what would you do afterwards? Ah, I am willing to be smashed to pieces for Grandmaster. No, that is, cultivate with rapt attention and ignore worldly affairs. I will never cause trouble for Grandmaster. Correct answer. Your master says your aptitude is no good. Then I shall create aptitude for you. 5 stars. Only 5. Still not the highest, so I performed a little. Limited by heavenly fate? How can my grand disciple be limited by heavenly fate? And then, muttered just loudly enough for a Foundation Establishment cultivator to catch. Since that is the case, then I shall sacrifice a little of my own Tao cultivation. 6 stars. I kept my face completely still. Inside, I was blooming. It really is necessary to play tricks. I shattered the blockage. His golden core condensed out of control on the spot, and he felt every meridian in his body open at once, and the entire world change shape, and he wept with gratitude for the cultivation his Grandmaster had sacrificed for him, which was none. Outside, 7-colored auspicious light covered the whole sect. The cloud sea rolled like divine beasts playing in it. Golden snow fell, and the clouds took the shapes of human figures, like the old paintings of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. The disciples in the valley shouted that the luck of the Yu King sacred sect was rising. And I sealed my cave so that Su Wei would not see 1 second of it. I wanted that boy to believe he was ordinary. To have luck that breaks every chart in existence and to walk around thinking of himself as an average man is the single most survivable configuration available in that world. I did not want Su Wei to live Ling Tian's life. My household's reading of the whole episode was that a man who would go to such lengths for a grand disciple with limited aptitude must, despite appearances, have a warm heart. I let them have it. Su Wei brought me a present a few years later. Grandmaster, a stone fell from the sky. It hit me on the head, and I wanted to offer it to you. A fist-sized, deep purple stone. Is this what a child of heaven and earth is? Opportunities are delivered to my door without me stepping outside? My divine sense found nothing but an unusually rich spirit stone. So I dropped it next to the heaven and earth grass to see what would happen. I've seen this stone, said the grass immediately. My previous owner, she held a stone like this when she cultivated. What happened was that the grass took human form and skipped its heavenly tribulation entirely, which is not supposed to be possible. Blinding white light. Every scrap of chi in the cave pouring into one point. Is this way of taking human form Pokemon or Digimon? 3 hours later, what stood up out of it was not the chattering, silly little girl I had spent decades talking to. It was a cold, aloof woman in white with loose black hair, and among every woman I knew, only Fairy Xuanzui could stand next to her. I threw her a Taoist robe without changing expression. Master, how do I look in this form? It's fine. When a man says fine, he means beautiful. I would like that on the record, since she has asked me about this exchange several times since. This is the appearance of my previous owner. Master, shouldn't you be teaching me sword techniques? Also, she added, how about I call myself Spirit Fall Leaf from now on? My face twitched. A fairy with a name like that. Forget it. Too lazy to think of a better one. Anyway, she's a plant. Her sword talent turned out to exceed all of my grand disciples put together, which I have never told any of them. Sujin came home some years later, walked into my cave, and stopped dead. Who are you? Spirit Fall Leaf. What a terrible name. Go outside and cultivate first, I said, and the plant was evicted from her own house for the first time in her life and sulked about it visibly. Her appearance outside caused a small crisis among my disciples who wanted to know why a fairy had just walked out of Master's cave. She is a spiritual plant I raised, which has taken human form. Which is true, and which helped nobody. Husband, said Sujin, if you miss women, you can simply tell me. I won't go out anymore. I'll move over and keep you company. Don't even think about it. Don't disturb my cultivation. But I miss you. Isn't it enough that you have the heavenly puppet? Her face went scarlet, and I watched a woman realize that a man might have noticed what she does with a wooden doll in an empty cave, and I have never raised it again. That visit also produced a crystal fragment she had picked up somewhere, which resisted my divine sense until I forced it, and then crumbled to dust and left me exactly one image, a palace above a sea of clouds, with celestial maidens laughing and playing on the terraces, and a permanent, significant increase in my divine sense. She never even noticed it happen. Outside, the coda. Why does she have such a strong scent of Master on her? Said Spirit Fall Leaf, frowning. Because she has eaten Master, said the crow, delighted. Ah? And she charged the cave to rescue me. Then Ye Yue, who had been sitting under the tree smiling faintly, said something about the nature of love in this world, and the crow said, Canner is dead. His smile stopped. She had died 10 years earlier, out training. Xiaocheng had known their history and had passed it on, and my disciple had said nothing to anybody and gone on sitting under that tree, withered, for years. Stinky chicken. It's better that she's dead. Anyway, she didn't think much of you. Cultivate properly, and when you ascend, I'll send you a celestial maiden. Hanye and Su Wei both stood up to fight the crow on their master's behalf. I want to record what the crow was privately thinking during all this because it explains what it did next. Those two boys were breaking through so fast that they were going to pass it. It had been coasting on a divine beast it ate 300 years earlier. Sigh, if only another vermilion beast would come. That would be wonderful. And then a bolder idea. What if it left the Fusang tree for a while? The Devil Emperor founded a demonic path imperial dynasty and started killing righteous sects across the world, and the great sects and holy lands united against him, and the righteous demonic war began. Every demonic sect inside Great Yan had already fled the region years earlier because they were afraid of being eradicated by us. Hayoshin came to ask what I thought the Yu King sacred sect should do, and got a straight answer. My thinking is very simple. Develop in peace. We are not the #1 sect in the world. We might not even count as third-rate on the wider stage. With our strength, we cannot change the general trend. Rather than become cannon fodder, it is better to cultivate properly. When the sky falls, the righteous path holy lands will hold it up. Why should we meddle? Elder Han. What is your current cultivation? Still in the tribulation transcendence realm. The word still nearly finished him because he knew I was barely 500 years old, and he had never in 5 centuries of travel heard of a tribulation transcendence great cultivator who was 500 years old. I also gave him my read on the Devil Emperor's dynasty, which turned out to be correct. How exactly do you found an empire in which every civil and military official might go berserk at any moment? The reason demonic cultivators are shunned is not that they follow a different orthodoxy. It is that they are prone to chi deviation and frenzied slaughter, which sometimes makes them more dangerous than monsters. Around then, Ling Tian was reincarnated. He had been killed by Qin Lei, his own sworn brother, who had strayed into an ancient forbidden land, become entangled with ominous power, and finally transformed into a true demon. Ling Tian's body was torn apart, and his soul was carried off by Tian Shishi, and now he was 13 years old somewhere, at Qi refining 8th layer, with his past life memories beginning to wake up. He deleted his character and started over, again. I remembered what Qin Lei had been like the first time I met him. At the Thunder Pool. He was like a gentleman. He apologized for interrupting me. Comparing then and now is the kind of thing that makes a man sigh. And the lesson I took from it, which I have said to myself many times since, I must not lose myself. The road I am walking is the correct one. Su Wei reached nascent soul, and his talent began outshining even Han Ye, and everybody on my mountain attributed it to me having defied heaven and changed his fate, and I did not correct them. Then I did something I had never done in 500 years. Su Wei, go out and gain experience. He was alarmed. Grandmaster, why do you want to drive me away? Go and see things. You may return whenever you wish. My actual motive was arithmetic, as usual. With that boy's luck, he would obtain enormous opportunities out there, and he held 6 stars of favorability toward me, and a portion of what a child of heaven and earth finds tends to end up in the hands of the person he is grateful to. I let Han Ye off the mountain as well, for the sect's missions. He hid his delight badly. In his own view, his talent was peerless, and he deserved to be famous throughout the world, rather than a hidden cloud dragon in an abyss. Fan Lei watched them both go with pure envy, and stayed. Su Wei left after 7 days, and Ye Yue stood on the cliff edge, watching him out of sight, full of worry, and the crow, for once, did not mock him for it. Sigh, it said to nobody. Is the nether celestial hound dead? Why hasn't it come back? Death is impossible, said Fan Lei. That thing's life is cheap. Killing it would be harder than ascending. The crow did not answer. 8 years took me to Tribulation Transcendence 6th layer, and I finally beat a Mahayana 3rd level Mingling in simulation. But it took minutes, not an instant, and the Devil Emperor sits at exactly that level, so I went back into the river of Sword Dao, and this time I could steer my own consciousness up it. Senior, lay time no see. Have you been well? It has not been that long. You have come again. This time I will not stop you. Go ahead and throw your life away. Thank you for helping me several times. May I ask your name? And because he was not answering, I have reached Tribulation Transcendence and will ascend sooner or later. I wish to repay you in future. My real reason, there were already 2 names waiting for me in the sky, and I did not intend to arrive up there alone. Cut the talk. I guard the river of Sword Dao, simply to protect the Sword Dao. A pause. The mortal realm you come from is not simple. Besides you, another prodigy came before. He did not go as far as you, but it will certainly not be difficult for him to achieve the status of a sword immortal. What is that person's name? Naturally, I cannot say, but he does share karma with you. Bai Tian. Obviously, Bai Tian. That maniac. Then I walked 1 step past him and the pressure was already immense. 2, 3, which had been my limit and had nearly ended me. 4, 5. At the 6th step, my consciousness caught fire, blue flame going up the whole length of me, and my foot came down anyway. After Tai Yi, 6 steps forward is already enough. And then, instead of fleeing, I turned around, slowly, under that pressure, using time I could not afford to face him properly. Amazing, he said. Your talent for the Sword Dao surpasses every sword cultivator in the myriad mortal realms. Song Lei has developed favorability toward you. 1 star, Song Lei, a lone star wielding a sword. I bowed to him and left without asking for anything. This junior will not disturb your cultivation. His file, when I read it that night, told me why that was the right move. Song Lei, Grand Unity, True Immortal, Middle Stage, has guarded the Sword Dao for 1,000,000 years. He has developed favorability toward you due to your supreme Sword Dao aptitude, but he still holds great doubts about your heart nature. If you intentionally strike up a conversation with him again, it will incur his disgust. Is this what a powerhouse is like? So aloof. Next time, if I simply ignore him, will his favorability go up? Then I threw that whole line of thinking away because it is exactly the kind of cleverness that gets men killed. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Practicing steadily is the right path. Never think of relying on the strength of others. 6 steps upgraded the world-breaking Swordfinger to a Tai Yi divine ability and gave me 7 days in which my cultivation rose on its own, without any effort, faster than several years of hard work. New benchmarks after that: Mahayana 3rd level, instant kill; Mahayana 4th level, instant kill; Mahayana 5th level, heavy injury and no kill; Mahayana 6th level, I miss completely and am killed instantly. When experts fight, it is decided in 1 instant. Whoever attacks first wins. Chin Fan called me urgently around then. I want to go out. Please let me out. My clansmen are waiting for me to save them. Save who? Qinlei or your ancestors? Save them all. Does the Ling family have some kind of group chat running through their bloodline? How exactly are these people communicating? I know what you're worried about, that the Ling ancestors will deceive me, but although the Ling family walk the demonic path, we are not cold and heartless. The entire Ling family is sealed. I am the only one left. If I don't go, they perish. You might die. Are you still going? She nodded hard. So I gave her a heavenly puppet I had made for her long before and told her the truth in the plainest terms I had. It can save your life once, only once. After you leave, do not expect me to come out of seclusion to save you. If you die, we can only continue our fate in the next life. Then I went and told Venerable Lingxi to lift the seal I had asked for 150 years earlier. Qin Fan looked aggrieved on her way out, and she understood perfectly well that I cared, and she also understood, she said this to Sujin, not to me, that a person's pursuits cannot only be their own safety. Besides herself and me, she cared about other people. That is the difference between us, stated by her, correctly, and I have never had an answer for it. I also stopped cursing Qin Yue, who was by then key deviated and crippled and had lost most of her cultivation. I won't curse you anymore. Take care of yourself. That was not mercy either. She had chosen Qin Fan as her heir. If she turns on the girl now, it is the perfect opportunity for Qin Fan to see her true colors, and killing her later through a heavenly puppet would be trivial. And since I was in the mood for accounting, I should probably thank my biological parents for abandoning me in that garden. It saved me a great deal of trouble. They are bones by now, wherever they went, and I know they never once thought of me afterwards, because if they had, they would have developed some feeling toward me, and they would have appeared in my relationship list. They never did. The next man to come and challenge me arrived as a flute note that only Tribulation Transcendence cultivators could hear. Fengya, panicking at my door. Fellow Taoist, a powerful enemy is attacking. What should we do? Immortal Tian Kong, 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Born with an invincible heart, believes himself to be the only immortal god standing above all living beings, extremely conceited, golden core at 100, nascent soul at 200, the strongest prodigy in the entire history of the heavenly immortal manor. Having heard that Han Wei of the Jade Purity sect is the #1 cultivator in the world, he has come specifically to challenge him. Han Wei, that name has been walking around the world for 200 years without me. Does the heavenly immortal manor specialize in producing egomaniacs? Simulation, 10 breaths, and I could only win by using both Tai divine abilities together while standing 2 minor realms above him, and the thing I noticed in the simulation was not his technique. It was a quality he has that I do not, an absolute unqualified belief in his own invincibility, in an actual fight that is worth a realm on its own. He was standing on a cliff in green robes with waist-length black hair and a delicate face, spinning a green bamboo flute in one palm. I hear the Yu King's sacred sect has a great cultivator named Han Wei who is the #1 in the world. I wish to duel. Han Wei? He left a long time ago, over 100 years. Where did he go? He went to deal with the demonic path. Then how about your excellency exchanges pointers with me? I am not your match. To be able to hear my flute at all, you must be Tribulation Transcendence. And I cannot see through your cultivation, so you must be very strong. He smiled. Isn't that right, Hanziun? I negotiated terms. If I win, will you keep pestering me, or let it turn into hatred? I won't. To tell you the truth, I am already invincible in the world. Crap. How can a man say that out loud, to a stranger's face, without any irony at all? I felt a trace of genuine respect. In terms of thick-skinnedness, that fellow is invincible in the world. We settled on a palm duel. Raw spiritual power against raw spiritual power. Whoever steps back first loses, and I suggested the sky to avoid damaging my sect, 10 zhang apart above the clouds. The first collision blew the cloud sea apart for hundreds of miles and warped the air between us. And both of us, at the same instant, thought exactly the same thing. This one is quite strong. Should I go all out? Will that injure him too badly? Both of us were being considerate of each other, in the middle of a duel. Below, Fengya physically restrained Hayoshin from flying up to help. And Shen Wei, who had himself been the heavenly immortal manor's #1 prodigy 5,000 years earlier, worked out in about 4 seconds that he was not remotely in the same category as the current one. Then I noticed the entire sect watching, stopped acting, and erupted once. His spiritual power did not block mine. It was dispersed by it. The 6 paths simply took it apart, and he went backwards with his elegant face coming undone. Not good. I actually cannot block it. You have lost. Do not let a hatred degree appear. Please do not let a hatred degree appear. Are you in the Mahayana realm? He needed it to be Mahayana. He had killed a Mahayana 4th level demon himself. Anything less than Mahayana and his entire self-conception came apart in mid-air. I hesitated, and then I nodded slowly. He felt better immediately, and still could not bear it. How could I lose to a Mahayana cultivator? On what basis? I very much wanted to say, you are at Tribulation Transcendence 9th layer. Why exactly can't you lose to a Mahayana cultivator? Also, I am not in the Mahayana realm either. Han Wei, you are the first person ever to defeat me. But I will defeat you in future. I am destined to be invincible in this world. I was born to be an immortal god. I believe you, I said. Your talent is genuinely unparalleled. The future belongs to you. 2 stars of favorability. I will prove that your words are correct. And he was gone, and I went back inside, and that is how I acquired the most exhausting friend of my entire life. Spiritfall Leaf asked me afterwards how I had won. Because I cultivate diligently. My accumulation is thicker than his. Be like me. Only by constantly cultivating and accumulating can you defeat something standing above your own realm. And then the part she needed more. Also, although you have taken human form, you are still a heaven and earth treasure. If a powerful being discovers what you are, they will eat you. She went very pale and cultivated extremely hard after that. 13 years to Tribulation Transcendence 8th layer, and my mailbox kept getting shorter. Taoist Xuanzhen attacked by demonic cultivators and perished. The man who came to my mountain to kill me, whose body I ground to ash, who crawled home in a soul clone, got struck by heavenly tribulations for 3 years because I was in a bad mood, and eventually talked his own sect into surrendering to mine. This is the cultivation world. People die in it every day. I opened my relationship list and there were fewer faces on it again, and I could not have told you which ones, so I stood up and cupped my fists at nothing. In the rolling mortal world, the great waves wash away the sand. Fellow Taoists, I will walk your road for you. Master, what are you doing? Bidding farewell to those who have fallen. Who died? One person I was not familiar with, and many I do not remember. If you weren't familiar with them and don't remember them, why bother? To warn myself that this road is dangerous. Always remain cautious and never lose the heart of reverence. Then I looked up and discovered that the crow had left the fusong tree. Has the tree been shaking lately? Ye Yue, startled. Yes. I brought the crow in by the neck from 30 meters. How long have you been off that tree? A few years. How many years? 5. Have you heard of crow hot pot? Yellow braised crow? Roast crow? Chicken stewed with mushrooms? Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. It was choking with sobs. Even Fan Lei and Ye Yue came over to plead for it. Master, the crime is not punishable by death. And then Ye Yue looked up and said, Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are there 3 suns in the sky? 2 golden crows, drawn by an unguarded divine tree. Stinking chicken, said Fan Lei. Look what you've done. Do you know what kind of divine beast a sun is? What kind? The golden crow, that feeds on dragons and phoenixes. There were feathers all over the ground. The temperature had not risen, which told me the crows were being held outside the mortal realm exactly as the vermilion bird was. Perhaps that is precisely why golden crows are put at the door of a mortal realm in the first place. I threw the crow back onto the tree. If you come down 1 step, I will take your wings off first. The whole world panicked about the 3 suns for several months, decided they were not doing anything, and went back to its war. Song Lei, when I asked him, was gloomy about it. You had an epiphany in the Sword Dao purely so you could come and ask me about golden crows? Then he told me anyway. Mortal golden crows are the sun of a mortal realm. They can never leave it and their cultivation cannot grow. Divine golden crows are one of the god races of the immortal realm, with a foundation so deep that even the heavenly court, the divine palace, and the demon palace will not provoke them casually. Can they enter the mortal realm? Naturally not. The true sunfire on their bodies is enough to destroy a mortal realm. The heavenly rules strictly forbid them from descending. Then he divined, and was visibly startled. How did 2 divine golden crows appear above your mortal realm, although they are young ones? Are young ones strong? Not strong. They were born not long ago, only at Mahayana cultivation. Only. Just born, and already Mahayana. I felt personally insulted. Why doesn't their race come and discipline them? Who knows? It is none of my business. A pause. I have seen nothing. Do not expect me to help you. The righteous demonic war, meanwhile, reached the stage where every righteous sect in the world was summoned to gather and annihilate the demonic path imperial dynasty, and Hyoshin came to ask whether we should go. If our Yu-King sacred sect does not go, will we be considered part of the demonic path? Then go. The sect master should lead personally. With me guarding the sect, you can rest assured. He came in a rush and left in a rush. Master, said Spiritfall Leaf, watching him go. Why do I feel like you are the sect master? Never say that again. 20,000 disciples went out, the weakest at Golden Core, half of them from the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate. Fairy Xuanzui went with them because she holds Yu Peak and would not send disciples somewhere she would not go. And Su Jin went because since she was a child, she had been threatened and used by the Azure Nether demonic cult, and she had decided a very long time ago to see every demonic cultivator in the world eradicated. I did not stop either of them. Both their heavenly puppets were current. I have been over that decision many times and I would make it again, and it is still the reason I nearly lost everything. At 600 years old, I took the boring option again and got a pair of bracers and a bottle of pills, and my mail told me when Ruo had suffered chi deviation, that his divine spark was out of control, and that every living being within 10,000 miles was suffering bad luck. 5 more years to Tribulation Transcendence 9th layer. 3 more to Great Perfection, and then a problem, because a Mahayana tribulation would have flattened my mountain, my tree, my gourd vine, and everybody on it. And then I looked at the dark purple stone that had fallen out of the sky and hit my grand disciple on the head. Because since that stone arrived, Spiritfall Leaf had broken through inside my cave several times without ever once meeting a heavenly tribulation. Perhaps this stone conceals the heavenly secrets. Perhaps that is why immortals carry them, to avoid the heavenly Tao of a mortal realm entirely. I took it out to the old scorched wasteland, and half a year later, I stepped into the Mahayana realm in complete silence. No tribulation. Nothing, not one bolt, a divine stone. And with Mahayana came the knowledge of the rule at the top of the world. The Mahayana realm is the highest cultivation a mortal realm can carry. On reaching its 9th layer Great Perfection, you are forcibly expelled upward. Ascension is not a choice at the end, it is an eviction. Which meant the important question was no longer how strong I could get. It was whether this stone, which hides a man from the heavenly Tao during a tribulation, could also hide a man from the heavenly Tao when it comes to throw him out. There are always more solutions than difficulties. I named it the Heaven Avoiding Stone, which I consider a very good name, and Spiritfall Leaf sulked because I would not let her name it. Master, you're finally back. I thought you had abandoned me. Rest assured. Even if I abandoned you, I would not abandon the treasures outside. Simulation against the real Mingling. Mahayana 8th layer, using the upgraded sword finger, instant kill. At that point, there were very few people left in the mortal realm who could kill me. Then I went back into the river and walked 20 steps past Taiyi. Why have you come again? Said Songlei, thoroughly annoyed. Improving the same divine ability over and over, is there any meaning in it? Can you not simply cultivate and raise your realm? Senior, I cannot agree. Nobody in the mortal realm cultivates more diligently than I do. You have already reached Mahayana? How many years has it been? I saluted him and walked past. Watching my back, he thought something he told me much later, that I no longer seemed like a mortal. 20 steps changed the world-breaking sword finger completely. It stopped being about force and became about trajectory. The sword key no longer travels to a target. It breaks through the boundaries between here and there like a spatial jump, which means, as long as my divine sense can find you, I can shoot you. I had that for less than a year before I needed it. The expedition walked into a trap in a ruined imperial city under a blood-red sky. Zhou Wei worked it out about 30 seconds too late. The demonic cultivators seem endless, and logically they cannot outnumber us, and yet after decades of war, they are everywhere and our numbers keep falling. As one wanes, the other waxes. I suspect the demonic path has some power that turns righteous cultivators into demonic ones. Then, the greedy demon Arhat landed in the street in front of them. Amitabha, where do you all want to go? Since you have come, let us all enter the demonic path together. My mailbox that afternoon, True Person Hayotian captured. Fairy Xuanzui captured. Sujin captured. Bai Tian captured. I linked into Sujin's heavenly puppet and found tens of thousands of cultivators packed into one enormous hall with Bai Tian slumped in a corner. What happened? Voice transmit into your storage ring. Don't make a scene. Hyochen and Zhou Wei had both been crippled by a single punch. They were alive only because the Arhat did not want them dead yet. The 4 venerables are capturing righteous cultivators on a large scale, she said. It's connected to the welcoming demon ceremony. The what? Don't think nonsense. Welcoming, as in greeting. The devil emperor was summoned into the mortal realm. He may want to summon more demons. In other words, you might be sacrifices. Yes, husband. A pause. This time, we have fallen. Let us be husband and wife again in the next life. I would like to describe what I did next, because it is the only thing in 700 years I did purely out of temper. I raised my hand and held up one middle finger toward a horizon several months of travel away, and murmured, in that case, it will depend on you. Master, said Spiritfall Leaf, copying the gesture exactly. What does that mean? Is it the opening move of a divine ability? That divine ability cannot be used lightly, only in a certain death situation. Then what is the use of it? It can make you feel more comfortable before you die. Then I sat down to wait, because there was one thing in that entire imperial city worth spending a shot on, and he had not come out yet. They gave the prisoners half a year. If you are willing to join the demonic path, report at any time. In half a year, the welcoming demon ceremony begins, and all who refuse will become sacrifices for the true demon. One middle-aged cultivator stood up, shaking. Somebody drew a sword to kill him for it, and Devilish Key knocked the blade aside and wrapped the man protectively, and after that, the dam went. I also wish to join. Me too. I don't want to die. Sorry everyone. Fellow Taoists, we have tried our best, but it really is impossible. The Yu King disciples' eyes flickered. Every one of them. And then true person Haotian said, from the floor, with his cultivation destroyed, the disciples of my Yu King sacred sect can only die with dignity. They must not yield to demons. Not one of them stood up. Su Jin called into her storage ring for me and got no answer and reasoned it out correctly. Given the situation, it was impossible for Wen Yan to help them. Even if he came in person, he could not cross mountains and seas in time. It had taken them decades to march there. She was right about all of it except the part that mattered. They walked out to the altar on their own feet. Bai Tian stood up first, refused to be touched, and said, I want to see whether you can still laugh at the end of this. Haochin laughed out loud as he walked, actually laughed, and said, the disciples of my Yu King sacred sect are all good, and the panic went out of the column like water out of a cracked jar. Su Jin noticed that a great many of the demonic cultivators guarding them were righteous cultivators who had surrendered earlier and looked at them with an expression I would not want aimed at me. Walking to the altar, she said to the woman beside her, Husband, let us be husband and wife again in the next life. Is your husband Elder Han? Said Fairy Xuanzui. Yes. Then there may be no hope for the next life. By the time you have gone around the wheel, he will most likely have already ascended. The corner of my master's mouth curled up. She smiled very covertly. She has always found me funnier than she lets on, and Gao Min at the end of 300 years finally tried. Junior sister, before we die, there is something I have held back for a long time that I want to. I don't want to hear it. Senior brother, if there is fate in the next life, I will be the senior sister. I will protect you, and repay the care you have shown me in this one. The altar was 1,000 zhang square and pale, as though it had been built out of bone. Dozens of palaces stood around it in a ring, with every gate facing the same direction. Over 100,000 righteous cultivators were driven onto it, and hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators knelt around it, and the blood demon ancestral master came down on rolling blood key. On a hill a little way off, 2 heads came up over a rock, my second disciple and my hound. So many demonic cultivators, are we really going to charge in? Our hearts belong to the righteous path, said Wen Ruo. How can we cower? If the Devil Emperor's scheme succeeds today, the world is in peril, and then my master and your master won't be able to cultivate in peace. Looking back in future, we may find that our contribution was the missing piece. This kid is simply too righteous, thought the Nether Celestial Hound, and privately wished very hard that immortal Tian Kong would turn up. Xiaocheng arrived at my cave about a year behind the news. Elder Han, the sect master and the others have been captured. What should we do? Wait. I wanted to say they would be fine. I did not say it, because what if they were not? I don't understand what's happened to the Holy Lands either, he said. They've all vanished one by one. They had not vanished. They had been pinned. My mail showed immortal Tian Kong, Dong Lei, and Taoist Xuan Kong Kong of the heavenly immortal manor all being attacked at rates nobody else in the world was experiencing. Somebody had thought about this properly and held every strong hand in the world down at once. What Xiaoqing could not see was that while I sat there saying wait, I was watching the demonic imperial city through a wooden doll in a woman's storage ring. I was waiting for one man. Kill Luo Yan, and the demonic path scatters on its own. On the altar, Bai Tian turned to Haotian and asked whether the god-slaying elder of his noble sect had arrived. Haotian shook his head, and privately thanked heaven that he had never let me come, because if I had come, even the incense of the Yu King's sacred sect would have been cut off. Respectfully welcoming the descent of the Devil Emperor, 3 times from hundreds of thousands of throats, and Luo Yan appeared in the vortex above the altar and began to lecture. When heaven and earth first opened and all things were in chaos, there were devils first, and then gods, and only afterwards was the human race born and immortals appeared. The Tao of the devil is the pursuit of freedom from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, eternal life without death, doing as one pleases, avenging grievances with absolute freedom. Is this a demonic pyramid scheme? I did not shoot. He was suspended high in the air with nothing above or behind him. It was not the best moment, so I sat in my cave and held a question and answer session with my disciples while I waited. Grandmaster, should the Tao we pursue be lifespan or spiritual energy? All living beings have their own ambitions. Mine is lifespan. When you live to the very end, your power will be the strongest thing there is. After achieving immortal ascension, does one leap out of the reincarnation of life and death? Immortals and gods are merely stronger than mortals. True eternal life without death is still very far away. Otherwise, there would not be so many immortals and gods reincarnating and descending into the mortal world in the myths. And then, because it was true, and because I was nervous, Precisely because the end of the Tao is distant, we must cherish the present. If we cultivate for one stick of incense less today, how much time is wasted in 1,000 years? In 10,000? In a million? I was distracted the entire time. In the eyes of every disciple on that mountain, I was unfathomable and had seen through the mortal world. Master, what is your current cultivation realm? I am already in the Mahayana realm. Every one of them stared. And at that exact moment, a wall of lightning crossed the horizon of the demonic imperial city, and a man walked down it like a true immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Devil Emperor, this time, I will kill you. The opportunity had come. Take out the heavenly puppet, I said into a woman's storage ring from half a world away. The little wooden doll came out into the open air on that altar of bone, raised its right hand and pointed at Luo Yan. Nobody noticed. Every eye in that valley was on Immortal Tian Kong, and on my mountain, Han Ye said, Grandmaster, now that you have reached the Mahayana realm, what is the Mahayana realm? How strong is it exactly? I raised my index finger toward the horizon. What is the Mahayana realm? The Mahayana realm means being worlds apart and killing the enemy with a single finger. The Mahayana realm means, with me here, I am invincible. And I fired. The sword chi crossed the world between one blink and the next. Immortal Tian Kong, halfway down his own staircase of lightning, caught it at the edge of his vision and could not turn his head in time. It went through 10,000 of his thunderbolts without slowing and took the Devil Emperor. Luo Yan had no time to think. His mind went blank. He was still holding his murderous intent toward Immortal Tian Kong when the sword chi submerged him, and his body and soul were destroyed together. There was no roar. There was no explosion that shook the world. The sword chi dissipated, and the Devil Emperor was simply not there. The Blood Demon Ancestral Master and the Greedy Demon Arhat were terrified out of their minds because neither of them had seen anything at all. Immortal Tian Kong turned around looking for whoever had done it, and found an empty hillside with one man and one hound on it, and stood there shaking. Was that an immortal? A mortal could not possibly possess such power. Even facing Han Wei at the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality, it had not been like this. Besides Han Wei, is there somebody in this world who is stronger? Total silence over 100,000 people, broken by Bai Tian. The Devil Emperor is dead? And the altar came apart in noise. Su Jin and Fairy Xuanzui both stood there staring at a small wooden doll that was still pointing at the sky. And Hyoqian saw it, and Gao Min saw it, and Zhou Wei saw it, and all 4 of them noticed at the same time that the figure looked exactly like one particular person. Grandmaster, said Han Ye on my mountain. What divine ability is that? Heaven and earth, profound yellow world-breaking sword finger. Want to learn it? Yes. Don't you dislike the sword? I can try to adapt it into a spear technique. It's too domineering. And they all sat back down under the tree, entirely satisfied that their grandmaster had been demonstrating the power of the Mahayana realm for their education. Not one of them ever knew that the finger they had just watched had saved every living person in the world. I was not excited. I was relieved. Then, to celebrate the victory of the righteous path, I took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed the Vermilion Bird and Taoist Xuan Kong for half a month each. Double portions. Then my cave got hot. The 2 suns had been growing. Up at the zenith, 2 fire crows with wingspans 10 miles across were slamming into the ceiling of the world, and the true sun fire on them was intensifying, and there were already cracks spreading through the sky. Divine golden crows, Mahayana 7th layer, in infancy. Little golden crows abandoned by the golden crow divine clan for having poor aptitude. Sensing the aura of the Fusang tree, they came to the mortal realm to grow strong. Because the demon race has been interfering with the fortune of the heavenly Tao, the 2 of them found an opening and want to force their way in. Abandoned for having poor aptitude. Born at Mahayana. The wall broke like glass and they came down, and I put 2 finger strikes through both of them before their feet touched air, snuffing the true sun fire out. If they had not been divine golden crows, they would have died where they hung. Then I swept them into the universe in the sleeve, and the sky healed over as if nothing had happened, which raised an unpleasant question. If 2 abandoned chicks can break in, what exactly is that ceiling made of? Immortal Tian Kong arrived at speed. Where are the 2 suns? They left. Then burning. Are you the one who killed the Devil Emperor? I felt that sword chi very clearly. His real motive, which I did not have to guess at, was that he had finally, painfully, accepted the existence of one person stronger than himself, and did not want there to be 2. I nodded. This must not be spread. You should continue to be the number 1 in the world. Why? Do you not cultivate for fame? I do it for longevity. There was a long silence. 3 stars. Inside my sleeve, I found 2 chicks huddled together shivering. I'll give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I will let you live and make you strong. They bowed. I branded them with the 6 Paths imprint anyway, waited a month to confirm that their intelligence was that of 3 or 4-year-olds, and then deepened the imprint while they were young enough not to notice so that I held their lives. They shrank down to crow size and moved onto the fusong tree. Master, said the Shadow Crow Phoenix in a very small voice, will they eat me? Didn't you summon them? From now on, keep each other company. Ming Ling came a year later, at the foot of the mountain, and the first thing she said was, you were even able to subdue golden crows. You must have reached Mahayana. I had forgotten to hide it. That is what 400 years of hiding does to a man. You forget for one afternoon, and a demonic lord reads it off your gate. So I threw the system's barrier over the entire mountain, which it could do by then, and admitted it deliberately, because if she had any other ideas about me, that was the moment to put them away. I once thought Immortal Tian Kong was the #1 prodigy in the world, she said. I never expected it to be you. I misjudged you back then, which only shows how deep my luck is, that I met you before you grew. My little Dao companion. Would you like to shake me off now? Naturally not. You have helped me a great deal. She was walking my mountain looking at treasures the whole time and thinking, are these things a mortal should possess? Then she wiped a hand across her face and the ordinary woman was gone. And what was underneath was enchanting and peerless, and I was briefly stupid. As expected, a dignified demonic lord could not possibly look that plain. I am about to ascend. Will you ascend with me? Not for the time being. I have calculated that there are enemies waiting for me up there. If I ascend with you, I will only implicate you. She looked at me for a long moment and afterwards said that in that instant the man in front of her seemed shrouded in mist, like the most mysterious thing in the world. Since that is so, before I ascend, would you be willing to cultivate with me for half a year? I almost refused. Then I remembered that she had paid the fee several times over for 300 years, and half a year later she said, we shall meet again in the immortal realm, and left. It was genuinely just cultivating together, discussing the Tao, exchanging insights. That's it? That is what I was nervous about for 3 centuries? Do you even need to ask? Said the crow from the tree. A vixen who wants to eat master. Then a golden crow shoved it off its branch. 7 years to Mahayana 2nd layer, and then the expedition finally came home from the war, and Hyoshin asked me straight out whether it had been me who slew the Devil Emperor. It was. Don't let it spread. The Yu King sacred sect is not yet at the point of being invincible. As expected of my husband, said Sujin, glowing. You are definitely the #1 grand cultivator in the world now. And Fairy Xuanzui, standing to one side, thought something she told me years later. How could she have imagined that the disciple who used to give her headaches would become the #1 in the world in a few short centuries? Talent is truly important. With peerless talent, there is no need to go out and venture. Without it, even a man who constantly finds opportunities can never catch up. I would not dare claim to be #1, I said. There are surely many mighty figures hidden in this world. I was right about that, and I found out how right within the hour because a new name appeared in my relationship list. Jin Jin, cultivation unknown. From the Golden Crow Divine Clan. She once bore 7 golden crows for her husband. The 2 youngest were expelled because their aptitude was too poor. Jin Jin has always been concerned about them, and upon calculating that you took them in, she has developed favorability. And then, in a line by itself, if you slaughter the 2 little golden crows, you will earn Jin Jin's eternal hatred until death. Good thing I did not kill them. That was the first time the system could not read a cultivation at all. I have learned since exactly what that blank means. Master, said Spiritfall Leaf. Are you the strongest cultivator in the world? Impossible. That is only because their horizons are narrow. I can sense at least 10,000 Mahayana cultivators in this world. Many of them are stronger than me. They simply do not want to be disturbed by worldly affairs. Wen Ruo came home not long after, with my hound. I was briefly almost frightened to death. The jinx was back in the house. The hound was left outside in the yard where it howled at everybody, and Fan Lei comforted it while visibly gloating, and the crow finally got its moment. Come on, so many years have passed. Lord Crow will now inspect your abilities. The hound could feel immediately that it was outmatched, so it pointed at the 2 fire crows on the tree instead. What are those? Your kids? Said the crow without a flicker. Those are the younger brother and sister I hatched for you. Then I'll fight them and you can see the results of this sage's cultivation. And it marched at the tree while Fan Lei, the crow, and Ye Yue all wore identical eerie smiles and said absolutely nothing. Inside, Wen Ruo kowtowed and wept and thanked me for protecting him in secret all those years. Protected in secret? That was your own bad luck. Every single time. From now on you will stay in this cave and accompany your master in cultivation. I said it casually. He told me later it was the warmest sentence he had heard in 200 years. Then I put my palm through his chest and knocked him across the room, and a demonic shadow peeled out of him. The Demon Master. 7th layer of the Mahayana realm, in soul clone state. The strongest demonic cultivator the demonic path has produced in 10,000 years. He had been living inside my disciple. I absorbed the clone into my palm, branded it with 6 paths imprints, and then played the coward, which is my favorite move and costs nothing. You are the demon master. Killing you is what my righteous path ought to do. However, I hate trouble. If I release this soul clone of yours, can you spare my disciple? He was extremely contemptuous. Of course he agreed. His hatred went from 4 stars to 5 on the way out, which told me exactly how the arrangement would have gone. Master, said Wenruo urgently, his words cannot be trusted. Your master never believed him for 1 second. That was merely a soul clone. I waited 11 years for that mark to merge back into the original body, and one afternoon it did, and I raised a finger toward the horizon. At the other end of the world, on a desert cliff, the demon master was hovering over Qin Lei, Qin Fan, and Qin Yue, and telling them their family's true origin. That the demon race had chosen the Ling family, and that if they completed the mission handed to them, the Ling family would transcend the mortal realm and become an immortal family of the upper realm. We cannot control our birth, said Qin Lei through his teeth, but we do not want to become demons that bring disaster to the common people. Oh, have you killed so few people? It was not done by my intention. Many times I was forced. Then he twisted the knife properly. And what about your brother Ling Tian? Do you remember how you killed him? Qin Ye tried reason. The demon race wants to control the mortal realm, and how will the immortals and gods view that? We are humans, after all. When we cultivate the demonic path, we are no longer part of the human race. The demon race was never a single lineage. In thousands of mortal realms there are traces of the demon race. As for the powerful helpers the demon race has dispatched, I am one. Are you stronger than the Devil Emperor? Said Qin Fan. That goes without saying. How could the Devil Emperor compare to me? The reason I did not move earlier was simply to use him to test the strength of the righteous path. I could not listen to any more of it. Are you going to die or not? The sword Qi arrived in the middle of his sentence and destroyed body and soul together, and 3 people stood on a cliff staring at a patch of empty air. He just died like that? Said Qin Fan. Qin Yue, at Tribulation Transcendence 5th layer, the strongest of the 3, was terrified. And Qin Lei said, it's fortunate we didn't agree immediately. We might have died too. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. And then he firmed his Dao heart on the spot and decided that even though he was already a true demon, he would be a true demon who held justice in his heart. Qin Fan turned in every direction and bowed. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. 3 times. To an empty desert. I laughed out loud in my cave. I had been listening through the heavenly puppet in her ring, which I found because her 6 paths imprint was lying directly beside the demon masters, which is the only reason any of them are alive. I went back to the river after that, not for a technique, but for questions, and the answers rearranged my entire understanding of where I lived. Our mortal realm is being invaded by the demon race. Why don't the immortals and gods take action? The upper realm is in chaos. The heavenly court is too busy with its own affairs to care about a mortal realm. The Yao race has produced a great Yao saint who refused to submit to the heavenly court's discipline and wreaked havoc inside it. That great Yao saint may have a major power standing behind them. As for the demon race, their era ended long ago. The demon palace is only a second-rate power up there. A second-rate power had nearly eaten my world twice. When I ascend, can I simply dream on? There are many ascension platforms in the upper realm, connecting thousands of mortal realms. Most mortals can only join minor immortal sects after ascending. Only a very few with peerless aptitude get scouted by the great powers, the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, the divine palace. You should consider now how you will choose. This is a matter of picking a side, and once chosen, it is hard to change. Then the map. 3 hegemons, divine palace, heavenly court, Buddhist sect. Thousands of races beneath and beside them. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix, the Golden Crow Divine Clan, the Kilin Clan, the Asura Clan, and a mysterious Dao sect and an ancient immortal sect. The waters are very deep. Since you and I have a connection, I will give you one piece of advice. Do not venture out until you reach the Taiyi's celestial immortal realm. Senior is a kindred spirit. To tell the truth, I have never once left my sect in my life. Even if I reach the Taiyi's celestial immortal realm, I will not venture out. Really? Really? He divined me, to check. Then he sighed and said, you really are boring. I nearly coughed blood. I asked him about Divine Emperor Miaojin and got my grand disciple's whole tragedy in 4 sentences. He was the Divine Palace's peerless war god, an existence who rampaged at the Immortal Emperor level, unrivaled. He fell because of internal strife inside the Divine Palace. He was besieged by Yao race Immortal Emperors, and the Divine Palace did not send support. And after he fell, they did not even erect a statue for him. That is a blood feud the size of a continent sitting under my fusang tree in the body of a boy who likes spears. The divine palace is a no-go, permanently. Then I asked about the vermilion bird. Ascend early, join a major power, and those enemies won't dare trouble you. My enemy is the vermilion bird. Vermilion bird? Then don't ascend, just pass away early. How did you provoke the vermilion bird? That clan is a divine beast of luck. Even the heavenly court, the divine palace, and the Buddhist sect fawn over them. If the vermilion bird wants to trouble you, all three of them will turn a blind eye. A pause. Listen to my advice. Disperse your cultivation and recultivate, jump into reincarnation, and change your identity. That unsettled me more than anything anybody has ever said to me, because I am not Su Jin or Li Meihua or Qin Fan. I have no one who will come and wake my memories up on the other side of the wheel. I have branded everybody I care about so that I can find them again. Nobody has branded me. If I go around as nobody, and everything I have built is a story that happened to a stranger. So, surpass the vermilion bird first and consider ascension after. The last thing I asked him was the one that mattered. Is there any way to avoid ascension? To keep cultivating in the mortal realm? There is a type of spirit stone related to the heavenly Tao that bypasses the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. One can avoid tribulation and remain in the mortal realm even when one's cultivation far exceeds it. Such stones are not rare in the upper realm. Immortals and gods often use them to descend. A pause. However, the heavenly court strictly forbids beings of the immortal realm from descending. I already had one. It had fallen out of the sky and hit my grand disciple on the head. Now I could focus. At 700 years old, I put a heavenly Tao spirit stone into the Book of Misfortune because it was my only treasure capable of hurting somebody in the upper realm from here, and it became a Taiyi supreme treasure, and the system added a line it had never added before. The Book of Misfortune is a karma magic treasure. Please use it with caution. I tested it carefully on Taoist Xuankong and stopped at 7 days, because at 7 days, my own lifespan had dropped by several decades. The result, Taoist Xuankong has had his lifespan reduced by 10,000 years due to your curse, and a heart demon has been born. A few decades of mine for 10,000 of his. 6 days at most from now on. And I will grind Taoist Xuankong and the vermilion bird down slowly, forever, from a cave, without either of them ever knowing my name. I also acquired a guard hound, which is the correct word. The fusang tree started shaking again, and this time what came for it was a Jiao Long triumvirate, an ancient vicious beast, mixed bloodline, twin wings, master of wind and rain, rejected by his own true dragon race for being a glutton who ate his own subordinates. He spent 13 years working up the courage to come, because every demon he asked on the road gave him the same answer. If it is the Yu King's sacred sect, absolutely do not go. Demon King Diansu, kneeling and shivering in the snow in front of him, put it best. Very strong. Feng Immortal might live inside. Nowadays, in the entire world, the Yu King sacred sect is the most terrifying place. I even think the Heavenly Immortal Manor is not as terrifying as the Yu King sacred sect. The Vermilion Beast came in with great momentum and died. Verdant Serpentine Sage came in unstoppable and died. The human race had mostly forgotten both. Among the Yao race, they were terrifying legends. When my scan finally found him, he had transformed into a young male disciple and was kneeling at my stone tablet with the other applicants, trying to become my student. What kind of trick is this? Fine. Let him kneel. A year later, I had Ye Yue fetch him, with both golden crows perched on the monk's shoulders as an escort, which terrified Ye Yue considerably more than it terrified the cloud dragon. Then I gave him the offer. Jiao Long Triumvirate, 6th level of the Mahayana realm. I give you 2 choices. 1. Become the guardian general of the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality. You may cultivate under the divine tree as normal. 2. Die. His head came up in horror because he had a life-bound divine ability that concealed both his identity and his cultivation, and it had never failed in 10,000 years. He also had an intuition, which was correct, that if he stood up, he would not reach the door. Who exactly are you, senior? I am the 6 paths of reincarnation. My body does not enter the 5 elements, and my soul does not fall into the wheel. He was extremely impressed and did not understand a word of it. He hesitated anyway, becoming a watchdog just like that, so I offered him 1 finger strike, and if he survived it, he could reconsider. No, no, no. From today, I, the Jiao Long Triumvirate, am the mountain guarding general under senior. As long as the mountain exists, the demon lives. If the mountain is destroyed, the demon perishes. I patted his head and planted a 6 paths imprint in it. No favorability generated, which I noted. I'll observe you. If anything is off, I'll kill you immediately. He walked back out and Fanlei said, so fast? From today, I am the mountain guarding general. I am the Jiaolong Triumvirate of the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. I'm not pretending anymore. Get lost. 3 heads sprouted out of his shoulders, and my first disciple left the area on all 4s. It was around then that Song Lei told me the thing that changed the next 200 years of my life. Everybody I knew had started harvesting opportunities all at once. Immortal Tian Kong created a Tai divine ability. Bai Tian condensed his sword heart. My crow woke up a divine ability from its past life. Su Wei collected 9 opportunities in 20 years and walked into the heavenly immortal manor. It is normal for there to be people with great luck, said Song Lei. You might be overthinking it, but I feel uneasy. And then he gave me the real answer. People have a final burst of energy before death. So does the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao of your mortal realm may have sensed that trouble is coming. This is its self-rescue action. He paused. It is probably related to the demon race invading. The heavenly court will want to purge them, and if there are too many demons and the demonic path is rampant, the heavenly court might simply destroy your mortal realm. I sat with that. Every genius in my world getting stronger at once was not a golden age. It was a body running a fever. So I did the only thing I could do that did not have my name on it. I called in Su Wei. The upper realm's heavenly court is preparing to hunt down the demon race. Our mortal realm has been invaded and will likely be treated as an affiliated force of the demon race and cleansed. Everyone alive here would be slaughtered and sent into reincarnation. I let him go white. If you want to avoid this calamity, notify the heavenly immortal manor. Have them call the whole cultivation world to eradicate the demon race's forces here and clear our name. Grandmaster, you must not say that I told you. Say you were guided by a land immortal, and 1,000 years at most. Remember, at most. All these prodigies obtaining great opportunities are the final radiance of this world's heavenly Tao, trying to save itself with the strength of everyone alive in it. He ran. Master, said Spirit Fall Leaf afterwards, how do you know about the affairs of the upper realm? I have connections up there. What connections? I cannot say. 5 years later, the heavenly immortal manor had adopted the whole thing as policy and was calling every sect in the world to hunt the demonic path. And Haoshin came to me completely baffled, because in his view, the heavenly immortal manor was talking nonsense. This matter is true, I said. If the Yuking's sacred sect can contribute, then contribute. The heavenly immortal manor actually believed it. In certain novels I have read, they would not have believed it, thereby inviting a great calamity and forcing the protagonist to save everybody alone, after which the Holy Lands would be full of regret and revere him even more. Ahem. Sober version. That place has produced ascended cultivators for 10,000 years. Somebody up there had almost certainly told them the same thing already. Then the true demons came, and I found out what my mountain actually was. Ye Wuyi, 9th layer of the Mahayana realm, true demon commander. He landed 30 miles out and did not move, because he could not make the arithmetic work. He had been sent by the demon ancestral master to the place where the luck of the mortal realm is most abundant, and the place he had been sent to was a sect that was not strong at all. The most abundant luck in the entire mortal realm, on my mountain. Because I had spent 700 years collecting every reincarnated monster who came knocking and giving them somewhere quiet to sit. My Jiaolong Triumvirate charged him, which was brave and extremely stupid, and within 5 breaths the surrounding mountains were flat and the cloud dragon was pinned under a mountain-sized black palm in his true body like a small serpent under a boot. Master, I can't hold on! A wind scattered the devilish key. Ye Wuyi turned around and his soul shook, and he reached for a black wooden sword and never got it up. 1 finger for the body, a raised palm, and an inhale for the soul, which was the entire reason I came out in person instead of shooting him from my doorstep. I glanced at the cloud dragon once on the way past and vanished, and he wished very hard for a hole to crawl into and sleep in for another 10,000 years. 4.5 stars. The interrogation gave me the shape of the whole war. The real demon race was defeated in a heavenly Tao tribulation many epochs ago and sealed inside the 6 paths of reincarnation. The true demons are the ones they found outside. The demon ancestral master bewitches the ghosts queuing at the bridge of helplessness, and the ones who do not want to be reincarnated become demonic cultivators instead, and cultivate until they become true demons. And the mortal realm's heavenly rules mean that anything above the Mahayana realm entering here sets off alarms, so the demon ancestral master can only smuggle in Mahayana 9th layer. Commanders like him. Are there others stronger than you? How could there be? I am the strongest. And the result was that I met you on my very first move. 1 star of hatred. Only 1. I have always liked him a little for that. I sealed his soul inside my own instead of destroying it. He might be useful. Master, said Spirit Fall Leaf, the demon race is attacking. What should we do? Let's wait and see. If we really can't beat them, we'll run. I taught my whole household the summoning half of the divine summoning art after that, and I lied to them about what it was. This can only be used in a life or death situation. Once used, you will gain extremely powerful strength, but the price is unimaginable. You will face the thing you fear most. Is the nightmare an illusion, master, or does the feared thing become real? Only you will know, whether you fear it becoming real, or fear everything being an illusion. And then the true part, do not use it unless there is no other road, but if it is life or death, use it. I want all of you to live and walk toward the Tao with me and enjoy eternal life. Every one of them was moved. Hanya swore he would one day cut down everyone who blocked my path. None of them ever worked out that the unimaginable price was me turning up. A woman came to my stone tablet around then and refused to leave. Lin Wei, reincarnation of an ancient great witch. In the primordial era, the witch race and the Yao race fought for hegemony over the heavenly Tao and destroyed each other. The witch race was exterminated, and a few great witches hid inside the 6 paths of reincarnation. She has been through 10,000 generations of rebirth, washing off the karma, and her soul is still a great witch's. She had been sent by the heavenly immortal manor to fetch Su Wei, and the moment she arrived, she asked for a job instead. "Isn't the heavenly immortal manor in trouble?" said Su Wei. "Aren't you anxious?" "It is precisely because it is in trouble that I cannot go back." "Didn't you also say you'd return if it were in trouble?" "Well then, are you going back?" I told him to refuse her. She knelt at my tablet the same hour and did not get up for 10 years. Her actual reason came out much later. For over a decade, she had been slipping into dreams while cultivating and seeing a mountain with a figure standing on it, the image sharpening year by year until she saw Su Wei kneeling in front of him. She trusts her dreams absolutely. She has comprehended divine abilities in them since she was a child. That is her great witch ability, as it turns out. She dreams the opportunity that is best for her and walks to it. It is how she survived the calamity that erased her entire race. 7 years took me to Mahayana 9th layer, and then great perfection, the peak of what a mortal realm can hold. And I put the heaven-avoiding stone beside my leg and said out loud, "It all depends on you." 2 years later, the whole mountain shook, and my entire household came running to the top, and the question they all asked was the same. If Grandmaster were breaking through a realm, where is the tribulation? Inside, reincarnation, loose immortal, no lightning, nothing. Lifespan, 779 out of 1,294,000. Race, immortal. I had gone up a rung nobody in the mortal world is allowed to climb without leaving, and the sky had not noticed. My primordial spirit came out of my body and I looked down at my own mountain and saw what was actually sitting on it, a mass of raw luck over Su Wei, a ginseng plant over Ye Yue, feng-armored divine shadow over Han Ye, a black phoenix over the shadow crow phoenix, so unlike a crow they might be different species, and over Lin Wei, a great witch, human body, beast's head, vicious, which looked up at me with a serpent's eyes and mouthed 2 words with no sound in them. Save me. I went up to the roof of the world and did not go through it, because I was still afraid of what was waiting on the other side. So I went down instead, into the underworld, and met the woman who runs the door of reincarnation, Lady Mingyu, grand unity, true immortal, a ghost god of the underworld, created by the ancestral witches, responsible for the entire weight of life and death, and single-mindedly determined to rebuild the witch clan. Lin Wei is the reincarnation of a great witch of my clan. The fact that she found you means you can make her stronger. She did not bother with any preamble at all. Lead Lin Wei to become an immortal emperor and you will be a benefactor of the witch clan. And if I help the witch clan, what do I get? If you die, I can take you in. I felt, distinctly, that I was being had. Then set aside a place in the underworld where I can live undisturbed. That's no problem. 3 stars. And I ran a simulated fight against her while she stood there, lost in 1 second, did not care in the slightest, and quietly kept her data. In her eyes, I had merely closed my eyes for a moment. She also, later, sent me a Heigenbana by courier, delivered at midnight by 2 ghosts, one black and one white, identical except for color, hideous, with their tongues hanging down to their chests, which produces both enormous spiritual ki and the chi of reincarnation, and whose fruit can bring the dead back to life. I planted it in the corner of my cave next to the silver water and put a grass spirit in charge of it. And I asked Lady Mingyu the question I actually came for. If I wanted to bring some people down here, would that be allowed? Living people cannot enter the underworld. You can kill them, and then I will send their souls to you. Senior. Are you serious? I did not get my escape hatch. What I got was the knowledge that if my world burned, I could save myself and nobody else. Songlei gave me the rest of the ladder that year, and it is worth stating once so you understand the size of the room I was standing in. Above Loose Immortal, Grand Unity, Earth Immortal, Tai Celestial Immortal, Grand Unity, True Immortal, Tai Profound Immortal, Grand Unity, Golden Immortal, and grafted alongside them, the Emperor Realm and the God Realm. Feng Immortal Emperor jumps out of the 6 paths entirely, travels the myriad realms freely, is not bound by the heavenly Tao, and has no lifespan limit at all. Kill one, and as long as a breath of soul survives, he fights his way back out of reincarnation. The God Realm is achieved by holding luck and the incense of the mortal world. As long as the luck is not extinguished, even a scattered soul can be resurrected. Those who reach it usually make a world of their own. And a Grand Unity Golden Immortal is a supreme existence that reigns above 3,000 rules and traverses history, time, space, and karma. I set myself a small goal. I also asked him how the Heavenly Court cleans a mortal realm. They slaughter all living beings. Forming a realm takes countless years and destroying one costs too much. They dispatch heavenly soldiers and generals to kill everything alive in it, and then bring beings from other realms to repopulate it. For the heavenly Tao of a mortal realm, all living beings are the heavenly Tao. Kill them all, and the heavenly Tao dies with them. How strong are these heavenly soldiers and generals? Usually led by a Grand Unity Earth Immortal, in extreme cases a Tai Celestial Immortal. Then Taoist Xuankong finally came down out of the sky with a loose immortal 9th layer woman escorting him and destroyed the heavenly immortal manor's leadership in an afternoon and put them all in cages of light in their own hall. He killed Dong Lei on the way, the boy who came to challenge Han Wei and was sentenced to 100 years grounding by a golden cloud dragon. Body destroyed, Tao dissipated. So I spent 7 days on him and it cost me nearly 100 years of my own life. He was mid-sentence in that hall when the blood came out of him, out of every opening in his head, at once, with his magic power dissolving and his lifespan visibly falling. His escort could not divine the source. She tried to pour her own power into him to hold him together and within 5 breaths was bleeding from her own 7 orifices. And the caged prisoners of the heavenly immortal manor, watching an 8th layer loose immortal come apart in front of them for no visible reason, went wild with joy because obviously an immortal god had taken action on their behalf. Taoist Xuankong has had his lifespan reduced by 500,000 years due to your curse. 100 of mine for 500,000 of his. Worth it, and it still hurt, and I have never done it again. His escort worked out the only remedy available. Find the place with the most abundant luck in the mortal realm and hide him there, or he will not last until help arrives. There is exactly one such place. They landed on my mountain a month later, and the woman in black looked at the 2 fire crows on the fusang tree and decided not to break my formation and saluted politely instead. Taoist Xuankong, loose immortal 8th layer, Liu Xufeng, loose immortal 9th layer, disciple of Yulong Immortal Island in the immortal realm. Xuankong recognized me instantly because verdant serpentine sage's dying memories had been transmitted into his head, which is where the hatred came from in the first place. He said nothing at all and thought, this kid does not know I exist. I can find an opportunity for a sneak attack. Could you let the 2 of us stay on the mountain a while? Said Liu Xufeng, all silk. This fellow Taoist of mine is heavily injured. That wouldn't be very good. There isn't enough space on the mountain for 2 fellow Taoists. 4 stars of hatred instantly. How can you be so heartless to see someone in danger and not help? Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. And then she produced a flying dagger. Is fellow Taoist threatening me? I teleported outside my own array first so that whatever happened would not happen on my mountain. The simulations had told me, Xuankong alone, instant kill. Her alone, not an instant kill. She had a treasure I could not get through, but a win in seconds. Both together, 10 breaths. 10 breaths is too long. So I did not fight both. Her dagger became a 100-jong blade to meet the first torrent of sword shadows, and the sky over that valley tore open with heavenly thunder coming through the gaps, and Han Ye stood on the mountain in a cold sweat, realizing for the first time exactly how insignificant he was. And in the middle of that duel, I raised my other hand and shot Taoist Xuankong. You dare! He had spent 500 years hating me. He had descended from the immortal realm specifically to find me. He was wounded, undefended, and watching somebody else's fight, and I killed him as a side action without turning my head. Body dead. Tao vanished, soul scattered. Liu Xufeng chose to fight rather than run because her entire mission had been to protect him, and she had just watched him die in front of her, and because she wanted my mountain. Her blade landed on me, and a light came off my robe and stopped it. A Tai Supreme Treasure? How could this fellow possibly possess a Tai Supreme Treasure? A million sword shadows came down like a collapsing sky and flattened every cultivator in the sect below into the dirt. He's not a loose immortal. Oh no, I can't block it. She teleported dozens of miles, called her dagger back and refused to leave, cursing the heavenly rules that had throttled her cultivation down to loose immortal the moment she descended, which is, I have never forgotten, the only reason I won that fight at all. She dodged my sword finger. I was already behind her. A year earlier, I had built my own Tai grade movement technique out of the somersault cloud. One somersault puts me at an enemy's back with perfect precision. Her body was annihilated, and her primordial spirit played the only card she had. I am a disciple of Yulong Immortal Island. My senior brother is a heavenly general of the heavenly court. Then she ran, and a million swords ground her into nothing. A heavenly general is such a big deal. I am an Immortal Emperor descendant. The bill came in that evening, exactly as expected. Bai Lei has developed hatred toward you. 6 stars. Grand Unity Earth Immortal, late stage. Heavenly Court 8th rank Heavenly General. Because you killed his beloved junior sister, it is a fight to the death. True person Chang Ming has developed hatred toward you. 3 stars. Grand Unity True Immortal, middle stage. One of the 7 true persons of Yulong Immortal Island. If you meet, he will definitely kill you. Matryoshka dolls. Kill the small one, and the old one comes. That is not a curse. That is simply what a person is. If somebody killed my disciples, I would come too. I read the wording carefully, which is a habit that has saved my life repeatedly. If you meet means Chang Ming will not come down here. Bai Lei, on the other hand, would be leading the purge personally. So I waited a full year before I started cursing him so that the timing would not point at me. And the next morning, a new name appeared with favorability attached. Immortal Qixia. Early stage Tai Celestial Immortal, 6th grade Immortal Official of the Heavenly Court, in charge of the Heavenly Tao of this mortal realm. Because Bai Lei reported your killing to the Heavenly Emperor, he is extremely dissatisfied with Bai Lei and has developed a favorable impression of you. Bai Lei had gone over the head of the man who owns my sky. He contacted me himself a few years later, late at night, by sweeping my mountain with a divine sense the size of a weather system and pulling my consciousness into a sea of stars. You aren't afraid? If Senior wants to kill me, being afraid won't help. As expected of a man who dares to offend a heavenly general. He looked me over. You are already a loose immortal. Why haven't you ascended? I offended the vermilion bird. I think he may be waiting for me. I can lend you a hand and quietly slip you into the heavenly court as a heavenly soldier. That vermilion bird would be the vermilion beast's father. When he descended here, he showed me no face at all, and I was unhappy with him too. I can protect you. A soldier. How exactly would I cultivate as a soldier? I heard the heavenly court intends to cleanse this mortal realm. Is it true? His expression changed. Who told you that? A senior I met in the River of Sword Dao. The River of Sword Dao? Could that be? And then, differently. I didn't expect you to be a Sword Dao genius as well. This mortal realm of mine does have strong luck. No wonder the demon race keeps plotting for it. Then he confirmed it. The Heavenly Court has listed your realm on the key assessment list. It is highly likely to be cleansed. When that happens, all living beings will be annihilated, and this realm's heavenly Tao will cease to exist. I will be transferred elsewhere. A pause. In any case, you emerged under my watch, and I am willing to give you a hand. Can I bring my disciples? I'm afraid not. Their cultivation is too weak, and mortals entering the heavenly court is already a violation of the heavenly rules. I can only bring you, and once you leave the heavenly court, if the vermilion bird comes for you, I cannot interfere. He also explained why the purge could not be surgical, and it was the only honest thing anybody in the sky ever told me. There are descendants of the demon race everywhere by now, lurking inside righteous sects and old families, carrying the blood without any demonic nature at all. Killing only the guilty is not possible, and as the heavenly Dao's own immortal official, he cannot personally act against the beings in his charge without suffering backlash. It has to be soldiers. It always has to be soldiers. Then he gave me the other option, and I wanted on the record that a civil servant of heaven suggested this to me first. Kill all the incoming heavenly soldiers and generals. Could this man be a savage? His reasoning was better than his manners. The heavenly court rules the myriad realms, and its enemies are countless. If you slaughter the soldiers sent to cleanse your world and prove your potential, the heavenly court may actually recruit you. With the divine palace and the Buddhist sect rising, the heavenly court craves prodigies too badly to waste one, especially prodigies who fought their way up from a mortal realm. 1,000,000 years ago, the heavenly court's great divine general did exactly this. Before he had even ascended, he slaughtered every immortal that came down for him. My first thought was the Monkey King. The Monkey King had a background. I do not. If you don't dare but want to live, said Immortal Qixia, then you can only come into the heavenly court with me. Is there really no other way? None. If you want to save your disciples and grand disciples, this is the only road. I took it to Song Lei without selling Chixia out, because if I exposed the one immortal who had stuck his neck out for me, I would not be a person. The Heavenly Emperor does have that bad habit of bullying the weak, he said. The Heavenly Court has a number of heavenly generals who were once its enemies. If you can enter the Heavenly Emperor's eye, the vermilion bird will not dare touch you. The Heavenly Court is wary of that clan, but they care more about prodigies. The Heavenly Emperor once offended the Buddhist sect for the Great Divine General and nearly started a war over it. Then, flatly, that road is very difficult, and you do not have much time. And then I said the only thing about any of this that I actually believe. Most of the living beings in this realm have done nothing wrong, and they are going to be slaughtered for it. And the heavenly soldiers who will do it risk their lives for the heavenly court, and in front of aptitude, they are all ants too. This seemingly sacred power has a great deal wrong with it. The so-called immortals and gods, said Song Lei, are just a lie. After I left, a purple figure appeared beside him and asked whether I was the mortal he had taken a liking to. This child is only 800 years old. He is not immortal. He has the luck of an immortal emperor on him. He is likely the descendant of some immortal emperor, or has received an immortal emperor's favor. Xiaocheng's lifespan ran out that decade. I can't last many more years. The treasures in the sect can't extend it further. I plan to go out and roam. It's very likely that, like my master, I'll die outside. He was smiling. He was not sad at all. He was relieved. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? And the smile went. Before you ascend, protect the Yuking sacred sect, and protect my junior sister, Fairy Xuanzui. I nodded. Then he sat down and told me his entire life, calmly, for a day and a night, and I listened to all of it. It was not a legendary life. He was designated by an old man, and then he ran errands for a sect for 600 years. Except for longevity, he had obtained everything most people chase. He had no regrets. He had already said goodbye to Fairy Xuanzui, and to Hyotian, and to every old friend he had. I was last. I saw him off from the cliff edge and watched him fly out to the horizon, and the crow came and stood beside me and did not make a joke. Master, from now on, do we not have to run away? That's not necessarily true. His departure did not cause a ripple in the sect. 600 years is long enough that most of them had forgotten who he was. 4 years later, your friend Xiaocheng's lifespan has reached its limit. He has died, and his soul has fallen into reincarnation. If we meet in the next life, old man, I will give you an opportunity. I sighed once, and then I went back to cultivating, which is the honest ending of that and of most things. 30 years took me to the perfection of the loose immortal realm, and 2 more to reincarnation Earth immortal. Lifespan, 880 out of 5,761,200, 5.7 million years. That is longevity. And then, immediately, I cannot be proud. This cultivation is not enough to look at. Zhou came home and surrendered the entire Nine Dragon sect to the Yuking sacred sect, which baffled Hyotian completely, since a stronger sect had just volunteered to become a weaker one's subsidiary. His real reason was that he could not handle the pressure of running a sect anymore and wanted to focus on cultivating, which is the most consistent character in this entire story. I asked him warmly how he had been, because a long time ago, he had thrown himself at verdant serpentine sage to save my disciple and my hound, and had been carried home in pieces for it, and I have never forgotten that. Su Wei came home wanting permission to marry a Yao race saintess he had rescued from being a fish. If you truly love her, there's no problem, but you cannot let a woman delay your cultivation. Your goal is immortal ascension, not living a mundane life like a mortal. And immortal Tian Kong turned up cheerful, with an opportunity to bestow on me. I received a dream message from an immortal of the heavenly court, a heavenly general willing to take me in. Your strength is quite good. I can bring you along. The 2 of us could become the 2 greatest war gods of the heavenly court. How about it? His logic being, if he could not beat me, he would recruit me. And I looked at the most talented mortal in the world being offered a leash, and I said the thing that changed everything. You're just being a hound for the heavenly court. What do you mean? Don't you know the heavenly court may clear this mortal realm? You are a prodigy of the heavenly immortal manner. Can you tolerate your own hometown being slaughtered? Then what can I do? I cannot change the heavenly court's decision. If heaven wants to destroy our human race, we cultivators should overthrow heaven. He stopped. If you don't even have that much backbone, how will the heavenly court look at you when you get up there? When those immortals learn that your hometown was slaughtered and you were indifferent, how will they look at you then? That went straight through him. He was born with an invincible heart, and I had just told a man like that he was planning to kneel. Can the 2 of us overthrow the heavenly court? We can't overthrow it. But we'll kill as many as come. We can show them enough strength that the heavenly court gives up cleansing this world for our sake. And then my vision filled up. Evil-slaying Heavenly King has developed favorability toward you. Wenqiu Star has developed hatred toward you. Giant Spirit Martial God, favorability. Divine Eye, hatred. Tianfeng Immortal, hatred. Martial Virtue Divine Lord, favorability. Di Tai Bai, hatred. Feng Yu Immortal Official, hatred. Chile Heavenly Lord, favorability. And, in the middle of them, in a line that stopped my heart, the Great Divine General has developed favorability toward you. Dozens of them, all at once. A question mark appeared in my mind that was bigger than the sky. I had spent 900 years making sure nobody knew my name, and I had just stood in a forest and told an empty sky that heaven should be overthrown, and the entire heavenly court had been listening the whole time. What do I do now? Cower out or stand firm? Good, said Immortal Tian Kong, with his fists clenched and his whole face shining. I will accompany fellow Taoist Guan to turn the YASD world upside down. Another wave of notifications. Go back and cultivate properly, I said. And he walked away in higher spirits than he had arrived because his perspective had changed. It was no longer about being the number one in the world. He was going to fight the heavens. I went back inside and asked the system one question. Can the barrier isolate the spying of immortals and gods? Yes. 900 years too late, but yes. In the Xuankong Palace, the Heavenly Emperor sat on a cloud dragon throne, nearly 100 jang tall with stars behind him, and asked his court what they thought of what that mortal had just said. The literary immortals wanted me executed for harming the heavenly might. The heavenly generals wanted me recruited because the heavenly court was short of manpower and needed to display magnanimity to attract prodigies from all the heavens. Then somebody pointed out that the demon saints still refused to submit, and now a mortal was biting them as well, and where were the immortals supposed to put their face? And somebody else asked whether face was more important than the future of the heavenly court, and somebody else observed that Buddhism, the divine palace, the demon court, and the Taoist sect were all courting the mortal realms, and that cleansing the human race ran against the general trend. Xuankong Palace was as noisy as a market. Then the Heavenly Emperor ruled. After the demon saint matter is dealt with, dispatch heavenly soldiers and generals to descend and clean it up. If these two mortals can block the heavenly soldiers and generals, then I will grant his wish. If they cannot block them, then let them enter the reincarnation along with their realm. And after that, flatly, what do you all think about the conditions of Buddhism? And the hall went completely silent. I stopped going outside entirely after that. At 900 years old, the system gave me a fist-sized cluster of silver water, the nine heavens Milky Way water, one of the heavenly waters, which catalyzes immortal chi and whose single mouthful heals a body and whose single bowl heals a primordial spirit. Just this much? That isn't even a bowl. I dug a small pit in the corner of my cave for it and told the grass spirit she was not allowed to steal a drink. How could I steal a drink? Then 30 years of waiting, and I want to describe what waiting looked like, because it is most of what I have ever done. The fusang tree grew to nearly 100 jang with the gourd vine wound up it like a green serpent and two golden crows in separate nests. And, probably from listening to the crow for a century, the golden crows had developed sharp tongues and spent most of their time mocking the hound and the cloud dragon. Su Wei went out of the mortal realm and came back with his luck higher. Han Ye woke up a divine ability from a life he did not remember living. Ye stopped cultivating entirely and sat under the tree looking like a man whose soul had been taken out because he wanted to go and look for Qian'er's reincarnation, and I sent his own disciple along to carry him. Immortal Tian Kong forged a sacred body out of a tribulation that tore the firmament, and one stray bolt of his lightning went up through the cloud layer and struck the plaque on the east heavenly gate, where a heavenly soldier smashed it with a spear, and a heavenly general mirrored the source and thought mildly, another prodigy has appeared in the mortal realm, actually shaking the heavenly rules. Truly remarkable. I want that man taken in. They were all being watched, every single one of them, the whole time, and none of them knew. And I went to the river of Sword Dao, and for the first time in 900 years, deliberately did not hide my cultivation. Earth Immortal Realm, how is that possible? I had chosen not to hide it purely to show off. You cannot stay low-key forever. Sometimes a man simply has to let off steam at the only person qualified to be impressed. 4 stars. Can it attract the heavenly court? More than the heavenly court. I'm afraid even the Buddhist sect and the divine palace would covet you. Do you really plan to fight the heavenly soldiers and generals? What other choice do I have? I have no backing, and I want to protect the people around me. I can only grit my teeth and push forward. Even if my teeth shatter, I'll swallow them. He did not answer that. At 1,000 years old, the system asked me what I wanted for the milestone, and because I had kept my original intention and cultivated low-key my entire life, it offered me a new function instead of a treasure, and I took it. Dao Field. Choose a place. It gains defense, it shields divine sense, and it raises the spiritual key, and every one of those scales with the cultivation of the man who owns it. I chose the Mountain of Bitter Cultivation to immortality, obviously, and then read the result twice. It defends against everything below Tai Celestial Immortal. It blocks divine sense probing below the God realm. It shields against the heavenly Tao, including forced ascension, and it multiplies the spiritual Qi by 5 and the immortal Qi by 2, shields against forced ascension. Which meant my whole household could grow all the way to immortal on that mountain, and nobody would be thrown out of the world before the rest were ready, and when I finally left, I could take the mountain with me and go together. Outside, Lin Wei looked up from her cushion and said, "Do you feel like the spiritual key is increasing?" And the crow said, "Is that so strange? The gourd vine has produced seeds." And Fan Lei quietly turned and looked at my door, because he knew exactly whose doing it was. Bai Lei came down out of the sky about 30 years after that, and he came for a woman. He had been a heavenly general for a very long time, and he had grown up with Liu Xufeng, and the two of them had been secretly married for centuries and hidden it from their master. She had descended to this world at his request, and she had died here, and he had spent every day since with that sitting on his chest. Also, he told the woman made of green smoke who lived in his lamp, there was a cursing power lingering around him, and 9 times out of 10 it was related to that boy in the mortal realm. With the heavenly rules in place, she said, your cultivation will be suppressed to the loose immortal realm. It is very dangerous. I can ask an immortal god for a heavenly Tao stone. You must not. That violates the heavenly rules. I'll act quickly. Once I kill him, I'll come straight back. And then the sentence I have enjoyed for centuries. Don't worry, I am late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal. How could I not be a match for a loose immortal? It's only been how many years? Could he possibly have broken through to the Earth Immortal realm as well? Do you think that's possible? It is indeed impossible. My mind is made up. He came through a rift in the starry sky in silver armor with a silver cloud dragon crown and a spear with a flaming tip, and he said, out loud, to my mountains, your nightmare has arrived. Immortal Tian Kong got in his way first, because he happened to be waiting in the woods to tell me some good news, and got one word for his trouble. Scram! Then a single spear swing put the #1 cultivator in the world through the air and out of the sky, and a fire cloud dragon 1,000 feet long went sweeping toward the 18 peaks, and dissipated because I was standing in front of them. Late stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, said the panel, 8th rank Heavenly General of the Heavenly Court, which meant he had brought a heaven-avoiding stone of his own down here with him. Delivery time. He looked at me, and his eyes went red, because this was the man who had killed the person he loved. He sealed the space around us, so I could not run, which was courteous of him, and threw 9 fire dragons 1,000 feet tall at me. 3 pure ones world extermination, Feng ocean of sword chi and millions of shadows, and in the middle of them a heavenly general of the heavenly court looking at the light on his own face and thinking very clearly, this sword chi, Earth Immortal, how is it possible? Isn't he immortal? In under 2 breaths, his physical body was gone. And I was annoyed, which tells you everything about what 1,000 years does to a man. Same realm, and I could not kill him instantly. I have been slacking off. Who exactly are you? Said his primordial spirit, shaking in front of 100 watching cultivators. I come from the Great Wei Divine Realm, I said, and my true identity is Liu Yan. A voice arrived out of nowhere, from very far away, his master, true person Changming, transmitting from the upper realm, unable to reach us and unable to be found even by my simulation. Little friend, it is better to forgive when one can. Let my disciple go, and this matter will be considered resolved. I checked one number. Changming's hatred toward me was at 5 stars and climbing while he asked. If our positions were reversed and he could reach me, would he hold back? So I destroyed Bai Lei's primordial spirit and put his heaven-avoiding stone and his storage ring into my sleeve. Very well, Liu Yan, said the voice at 6 stars. Then the grudge between you and me is irreconcilable. I want to see what kind of backing your Great Wei Divine Realm has. Just you wait. I did not answer him. I went and picked Immortal Tian Kong up off a hillside instead, and he looked at me with a very complicated expression and asked whether I was Han Wei or Liu Yan, and whether the Great Wei Divine Realm came from the upper realm. I did not answer that either, in case Changming was still listening. What I did do was tell him everything. Verdant Serpentine Sage, Yin Tian, Taoist Xuan Kong, Liu Xufeng, the whole chain, because I knew he had a line to an immortal in the heavenly court, and I wanted that chain going upward in somebody else's voice. He was furious by the end of it. So there are heavenly generals inciting the demonic path and the demon race down here, and now the heavenly court wants to use it as an excuse to purge our mortal realm? This is too bullying. And then, because he is who he is, our palace master invites you to serve as vice palace master. Are you willing? No. The snow came in the middle of the waiting. Great Yan got a snowfall heavier than any in living memory, heavier than the blizzard when Diansu woke, thick enough to blot the sun, and it was falling on every state and every dynasty at once. My mountain was the only green thing in the range, because the Dao field kept it off. This snow isn't right, said Lin Wei. What's wrong with it? It contains spiritual qi. I came out and sat down under the tree with all of them and said it plainly. The heavenly court might be coming. Su Wei explained the rest because he had been out in the world and had heard the words cleanse the mortal realm before. I watched every face on that mountain change. I planned to stop the immortals and gods. They all stared at me. The heavenly court cannot mobilize everyone. They will only send a portion. If I can block them and let the heavenly court see my strength, I will use joining the heavenly court as the price of peace for this world. Master, said the Shadow Crow Phoenix in a small voice. You can already ascend. Why not just take us and run? 900 years. That crow has asked me that question at every scale it is possible to ask it at, starting with 7 demonic birds. Let's try, I said. If we can't block them, we'll just have to run. Master can run, said Lin Wei. What about us? Don't worry, I can take this mountain with me when I ascend. Which was true, and which is the only reason the sentence was not a lie. The Jiaolong Triumvirate said what all of them were thinking. These are the immortals and gods? Because of a suspicion, they want to cleanse an entire mortal realm? Why not attack the demon race instead? I feel like this is for show, cleaning up the demonic path down here, and we're the sacrificial lambs. He knew because he had run that play himself, as a demon king, when he needed to give his subordinates a corpse. Should we call Master and Senior Brother back? Said Su Wei. I've already called them. Then I told them to cultivate hard and strive to share my burden soon, and every one of them looked ashamed, and from that day they worked like people with a deadline. Even Qin Fan started cultivating. I have not introduced Qin Fan, and there is no room to do him justice, so here is the short version. He is the reincarnation of the world-honored Buddha ancestral master, one of the 5 great Buddhas, who was so convinced that the cycle of life and death is the supreme Tao that he told his own sect to give up cultivating. And when the other 4 asked him why he didn't jump into reincarnation himself if he believed it so much, he did. He knelt at the foot of my mountain for 20 years to ask me to give up cultivation. He argued with me for a century. He refused to cultivate on principle and reached foundation establishment purely because he had to in order to keep kneeling. And the Nether Celestial Hound ended the entire argument in one sentence. On the day I told them the heavenly court was coming. If we give up cultivating, we're definitely dead. We'd just be waiting for the heavenly court to deal with us. Qin Fan formed a golden core within the year. 14 years passed. Then the panel spoke. The heavenly emperor wishes to send his son to the mortal realm to deal with you. Option 1. Ascend immediately. Do not fight the heavenly court to the death. Receive a random heaven and earth treasure. Option 2. Do not ascend. Wait for the heavenly court to descend. Receive a divine ability inheritance and a heavenly Tao spirit stone, his son. So killing heavenly soldiers is one thing. They can be replaced. But if I kill the heavenly emperor's son, do I then become the heavenly emperor's son? Ascend now? True person. Chang Ming and the Vermilion Bird and a queue of immortals are up there waiting. No. Cultivate quietly where nobody cares and burst onto the scene when every eye is watching. And if I can't win, I'll run. Liu Lei. Tai Celestial Immortal Realm Perfection, son of the Heavenly Emperor, true dragon bloodline, inheritor of the legacy of the Heavenly Dragon Great Emperor, a prodigy rare in all ages, capable of killing enemies across cultivation realms, son of the Heavenly Emperor, true dragon bloodline, great emperor's legacy, prodigy of the age. Do those count as 4 innate lucks? This bastard is cheating. Another protagonist template. I felt something I had not felt in 300 years, which was a sense of crisis, and it was extremely good for me. I went to Fairy Xuanzui in the 7th year of waiting because I could not settle my mind, which had also not happened in 300 years. How could you bear to come out of seclusion to see me? She was exactly as she had always been. She has always known precisely what I feel about her. There is no other reason a woman gets a cave on that mountain. Have you heard about the heavenly court coming? I already know. And then she said the thing I had been walking toward for 900 years and had never once heard from anybody. Actually, you don't need to stay for the sake of the Yu King sacred sect or for the people of the world. You can already ascend. Ascend early. There is no need to fight immortals and gods to the death. As for us and the sect, this is fate. Master, I have known you for 1,000 years, and I know your character quite well. What you wanted at the very beginning was simply to cultivate to immortality. What you wanted was to not die. There is no need to be hindered by emotions. She looked at the wall. Having lived this long, honestly, I have lived enough. Even if I died tomorrow, I would have no regrets. The only thing I feel guilty about is your affection, your kindness to me. I'm afraid I cannot repay it. She has never said that many words to me at once, before or since. Rest assured, I said. I have a foolproof plan. If I can't beat them, I'll take the mountain of bitter cultivation to immortality and ascend with all of it. And then, it's just, would you be willing to come with me? She shook her head and smiled. If I said I was unwilling, it would be ungrateful and hypocritical. Then she changed the subject and we talked about the old days for several days. Yu Peak, the empty mountain, the boy who shouted "Long live master" at her in an empty hall, and when I left, the anxiety was gone. Recalling the past is useful. It helps a man remember his original intention. I spent a few more days with Li Meihua and went home completely calm, and the moment I sat down on my cushion the sky said, detected that the heavenly rules of this mortal realm have been withdrawn. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is about to arrive. It took 8 more years, and in those years the blizzard finally lifted and the mortals cheered and the cultivation world went into a quiet panic because the heavenly immortal manor had spread the news and there was nowhere in the world to go. Then a bell shook heaven and earth, and every living thing in that world heard the same voice at the same time. This mortal realm has been assimilated by the demon race and may become a disaster for the 10,000 realms. According to the heavenly rules, it must be destroyed. All heavenly soldiers and generals, obey orders. Purge the mortal realm. Thunderclouds covered the entire sky of the world, and above them stood figures the size of mountains, looking down. The Yu King's sacred sect raised a protective formation that everybody in it knew was decorative, and every person on my mountain turned around and looked at me at once. Master, said the Shadow Crow Phoenix, and its voice was shaking. Shall we run away? I did not answer it. I was busy finding the one at the very top, the tallest, the most enormous, standing above the 9 heavens and looking down at us the way you look at insects on a path, the giant spirit martial god, and he was looking directly at me. Any mortal who wants to prove their talent to the heavenly court, come. After 1 hour, if nobody can prove their talent, heavenly punishment will descend and the human world will be purged. Nobody moved. The whole world stood still and hoped it was a joke, and then a weathered voice went out across the 10 prefectures and 9 dynasties. How can we, as cultivators, fear when facing life and death? And Mahayana cultivators who had been hidden in the corners of that world for centuries began rising toward the sky, one after another, from everywhere. Immortal Tian Kong went up carrying 10,000 Jun of thunder with the heavenly immortal manor behind him, laughing. So what if they are immortals and gods? Man can conquer heaven. He had waited a very long time for that day, and I am the one who gave it to him, and I have never told him so. And then black demonic fog surged up out of the east, and the Shadow Fox Demon Emperor came with it, because this was about the survival of everything alive, not only the human race. That is also, I learned much later, exactly why Immortal Tian Kong had never killed him. The Demon Emperor had promised that if the gods ever came for the mortal realm, he would fight. Dozens of the mightiest beings in that world went up to meet an army of gods. Above the clouds, the divine shadows raised their weapons and brought them down. That would not do. They could not stop them. So I stood up. Do not leave this mountain, I said, and left. Dharma body manifestation. A man 10,000 feet tall appeared in the sky over Great Yan, climbing an invisible staircase in the air with his golden robe pouring out behind him, and put one hand up and caught the strike that was coming down on the Great Yan dynasty and held it. Every immortal in that sky turned and looked at me at once. Is it him? What powerful cultivation! How can there be such cultivation in a mortal realm? Could he have a heavenly Tao stone? It is said Bai Lei died at his hands. Their voices carried to every corner of the world, and every living being in it heard and understood all at once that there was somebody down here who stood level with gods. Immortal Tian Kong, battered and pale on the far side of the sky, heard it and smiled. Regardless, fellow Taoist Cao is holding them off. Then the giant spirit martial god leaned down out of the 9 heavens, and the sky itself seemed to come down with him, and even at 10,000 feet I was small in front of his face. Taiyi, celestial immortal, no wonder you dare to be this arrogant. In the Xuankong Palace, they were in uproar. How could such a prodigy appear in a mortal realm? How old is he? It cannot be calculated. He must carry a supreme treasure that shields karma. The heavenly emperor said nothing and did not take his eyes off the mirror. I raised my right hand and pointed one finger at the sky. Every person in Great Yan saw it. A 10,000-foot man, alone, pointing one finger up at a heaven full of gods. Heaven and earth, profound yellow world-breaking sword finger. The sword chi went up, and the light of it lit the world, and the giant spirit martial god got a palm in front of it on pure reflex, and the explosion scattered the thunderclouds off the top of the sky. Kill. and the heavenly soldiers came down out of the cloud sea like a rain of 10,000 arrows. I took the primordial judgment sword in one hand and kept climbing and swung, and they came apart, body and Tao extinguished one after another. They were only loose immortals. I have killed loose immortals for sport. I did not hold back either, and the reason was arithmetic and not cruelty. If I spared them, the heavenly court would know I was afraid. Down on my mountain, the household was shaking with excitement. Grandmaster is so strong. And Fairy Xuanzui stood looking up at my back and thinking that when she took this child as a disciple, she had never once imagined he would be strong enough to fight gods. Then the giant spirit martial god used Dharma body manifestation too, and two 10,000-foot figures fought high over that world, and the firmament tore, and space twisted, and heavenly thunder ran between heaven and earth. The mortal realm could not take the overflow. Disasters opened everywhere. Cities came apart. When immortals fight, mortals suffer, and I could not afford to care about it for even one breath. My sword chi would not go through his armor. His blade could not touch me, because I have spent 900 years in a cave, running simulated battles against every powerful being within 100 miles of my house, and my combat experience is not that of an ascetic. It is that of a man who has fought 10,000 duels and lost most of them in private. Then I gave him the 3 pure ones world extermination, and the ocean of sword chi came up around me, and countless sword shadows condensed in it like stars. He fell into disadvantage immediately and could only grit his teeth and keep swinging. The heavenly soldiers watched from a safe distance in open panic. How is this possible? The great god can't beat him. He can't be immortal. Oh no. Are we going to be cannon fodder again? He turned into lightning and vanished to take me from behind, and I swung and turned in the same motion, and blade met sword hard enough that every mortal in that world briefly went deaf. Is that all? He lost his temper, which is the last thing that happened to him as a whole person. He threw me back with raw strength, and 10 million sword shadows went into his chest and drove him down out of the sky, faster and faster, a body 10,000 feet long falling like a mountain range, and the land where he came down collapsed for 1,000 miles. I brought the swords down on him until his armor came apart, and then I stopped because I had a decision to make and about 4 seconds to make it in. Kill a heavenly general of the heavenly court in front of the entire heavenly court? Keep pressing. Destroy the body first. His physical body was annihilated. His soul was left pinned in the crater, unable to move. And then I looked up at the sky and asked the question I had come out to ask, in a voice that carried through the whole human world, and, I was told afterwards, arrived inside the Zhuankong Palace as clearly as if I had been standing in it. Does the heavenly court truly intend to cleanse the mortal realm at all costs? In the hall, a heavenly general like an iron tower demanded they invoke the heavenly punishment and destroy the world immediately. Others disagreed. And then the great divine general said, without any particular emphasis, "Your Majesty has said before that if he can show talent, we can abandon the cleansing. He is likely only 1,000 years old, and he has reached the heavenly immortal realm. Do any of you have such talent?" Nobody in that hall said anything at all. Then silver light flooded the world. Cham PH, do you truly think there is no one in my heavenly court? Liu Lei came down through it in silver armor with a trident in his hand and his cloak snapping, and my first thought on seeing him was, he is stronger than the giant spirit martial god, so I dropped the Dharma body because it burns power I was going to need. How old are you? He said, eyes burning. Just turned 1100. The Xuankong Palace erupted. Feng, 1100-year-old heavenly immortal. That is more exaggerated than Liu Lei himself, and immortal Qixia stepped out of the ranks of immortals and cupped his fists and said, Your Majesty, we must recruit this boy, otherwise it will be a great loss for the heavenly court. He had been waiting 900 years to say that in public. Others took it up. Such a prodigy is hard to come by. If nurtured, he will be the next great divine general. If the heavenly court had 2 great divine generals, how could we be oppressed by the Buddhist sect? And the heavenly emperor said, let's see, who do you all think will win between Liar and him? Nobody would answer that either. Please fight me with the determination to kill me, said Liu Lei, because I will not show any mercy. You have the heavenly court behind you and your father on the throne of heaven. Of course you're fearless. What about me? 3 more stars of hatred, from me to him. We went at each other, and the sky between us compressed until it warped. Sword against trident. A few breaths of testing, then he blasted me back and thrust, and his dharmic power turned into a 5-clawed golden cloud dragon the size of a mountain range. I answered with the ocean and the sword shadows, and he had watched the last fight, and spun 9 golden dragons around himself and shredded every shadow that came at him while walking forward, wearing a wild and arrogant smile. He is strong. Not as strong as me. I drew a circle with the sword, and the fate sword chi great wheel opened in front of him, a karma wheel, and everything drawn into it has its fate severed, and his instinct screamed, and he teleported behind me rather than touch it, and then we were stuck. He could not close because of the wheel. He could not stay out because of the ocean. What powerful sword ki! Is his dharmic power inexhaustible? I decided speed mattered more than elegance. The faster I win, the better my talent reads to the man watching, so I grew 2 more heads and 4 more arms. 3 heads and 6 arms, the Qilin sword in a second hand, 2 hands swinging, 4 fingers firing. His 9 golden dragons died one after another. In the Zhuankong Palace, 3 heads and 6 arms, a Dao sect divine ability. Is this boy of the Dao sect? No, he carries no Dao sect karma. His physique must be unusual. He can squander dharmic power like this. Is His Highness going to lose? The heavenly soldiers watching, are mortals nowadays this fierce? He could not flee. Every immortal in creation was watching, and he had boasted first, and it was a battle for his reputation. So he turned his armor into a silver rainbow and charged, and I stopped him dead with the 6 Paths ultimate seal and put the fate sword chi great wheel at his back. The suction took him, space distorted, his golden dragon screamed, and he formed signs, and a silver phantom rose over his head, faceless and radiating something invincible, and he shouted, "Great Emperor, kill the enemy," and the phantom's palm shattered my karma wheel outright. I did not stop for it. 6 arms casting, and, because there was no time for dignity, sword chi out of my own mouth. 10 million sword shadows drove him down out of the sky like a collapsing ceiling. The silver phantom broke. He hit the ground and split it, and the column of falling swords over him looked like a black pillar joining heaven to earth. If this continues, I will definitely lose. His first battle out of seclusion, and he had not landed 1 wound. How will the immortals of the Zhuankong Palace look at him? How will his father look at him? His eyes went red. I am the son of the Heavenly Emperor, a prodigy of the true dragon clan. I hold a great emperor's legacy. Why should I lose? And the power in his bloodline detonated, and a silver pillar went up and shattered my entire sword ocean. This guy went into overdrive. If that isn't the protagonist template, what is? However, I love suppressing protagonists. Here is the thing I had worked out decades earlier in a cave and never had a reason to use. I cannot make the 3 pure ones world extermination stronger, so I make more of it. 9 layers of sword key ocean, 9 of them at once, stacked. 3 pure ones, world extermination, 9 heavens. No one else alive could pay for that. It is only possible because the 6 paths of reincarnation art is an Immortal Emperor's technique, and I have been filling it for 1,000 years. Down on the ground, mortals could not tell it was a technique. They thought the gods were unleashing the heavenly punishment on them. Oh my heavens, who will save us? Why are the immortals killing us? What did we do wrong? The heavenly Tao is unjust. The immortals and gods are heartless. I heard all of it. I kept going. Liu Lei came up into the 9 layers and saw them and felt powerlessness for the first time in his life and refused it and turned into a 1,000 Zhang white cloud dragon with eyes like blood beads and charged. I swung gently and the sky came down on him. He took hit after hit and kept coming and got to within 1,000 meters and was crushed into the earth. And then I stood above the downpour with 3 cold faces and had a genuine moment of panic because the Heavenly Emperor had not said anything yet. If this continues, I will kill him. And then, I am at war with the entire heavenly court forever. I can run, I can always run, but this world burns. In the Zhuankong Palace they cracked before I did. Your Majesty, shouldn't we end this? His Highness can't hold on. This child is clearly waiting for the heavenly court's stance, otherwise His Highness would already be dead. The giant spirit martial god wasn't annihilated either. I think we should accept him. Even the literary immortals switched sides. The great divine general said nothing at all. Liu Lei's body was destroyed. Only his primordial spirit was left, and his hatred toward me was still sitting. At 1 star, exactly where it had started and had never risen. He has some backbone. And then a voice, vast and unhurried, arrived directly inside my ear. Join the heavenly court. Detected that the Heavenly Emperor is inviting you to join the Heavenly Court. Option 1, agree, gain the Heavenly Emperor's favor. Option 2, refuse, gain the Heavenly Emperor's hatred and endless pursuit by the Heavenly Court, and receive a divine ability inheritance and a supreme treasure. Seeing option 2, I was briefly speechless. That is not a choice. That is a system with a sense of humor. The negotiation took 4 lines. What about the mortal realm? It will no longer be purged. The heavenly soldiers and generals will retreat immediately. All right, but can I wait a little longer? I don't want to ascend right now. Good. I agree to join the heavenly court. And I stopped. The 9 heavens of swords vanished out of the sky over that world. Liu Lei's soul lay in a crater breathing. The surviving heavenly soldiers sagged with relief because if the prince had died in front of them, they would all have been buried with him. Then the Heavenly Emperor's voice filled heaven and earth, and every living being in that world heard it. This mortal realm was infiltrated by the demon race and ought to have been wiped out. However, someone stood up and exchanged his own aptitude for peace in the mortal realm. May all living beings remember his contribution. Heavenly soldiers and generals retreat, restart the heavenly rules, and every disaster in that world stopped at once, everywhere, as though a hand had been laid flat on the whole planet. I flew home. The Yu-King sacred sect was cheering in the valley below, because they had all watched their god-slaying elder leave that mountain, and the man who had just saved the world and been recognized by heaven was theirs. Under the Fusang tree, my entire household came at me at once. "We don't have to run away anymore," said the Shadow Crow Phoenix. "That's right. Grandmaster," said Su Wei. "Will you join the Heavenly Court?" "No hurry." The notifications came in for days afterwards, like the tide. The great divine general's favorability increased. Wenku Star's hatred decreased. Emperor Taibai, Thunder God, Shujin Star, Divine Peng Marshal, favorability, favorability, favorability. Immortals are not fools. My performance had made me a candidate to be the next great divine general, and every one of them wanted to be able to say they had been friendly early. Some of them were quietly jealous. None of them knew I could read both numbers. And my own verdict on the day, the moment I sat back down on my cushion, was not triumph. Previously, I instantly killed opponents across cultivation realms. Today I had to fight twice for a long time. The higher the realm, the smaller the gap inside it. I do not intend to be a man who cannot instantly kill his equals. I have to get stronger. Immortal Tian Kong came to say goodbye 10 years later. He was ascending. "The tribulation has passed. There's no need for me to stay. Besides, I'm not like you. I don't have the means to remain in the mortal world, and I don't want to become your disciple." "When will you ascend?" he asked. "We'll see." Then I'll go up first and make a name for myself, and look after you in the future." He regretted it immediately, and then doubled down internally. "No. I will surpass him eventually. I was born to be the strongest. Then I wish you a bright future." And I turned around to go home and walked directly into the Heavenly Emperor. He was standing on the path in a white robe. In person he was my height, and scholarly rather than domineering, and looked nothing at all like the portrait. "Wen Yan, when I had Liar fight you, I told him to go all out, to fight you with the determination to kill you. I said nothing. I did not intend for him to actually kill you. I wanted to see your potential. You did not disappoint me." He put his hands behind his back. "You are extraordinary. You do not cultivate the grand unity Tao, and yet you attract individuals of great fortune. Even the broom star of my heavenly court became your disciple. Perhaps you possess a destiny that even I cannot fully comprehend." He knew what Wenro was. Of course he did. "Are you afraid of trouble and delaying deliberately? How could that be? I observed the karma of your life, and it is extremely scarce. The number of people you have interacted with is fewer than an ordinary mortal manages in one lifetime." A pause. "I was curious, so I calculated your early life. I did not expect you to be a prodigy who cultivated diligently from a young age. A prodigy, 1,000 years of hiding in a hole, filed under talent. I have never been so insulted in my life." "If you don't want to enter the Heavenly Court and get involved in trouble," he said, "that is fine too. I will let you replace Kixia and become the immortal official of this mortal world. Kixia will be promoted, not demoted. I know you are on good terms. Normally no immortal will disturb you. In terms of treatment, you will receive cultivation resources equal to Liar's, and when you become powerful enough, you may become the second great divine general of the Heavenly Court. And then, normally you will not need to attend court in the Xuankong Palace. I will find someone to meet with you. If you have needs, ask him. After all, I am the Heavenly Emperor. I can't always revolve around you." I understood exactly what I was being offered, and I said it out loud, because there was no point pretending with that man. "Are you essentially going to hide me?" It was the perfect arrangement for me, and it stripped away every road to power I would ever have. "The Heavenly Court is a deep and complex place with intricate forces," said the Heavenly Emperor calmly. "I want you to become my person, not a person of the Heavenly Court. Do you agree?" That is a side being chosen, and refusing it would have finished me. "Naturally I am willing," I said. To be honest, I did not dare to ascend precisely because I had no patron in the upper realm, and I still have many enemies. He smiled faintly. "You killed the contingencies they left in the mortal world, didn't you? From now on, I will be your greatest patron. The Vermilion Bird Clan and Yulong Immortal Island will no longer trouble you." And then the terms. "Of course, you must not cause trouble for me unless others provoke you, and our conversation must not be spread, not even to Kixia, the dignified lord of the Heavenly Court, keeping secrets from his own staff. The waters up there are deep." "Don't worry," I said. "You have already observed my character from my early life." 4 stars. He raised his right hand and a scroll appeared in his palm. This is the Heavenly Court's Sword Tao Inheritance. You should like it. I took it and looked up to thank him, and there was nobody standing on the path. The scroll had 4 characters on the front. Lay Sword Tao. I want to end this where it actually ends, which is not with the sky full of gods. I was born in a herb garden with no spiritual root, in a body that was not mine, holding a panel nobody else could see, and I spun a wheel every morning for 16 years and got nothing. I spent 1,000 years making certain that not one person in the world knew what I was. I refused the sect master. I refused the ancestral master. I refused the heavenly immortal manor 3 separate times. I threw a tournament. I forfeited 3rd place. I let a whole world call me a coward for 10 centuries, and I never once corrected anybody, because being nobody is the safest thing a man can be, and I have never wanted anything except to not die again. And I stood on a road holding a scroll from the sky and understood that it was over. The most powerful being in creation had come down out of the 9 heavens in person to find me. He knew my name and my childhood and what my disciples are. He had put a hand on my shoulder in the friendliest possible way and said, "Not theirs, mine. 1,000 years of hiding, and I have been found by the only pair of eyes in existence I cannot hide from." So I went back up my mountain, where a crow who thinks it is a phoenix was arguing with 2 suns in a tree, and I sat down on my cushion and I opened the scroll. Because there is one thing left that I want, and I have wanted it since I was 23 years old and dying on a couch in a world with electricity, and no emperor of heaven is going to hand it to me. I am going to have to get stronger than him too.